Chapter 13 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kingthorpe Society. On New Year's Eve, Miss Wendover gave one of her famous dinner parties. Famous because it was always said that her dinners were, on their scale, better than anybody else's. Yea, even that Dr. Rylance's, although that gentleman spared no expense, and had been known to induce the French cook from the Dolphin at Southampton to come over and prepare the feast for him. Miss Wendover's dinner was an excuse for bringing forth the rich stores of old china, old glass, and old silver, the accumulations of aunts and uncles for past generations, and in some part of the lady herself, who had the true spirit of a collector, that special gift which the French connoisseur calls le flair. Ida and the lady of the house worked diligently all the morning in papering and polishing these treasures, and the dinner table, with its antique silver, Derby china, heavy diamond-cut glass, and white and scarlet exotics, was a picture to gladden the eyes of Aunt Betsy's guests. The party consisted of Colonel and Mrs. Wendover, with their daughter Bessie, admitted to this sacred function for the first time in her young life, and duly impressed with the solemnity of the occasion, the vicar and his wife, the new curate, an Oxford M.A., and a sprig of a good old family tree. Altogether something very superior in the way of curates. Mr. and Mrs. Hildrop Havenant, the great people of a neighbouring settlement, with their eldest son, also an Oxonian, and Dr. and Miss Rylance. "Be sure you two girls look your best to-night," said Miss Wendover, as she sat before the fire with Bessie and Ida, enjoying the free and easy luxury of a substantial afternoon tea, which would enable them all to be gracefully indifferent to the more solid features of dinner, and duly on the alert to make conversation. "We shall have 3 eligible men." "How do you make 3, Aunt Betsy?" inquired her niece. "Of course, we all know that young Hildrop Havenant is heir to nearly all the land between Havenant and Romsey, but he is such a mass of affectation that I can't imagine anybody wanting to marry him. And as for Mr. Jardine—" "Is he a mass of affectation too, Bess?" inquired Aunt Betsy with intention, for Mr. Jardine, the curate, was supposed to have impressed the damsel's fancy more deeply than she would care to own. "He is an Oxford man." "There is Oxford and Oxford," said Bess. "If all the Oxford men were like young Havenant, the only course open to the rest of the world would be to burn Oxford just as Oxford burned the martyrs." "Well, we may count Mr. Jardine as an eligible, I suppose." "But that only makes 2. Who is your third?" asked Bessie. "Dr. Rylance." "Dr. Rylance an eligible!" cried Bessie, with girlhood's frank laughter at the absurd idea of middle age coming into the market to bid for youth. "Why, auntie, he must be 50. 45 at most, and very young-looking for his age, very polished, very well off. There are many girls who would be proud to win such a husband," said Miss Wendover, glancing at Ida in the firelight. She wanted to test the girl's temper, to find out, were it possible, whether this girl, whom she so inclined to love, tried in the fierce furnace of poverty, had acquired mercenary instincts. She had heard from Urania of that reckless speech about marrying for money, and she wanted to know how much or how little that speech had implied. Ida was silent. She had never told anyone of Dr. Rylance's offer. She would have deemed it dishonourable to let anyone into the secret of his humiliation, to let his little world know that he, so superior a person, could offer himself and be rejected. "What do you think now, Bess?" pursued Miss Wendover. "Would it not be rather a nice thing if Dr. Rylance were to marry Ida? We all know how much he admires her." "It would be a very horrid thing!" cried the impetuous Bess. "I would ever so much rather Ida married poor Brian, although they had to pig in furnished lodgings for the first 10 years of their life. Crabbed age and youth cannot dwell together." "But
Dr. Rylance is not crabbed, and he is not old.
Let him marry a lady of the same doubtful age, which seems old to me, but young to you, and then no one will find fault with him," said Bess savagely. "I feel an inward and spiritual conviction that Ida is doomed to marry Brian Walford. The poor fellow was so hopelessly in love with her when he left this place, that if she had not a stone inside of her instead of a heart, she would have accepted him. But magno est amor el praevalebit," concluded Bess with mighty effort. "I'm sure I hope that's right. I think it must be time for you to go home and dress if you really wish to look nice tonight," said Ida severely. "You know you generally find yourself without frilling or something wrong at the last moment." "Heavens!" exclaimed Bessie, starting up and upsetting the petted Persian, which had been reposing in her lap, and which now skulked off resentfully, with a swollen tail, to hide its indignation under a chair. "You are as bad as an oracle. I have yards and yards of frilling to sew on before I dress. My sleeves, my neck, my sweeper." "Shall I run over and sew the frills on for you?" asked Ida. "You, when you are going to wear that lovely pink gown? You will want hours to dress. No, Blanche must make herself useful for once in her ridiculous life. Au revoir, Aunt darling. Go, lovely Rose," to Ida, "and make yourself still lovelier in order to captivate Dr. Rylance." The dinner was over. It had passed without a hitch, and the gentlemen were now enjoying their claret and conversation in a comfortable semicircle in front of Miss Wendover's roomy hearth. The conversation was for the most part strictly local, Colonel Wendover and Mr. Hildrop Havenant leading, and the vicar a good second, but now and then there was a brief diversion from the parish to European politics, when Dr. Rylance, who secretly abhorred parochial talk, dashed to the fore and talked with an authority which it was hard for the others to keep under. He spoke of the impending declaration of war, there is generally some such thing, as if he had been at the War Office that morning in confidential converse with the chief officials, but this was more than Squire Havenant could endure, and he flatly contradicted the physician on the strength of his morning's correspondence. Mr. Havenant always talked of his letters as if they contained all the law and the prophets. His correspondents were high in office, unimpeachable authorities, men who had the ear of the House, or who pulled the strings of the government. "I am told on the best authority that there will be no war," he said, swelling, or seemed to swell, as he spoke. He was a large man, with a florid complexion and grey mutton-chop whiskers. Dr. Rylance shrugged his shoulders and smiled blandly. It was the calm incredulous smile with which he encountered any rival medico who was bold enough to question his treatment. "That is not the opinion of the War Office," he said quietly. "But it is the opinion of men who dictate to the War Office," replied Mr. Havenant. "We couldn't have a better place for the working man's club than old Parker's cottage," said the vicar, addressing himself to Colonel Wendover. "If Russia advances a foot farther, there must be war in Beloochistan," said Dr. Rylance. "And if England is blind to the exigencies of the situation, I should like to know how you are going to get your troops through the Bolan Pass." "A single line to Romsey would send up the value of land 50%, said the Colonel, who cared much more about Hampshire than Hindostan, although the best years of his life had been spent under Indian skies. Hildrop Havenant pricked up his ears and forgot all about the War Office. "If the railway company had the pluck they ought to get that bill through next session," he said, meaning a bill for a loop between Winchester and Romsey. While the elder gentlemen prosed over their wine, the two younger men had found their way, first to the garden, for a cigar under the frosty moon, then back to Miss Wendover's pretty drawing-room, where Ida was playing Schumann's Traumerei at one end of the room, with Bessie for her only audience, while Miss Rylance, Miss Wendover, and the three matrons made a stately group around and about the fireplace. Urania was providing the great part of the conversation. She had spent a delightful fortnight in Cavendish Square at the end of November, and had been everywhere and seen everything, winter exhibitions, new plays. I had no idea there could be so many nice people in town out of the season," she said with a grand air. "But then my father knows all the nicest people. He cultivates no Philistines." The vicar's wife required to have this last remark explained to her. She only knew the Philistines of Scripture, an unfortunate people who seem always to have been in the wrong. "And you saw some good pictures?" inquired Aunt Betsy. "A few good ones, and acres of daubs," replied Urania. "Why will so many people paint? There are pictures which are an affliction to the eye, an outrage upon common sense. Instead of a huge gallery lined floor to ceiling with commonplace, why cannot we have a temple with a single Watts, or Burne-Jones, or Dante Bossetti, which one could go in and worship quietly in a subdued light?" "That is a horridly expensive way of seeing pictures," said the vicar's wife. "I hate paying a shilling for seeing a single picture. If it is ever so good, one feels one has so little for one's money. Now, at the Academy, there are always at least 50 pictures which delight me." "You must be very easy to please," said Urania.
"I am," replied the vicar's wife curtly, "and that is one of the blessings for which I am thankful to God. I hate your nil admiraris," added the lady, as if it were the name of a species.
After this Urania became suddenly interested in Schumann, and glided across the room to see what the music meant. "That is very sweet," she murmured, sinking into a seat by Bessie. "Classical, of course?" "Schumann," answered Ida briefly. "I thought so. It has that delicious vagueness one only finds in German music, a half-developed meaning, leaving wide horizons of melodious uncertainty." This was a conversational style which Miss Rylance had cultivated since her entrance into the small world of Kingthorpe, and the larger world of Cavendish Square, as a grown-up young woman. She had seen a good deal of a semi-artistic, quasi-literary circle, in which her father was the medical oracle, attending actresses and singers without any more substantial guerdon than free admittance to the best theatres on the best nights, prescribing for newspapermen and literary lions who sang his praises wherever they went. Urania had fallen at once into all the tricks and manners of the new school. She had taken to short waists and broad sashes, and a style of drapery which accentuated the elegant slimness of her figure. She affected out-of-the-way colours and quaint combinations, pale pinks and olive greens, tawny yellow and faded russet, and bought her gowns at a Japanese warehouse, where limp lengths of flimsy cashmere were mixed in artistic confusion with sixpenny teapots and paper umbrellas. In a word, Miss Rylance had become a disciple of the peacock feather school of art, and affected to despise every other development of intellect or beauty. This was the first time that she and Ida had met since the latter's return to Kingthorpe, except indeed for briefest greetings in the churchyard after morning service. Ida had not yet upbraided her for the trick of which she was the author and originator, but Urania was in no wise grateful for this forbearance. She had acted with deliberate maliciousness, and she wanted to know that her malice had given pain. The whole thing was a failure if it had not hurt the girl who had been audacious enough to outshine Miss Rylance, and to fascinate Miss Rylance's father. Urania had no idea that the physician had offered himself and his 2 houses to Ida Palliser, nay, had even pledged himself to sacrifice his daughter at the shrine of his new love. She knew that he admired Miss Palliser more than he had ever admired anyone else within her knowledge, and this was more than enough to make Ida hateful. Ida was particularly obnoxious this evening in that pale pink cashmere gown with a falling collar of fine old Brussels point, a Christmas gift from Mrs. Wendover. The gown might not have been the highest development of the Grosvenor Gallery School, but it was at once picturesque and becoming, and Ida was looking her loveliest. "Why have you never come to see me since your return?" inquired Urania with languid graciousness. "I did not think you wanted me," Ida answered coolly. "I am always glad to see my friends, I stop at home on Thursday afternoons on purpose. But perhaps you have not quite forgiven Bess and me for that little bit of fun we indulged in last September," said Urania. "I have quite forgiven Bess for her share of the joke," answered Ida, scanning Miss Rylance's smiling countenance with dark, scornful eyes, "because I know she had no idea of giving me pain." "But won't you forgive me, too? Are you going to leave me out in the cold?" "I don't think you care a straw whether I forgive or do not forgive you. You wanted to wound me, to humiliate me, and you succeeded, to a certain degree. But you see I have survived the humiliation. You did not hurt me quite so much as you intended, perhaps." "What a too absurd view to take of the thing!" cried Urania, with an injured air. "An innocent, practical joke, not involving harm of any kind, a little girlish prank played on the spur of the moment. I thought you were more sensible than to be offended, and much less seriously angry at any such nonsense." Ida contemplated her enemy silently for a few moments, as her hands wandered softly through one of those Kinderscenen which she knew by heart. "If I am mistaken in your motives, it is I who have to apologize," she said quietly. "Perhaps I am inclined to make too much of what is really nothing, but I detest all practical jokes, and I should have thought you were the very last person to indulge in one, Miss Rylance. Sportiveness is hardly in your line." "Nobody is always wise," murmured Urania, with her disagreeable simper. "Not even Miss Rylance?" questioned Ida, without looking up from the keys. "Please don't quarrel," pleaded Bessie, piteously. "Such a bad use for the last night of the year. It was more my fault than anyone else's, though the suggestion did certainly come from Urania, but no harm has come of it. Nor good either, I am sorry to say, and I have repented in sackcloth and ashes. Why should the dismal failure be raked up to-night?" "I should not have spoken of it if Miss Rylance had been silent," said Ida, and here, happily, the two young men came in, and made at once for the group of girls by the piano, whereupon Urania had an opportunity of parading her newest ideas, all second, third, or even fourth hand, before the young Oxonians. One young Oxonian was chillingly indifferent to the latter developments of modern thought, and had eyes for no one but Bessie, whose childish face beamed with smiles as he talked to her, although his homely theme was old Sam Jones's rheumatics, and the providence which had preserved Martha Morris's boy from instant death when he tumbled into the fire. It was only parish talk, but Bessie felt as happy as if one of the saints of old had condescended to converse with her. Proud and pleased, too, when Mr. Jardine told her how grateful old Jones was for her occasional visits, and how her goodness to Mrs. Morris had made a deep impression upon that personage, commonly reported to have a temper and to be altogether a difficult subject. The conversation drifted not unnaturally from parochial to more personal topics, and Mr. Jardine showed himself interested in Bessie's pursuits, studies, and amusements. "I hear so much of you from those two brothers of yours," said the curate. "Fine, frank fellows. They often join me in my walks." "I'm sure it is very good of you to have anything to say to them," replied Bessie, feeling, like other girls of 18, that there could hardly be anything more despicable, from a society point of view, than her two brothers. "They are laboriously idle all through the holidays." "Well, I dare say they might work a little more, with ultimate advantage," said Mr. Jardine, smiling. "But it is pleasant to see boys enjoying life so thoroughly. They are fond of all open-air amusements, and they are keen observers, and I find that they think a good deal, which is a stage towards work." "They are not utterly idiotic," sighed Bessie. "But they never read, and they break things in a dreadful way. The legs of our chairs snap under those two boys, as if old oak were touchwood. And Blanche and Eva, who ought to know better, devote all their energies to imitating them." The other gentlemen had come in by this time, and Dr. Rylance came gliding across the room with his gentlemanly but somewhat cat-like tread, and planted himself behind Ida, bending down to question her about her music, and letting her see that he admired her as much as ever, and had even forgiven her for refusing him. But she rose as soon as she decently could, and left the piano. "Miss Rylance will sing, I hope?" she said politely. Miss Wendover came over to make the same request, and Urania sang the last fashionable ballad, Blind Man's Holiday, in a hard, chilly voice, which was as unpleasant as a voice well could be without being actually out of tune. After this, Bessie sang Darby and Joan in a sweet contralto, but with a doleful slowness which hung heavily upon the spirits of the company, and a duly dismal effect having been produced, the young ladies were cordially thanked for leaving off. A pair of whist tables were now started for the elders, while the 3 girls and the 2 Oxonians still clustered round the piano, and seemed to find plenty to talk about till sweetly and suddenly upon the still night air came the silver tones of the church bells. Miss Wendover started up from the card table with a solemn look, as the curate opened a window and let in a flood of sound. A silent hush fell upon every one. "The new year is born," said Aunt Betsy. "May it spare us those we love, and end as peacefully for us as the year that is just dead." And then they all shook hands with each other and parted. The dance at the Knoll was a success, and Ida danced with the best men in the room, and was as much courted and admired as if she had been the greatest heiress in that part of Hampshire. Urania Rylance went simpering about the room telling everybody in the kindest way who Miss Palliser was, and how she had been an ill-used drudge at a suburban finishing school before that dear good Miss Wendover took her as a useful companion. But even that crushing phrase, useful companion, did not degrade Ida in the eyes of her admirers. "Palliser's a good name," said one youth. "There's a Vernon Palliser, knew him and his brother at Cambridge, members of the Alpine Club, great athletes. Any relation?" "Very distant, I should think, from what I know of Miss Palliser's circumstances," answered Miss Rylance, with an incredulous sneer. But Urania failed in making youth and beauty contemptible, and was fain to admit to herself that Ida Palliser was the belle of the room. Dr. Rylance, who had not been invited, but who looked so well and so young that no one could be angry with him for coming, hung upon Miss Palliser's steps and tortured her with his politeness. For Ida the festivity was not all happiness. She would have been happier at the homestead, sitting by the fire reading aloud to Miss Wendover, happier almost anywhere. For she had not only to endure a kind of gentlemanly persecution from Dr. Rylance, but she was tormented by an ever-present dread of Brian Walford's appearance. Bessie had sent him a telegram only that morning, imploring him, as a personal favour, to be present at her ball, vowing that she would be deeply offended with him if he did not come. And more than once in the course of the evening Bessie had told Ida that there was still time. There was a train now just due at Winchester, and that might have brought him. Ida breathed more freely after midnight, when it was obviously too late for anyone else to arrive. "It's all your fault," said Bessie pettishly. "If you had not treated him very unkindly at Mauleverer, he would be here tonight. He never failed me before." Ida reddened, and then grew very pale. "I see," she said. "You think I deprive you of your cousin's society. I will ask Miss Wendover to let me go back to France." "No, no, no, you inhumane creature! How can you talk like that? You know that I love you ever so much better than Brian, though he is my own kith and kin. I would not lose you for worlds. I don't care a straw about his coming, for my own sake. Only I should so like you to marry him and be one of us. Oh, here's that odious Dr. Rylance stealing after you. Aunt Betsy is quite right. The man would like to marry you, But you won't accept him, will you, darling? Not even to have your own house in Cavendish Square, a Victoria and a brougham, and all those blessings we hear so much about from Urania. Remember, you would have her for a stepdaughter into the bargain. Be assured, dear Bess, I shall never be Urania's stepmother. And now, darling, put all thoughts of matrimony out of your head, for me at least. That brief flash of Christmas and New Year's gaiety was soon over. The Knoll resumed its wonted domestic calm. Dr. Rylance went back to Cavendish Square, and only emerged occasionally from the London vortex to spend a peaceful day or two at Kingthorpe. His daughter was not installed as mistress of his town house, as she had fondly hoped would be the case. She was permitted to spend an occasional week, sometimes stretched to 10 days or a fortnight, in Cavendish Square, but the cook housekeeper and the clever German servant, half valet, half butler, still reigned supreme in that well-ordered establishment, and Urania felt that she had no more authority than a visitor. She dared not find fault with servants who had lived 10 years in her father's service, and who suited him perfectly, even had there been any legitimate reason for fault-finding, which there was not. Dr. Rylance, having got on so comfortably during the last 12 years of his life without a mistress for his town house, was disinclined to surrender his freedom to a daughter who had more than once ventured to question his actions, to hint that he was not all-wise. He considered it a duty to introduce his daughter into the pleasant circles where he was petted and made much of, and he fondly hoped she would speedily find a husband sufficiently eligible to be allowed the privilege of taking her off her father's hands. But in the meanwhile, Urania in London was somewhat of a bore, and Dr. Rylance was never more cheerful than when driving her to Waterloo Station. Miss Rylance's life, therefore, during this period alternated between rural seclusion and London gaiety. She came back to the pastoral phase of her existence with the feelings and demeanour of a martyr, and her only consolation was found in those calm airs of superiority which seemed justified by her intimate acquaintance with society, and her free use of a kind of jargon which she called modern thought. "How you can manage to exist here all year round without going out of your mind is more than I can understand," she told Bessie. "Well, I know Kingthorpe is dull," replied Bess, meekly, "but it's a dear old hole, and I never find the days too long, especially when those odious boys are at home." "But really, now, Bessie, don't you think it's time you should leave off playing with boys and begin wearing gloves?" sneered Urania. "I did wear gloves at Bournemouth, religiously. Mousquetaires up to my elbows. Never went out without them. No, Rainey, I am never dull at old Kingthorpe. And then there is always a hope of Bournemouth." "Bournemouth is worse than this," exclaimed Urania. "There is nothing so laboriously dismal as a semi-fashionable watering-place." Talk as she might, Miss Rylance could not sour Bessie's happy disposition with the vinegar of discontent. Hers was a sweet, joyous soul, and just now, had she dared to speak the truth, she would have said that this pastoral village of Kingthorpe, this cluster of fine old houses and comfortable cottages, grouped around an ancient parish church, was to her the central point of the universe, to leave which would be as Eve's banishment from Eden. The pure and tender heart had found its shrine, and laid down its offerings of reverent devotion. Mr. Jardine had said nothing as yet, but he had sedulously cultivated Bessie Wendover's society, and had made himself eminently agreeable to her parents, who could find no fault with a man who was at once a scholar and a gentleman, and who had an income which made him comfortably independent of immediate preferment. He was enthusiastic, and he could afford to give his enthusiasm full scope. Kingthorpe suited him admirably. It was a parish rich in sweet associations. The present vicar was a good, easy-going man, a high churchman of the old school rather than the new, yet able to sympathize with men of more advanced opinions and fiercer energies. Thus it was that while Miss Rylance found her bower at Kingthorpe a place of dulness and discontent, Bessie rose every morning to a new day of joys and gladness, which began oh so sweetly in the early morning service, in which John Jardine's deep musical voice gave new force and meaning to the daily lessons, new melody to the psalms. Ida was always present at this morning service, and the two girls used to walk home together through the dewy fields, sometimes one, sometimes the other going out of her way to accompany her friend. Bessie poured all her innocent secrets into Ida's ear, expatiating with sweet girlish folly upon every look and tone of Mr. Jardine's, asking Ida again and again if she thought that he cared ever so little for her. "You never tell me any of your secrets, Ida," she said reproachfully, after one of these lengthy discussions. "I am always prosing about my affairs until I must seem a lump of egotism. Why don't you make me listen sometimes? I should be deeply interested in any dream of yours, if it were ever so wild." "My darling, I have no dreams, wild or tame," said Ida. She could not say that she had no secret, having that one dreadful secret hanging over her and overshadowing her life. "And you have never been in love?" "Never. I once almost thought, that I was in love. It was like drifting away in a frail, dancing little boat over an unknown sea, all very well while the sun shone and the boat went gaily. Suddenly the boat fell to pieces, and I found myself in the cold, cruel water." "Horrid!" cried Bessie, with a shudder. "That could not have been real love." "No, dear, it was a will-o'-the-wisp, not the true light." "And you have got over it?" "Quite. I am perfectly happy in the life I lead now." This was the truth. There are these calm pauses in most lives, blessed intervals of bliss without passion, a period in which heart and mind are both at rest, and yet growing and becoming nobler and purer in the time of repose, just as the body grows during sleep. And thus Ida's life, full and useful, glided on, and the days went by only too swiftly, for it was never out of her mind that these days of tranquil happiness were numbered, that she was bound in honour to leave Kingthorpe before Brian Walford could feel the oppression of banishment from his kindred. At present Brian Walford was living in Paris, with an old college friend, both these youths being supposed to be studying the French language and literature, with a view to making themselves more valuable at the English bar. He had given up his chambers in the Temple, as too expensive for a man living from hand to mouth. He was understood to be contributing to the English magazines, and to be getting his living decently, which was better than languishing under the cognizance of the Lamb and Flag, with no immediate prospects of briefs. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The True Knight. Kingthorpe, beautiful even in the winter, with its noble panorama of hills and woods, was now looking its loveliest in the leafy month of June. Ida had been living with Miss Wendover nearly 8 months, and had become to her as a daughter, waiting upon her with faithful and loving service, always a bright and cheerful companion, joining with heart and hand in all good works. Her active life, her freedom from daily cares, had brightened her proud young beauty. She was lovelier than she had ever been as the belle of Mauleverer Manor, for that defiant look which had been the outcome of oppression had now given place to softness and smiles. The light of happiness beamed in her dark eyes. Between December and June this tranquil existence had scarcely been rippled by anything that could be called an event, save the one grand event of Bessie Wendover's life, her engagement to John Jardine, who had proposed quite unexpectedly, as Bessie declared, one evening in May, when the two had gone into a certain copse at the back of the Knoll Gardens, famous as the immemorial resort of nightingales. Here, instead of listening to the nightingales, or silently awaiting a gush of melody from those pensive birds, Mr. Jardine had poured out his own melodious strain, which took the form of an ardent declaration. Bessie, who had been doing he loves me not, with every flower in the garden, forgetting that from a botanical point of view the result was considerably influenced by the nature of the flower, pretended to be intensely surprised, made believe there was nothing further from her thoughts, and then, when her emboldened lover folded her to his breast, owned shyly and with tears that she had loved him desperately ever since Christmas, and that she would have been heartbroken had he married anyone else. Colonel and Mrs. Wendover received the curate's declaration with the coolness which is so aggravating in parents, who would hardly be elated if the sons of God came down once more to propose for the daughters of men. They both considered that Bessie was ridiculously young, much too young to receive an offer of marriage. They consented, ultimately, to an engagement, but Bessie was not to be married till after her 21st birthday. This meant 2 years from next September, and Mr. Jardine pleaded hard for a milder sentence. Surely 1 year would be long enough to wait, when Bessie and he were so sure of their own minds.
"Bessie is too young to be sure of anything," said the Colonel, "and 2 years will only give you time to find a living and a nice cosy vicarage, or rectory, as the case may be."
Mr. Jardine did not venture to remind Colonel Wendover that for him the cosiness of vicarage or rectory was a mere detail as compared with a worthy field for his labours. He meant to spend his life where it would be of most use to his fellow creatures, even although the call of duty should come to him from the smokiest of manufacturing towns, or in the flat, dull fields of Lincolnshire, among pitmen and stockingers. He was not the kind of man to consider the snug rectory houses or fat glebes, but rather the kind of man to take upon himself some long-neglected parish, and ruin himself in building church and schools. Fortunately for Bessie's hopes, however, Colonel Wendover did not know this. The curate complained to Aunt Betsy of her brother's hardness. "Why cannot we be married at the end of this year?" he said. "We have pledged ourselves to spend our lives together. Why should we not begin that bright new life, bright and new at least to me, in a few months? That would be ample time for the Colonel and Mrs. Wendover to get accustomed to the idea of Bessie's marriage." "But a few months will not make her old enough or wise enough for a clergyman's wife," said Miss Wendover. "She has plenty of wisdom, the wisdom of a generous and tender heart, the best kind of wisdom. All her instincts, all her impulses are pure and true and noble. What can age give her better than that? Girl as she is, my parish will be the better for her sweet influence. She will be the sunshine of my people's life as well as of mine. How will she grow wiser by living 2 years longer, and reading novels and dancing at Bournemouth? I don't want her to be worldly wise, and the better kind of wisdom comes from above. She will learn that in the quiet of her married home." "I see," said Miss Wendover, smiling at him. "You don't quite like the afternoon dances and tennis parties at Bournemouth." "Pray don't suppose I am jealous," said the curate. "My trust in my darling's goodness and purity is the strongest part of my love. But I don't want to see the best years of her youth, her freshness, her girlish energy and enthusiasm, frittered away upon dances and tennis and dress, which has lately been elevated into an art. I want her help, I want her sympathy, I want her for my own, the better part of myself, going hand in hand with me in all my hopes and acts." "2 years sounds a long time," said Miss Wendover, musingly.
And I suppose at your age and Bessie's it is a long time, though at mine the years flow onward with such a gliding motion that it is only one's looking-glass and the quarterly accounts that tell one time is moving. However, I have seen a good many of these 2-year engagements. Yes, and I have seldom seen one of them last a 12-month. They have ended unhappily? Quite the contrary. They have ended in a premature wedding. The young people have put their heads together and have talked over the flinty-hearted parents, and some bright morning, when the father and the mother have been in a good temper, the order for the trousseau has been given. The bridesmaids have received notice, and in 6 weeks the whole business was over, and the old people rather glad to have got rid of a love-sick damsel and her attendant swain. There is no greater nuisance in a house than engaged sweethearts. Who knows whether you and Bessie may not be equally fortunate? I hope we may be so, said the curate. But I don't think we shall make ourselves obnoxious. Oh, of course you think not. Every man believes himself superior to every form of silliness, but I never saw a lover yet who did not lapse sooner or later into mild idiocy. Amer et sapere with Dio conceditur. Of course, indeed, with the gods of Olympus it was quite the other way. Nothing could be more absurd than their goings-on. Ida was delighted at her friend's happiness, and was never tired of hearing about Mr. Jardine's virtues. Love had already begun to exercise a sobering influence upon Bessie. She no longer romped with the boys, and she wore gloves. She had become very studious of her appearance, but all those little coquettish arts of the toilette which she had learned last autumn at Bournemouth, the cluster of flowers pinned on her shoulder, the laces and frivolities, were eschewed, lest Mr. Jardine should be reminded of the wanton-eyed daughters of Zion, with their twinkling ornaments and chains and bracelets and mufflers and rings and nose-jewels. She began to read with a view to improving her mind, and plodded laboriously through certain books of the advanced Anglican school which her lover had told her were good. But she learnt a great deal more from Mr. Jardine's oral instructions than from any books, and when the Winchester boys came home for an occasional Sunday, they found her brimful of ecclesiastical knowledge, and at once nicknamed her the perambulating rubric, or by the name of any feminine saint which their limited learning suggested. Fortunately for Bessie, however, their jests were not unkindly meant, and they liked Mr. Jardine, whose knowledge of natural history, the ways and manners of every creature that flew, or walked, or crawled, or swam in that region of hill and valley, made him respectable in their eyes. "He's not half a bad fellow for a parson," said Horatio condescendingly. "And wouldn't he make a jolly schoolmaster?" exclaimed Reginald. "Boys would get on capitally with Jardine. They'd never try to bosh him." "Schoolmaster, indeed," echoed Bessie, with an offended air. "I suppose you think it wouldn't be good enough for him? You expect him to be made an archbishop off-hand, without being educated up to his work by the rising generation. No doubt you forget that there have been such men as Arnold and Temple and Moberly. Pray, what higher office can a man hold in this world than to form the minds of the rising generation?" "I wish your master would form your manners," said Bessie, "for they are simply detestable." It was nearly the end of June, and the song of the nightingales was growing rarer in the twilight woods. Ida started early one heavenly midsummer morning, with her book and her luncheon in a little basket, to see the old lodge-keeper at Wendover Abbey, who had nursed the elder Wendovers when they were babies in the nurseries at the Abbey, and who had lived in a Gothic cottage at the gate, built on purpose for her by the last squire, ever since her retirement from active service. This walk to the Abbey was one of Ida's favourite rambles, and on this June morning the common, the wood, the cornfields, and distant hills were glorious with that fleeting beauty of summer which gives a glamour to the most commonplace scenery. She had a long idle morning before her, a thing which happened rarely. Miss Wendover had driven to Romsey with the Colonel and his wife,
to lunch with some old friends in the neighbourhood of that quiet town, and was not likely to be home till afternoon tea. Bessie was left in charge of the younger members of the household, and was further deeply engaged in an elaborate piece of ecclesiastical embroidery, all crimson and gold and peacock floss, which she hoped to finish before All Saints' Day. Old Mrs. Rouse, the gatekeeper, was delighted to see Miss Palliser. The young lady was a frequent visitor, for the old woman was entitled to particular attention as a sufferer from chronic rheumatism, unable to do more than just crawl into her little patch of garden or to the grass plat before her door on a sunny afternoon. Her days were spent, for the most part, in an armchair in front of the neat little grate, where a handful of fire burnt, winter and summer, diffusing a turfy odour. Ida liked to hear the old woman talk of the past. She had been a bright young girl, under nurse when the old squire was born, and now the squire had been lying at rest in the family vault for nigh upon 15 years, and here she was still, without kith or kin, or a friend in the world except the Wendovers. She liked to hold forth upon the remarkable events of her life, from her birth in a labourer's cottage, about half a mile from the Abbey, to the last time she had been able to walk as far as the parish church, now 5 years ago. She was cheerful, yet made the most of her afflictions, and seemed to think that chronic rheumatism of her particular type was a social distinction. She was also proud of her advanced age, and had hopes of living into the 90s, and having her death recorded in the county papers. That romantic feeling about the Abbey, which had taken possession of Ida's mind on her first visit, had hardly been lessened by familiarity with the place, or even by those painful associations which made the spot fatal to her. The time-old deserted mansion was still to her fancy a poem in stone, and although she could not think about its unknown master without a shudder, recalling her miserable delusion, she could not banish his image from her thoughts when she roamed about the park or explored the house where the few old servants had grown fond of her and suffered her to wander at will. When she had spent an hour with Mrs. Rouse, she walked on to the Abbey, and seated herself to eat her sandwiches and read her beloved Shelley under the cedar beneath which she and the Wendover party had picnicked so gaily on the day of her first visit. Shelley harmonized with her thoughtful moods, for with most of his longer poems there is interwoven that sense of wrong and sorrow, that idea of a life spoiled and blighted by the oppression of stern social laws, which could but remind Ida of her own entanglement. She had bound herself by a chain that could never be broken, and here she read of how all noblest and grandest impulses are above the law, and refuse to be so bound, and how, in such cases, it is noble to defy and trample upon the law. A kind of heroic lawlessness, spiritualized and diffused in a cloud of exquisite poetry, was what she found in her Shelley, and it comforted her to know that before her time there had been lofty souls caught in the web of their own folly. When she was tired of reading, she went into the Abbey. The great hall door stood open to admit the summer air and sunshine. Ida wandered from one room to another as freely as if she had been in her own house, knowing that any servant she met would be pleased to see her there. The old housekeeper was a devoted admirer of Miss Palliser. The 2 young housemaids were her pupils in a class which met every Sunday afternoon for study of the Scriptures. She had no fear of being considered an intruder. Many of the casements stood open, and there was the scent of flowers in the silent old rooms, where all was neat and prim, albeit a little faded and grey. Ida loved to explore the library, where the books were for the most part quaint and old, original editions of 17th and 18th century books, in sober, substantial bindings. It was pleasant to take out a volume of one of the old poets, or the 18th century essayists, and to read a few stanzas, or a paper of Addison's or Steele's, standing by the open window in the air and sunlight. The rooms in which she roamed at will were the public apartments of the Abbey, and although beautiful in her eyes, they had the stiffness and solemnity of rooms which are not for the common uses of daily life. But on one occasion Mrs. Mawley, the housekeeper, in a particularly communicative mood, showed her the suite of rooms in which Mr. Wendover lived when he was alone, and here, in the study where he read and wrote and smoked and brooded in those long quiet days, she saw those personal belongings which gave at least some clue to the character of the man. Here, on shelves which lined the room from floor to ceiling, she saw the books which Brian Wendover had collected for his own especial pleasure, and the neatness of their arrangement and classification told her that the master of Wendover Abbey was a man of calm temper and orderly habits. "You'll never see a book out of place when he leaves the room," said Mrs. Mawley. "I've seen him take down 50 volumes of a morning when he's at his studies. I've seen the table covered with books, and books piled on the carpet at each side of his chair, but they'd all be back on their shelves as neat as a new pin when I went to tidy up the room after him. I never allow no butter-fingered girls in this room, except to sweep or scrub under my own eye. There's not many ornaments, but what there is precious, and the apple of master's eye." It was a lovely room, with a panelled oak ceiling and a fine old oak mantelpiece, on which there were 3 or 4 pieces of oriental crackle. The large oak writing-table was neatly arranged with crimson leather blotting-book, dispatch-box, old silver inkstand, and a pair of exquisite bronze statues of Apollo and Mercury, which seemed the presiding geniuses of the place. "I don't believe Mr. Wendover could get on with his studies if those 2 figures weren't there," said Mrs. Mawley. The rooms were kept always aired and ready. No one knew at what hour the master might return. He was a good master, honoured and beloved by the old servants, who had known him from his infancy, and his lightest whim was respected. The fact that he should have given the best part of his life since he left Oxford to roving about foreign countries was lamented, but this roving temper was regarded as only an eccentric manner of sowing those wild oats which youth must in some wise scatter, and it was hoped that with ripening years he would settle down and spend his days in the home of his ancestors. He might come home at any time, he had informed Miss Mawley in his letter, received 6 weeks ago. That glimpse of the room in which he lived gave Ida a vivid idea of the man, the calm, orderly student who had won high honours at the university, and was never happier than when absorbed in books that took him back to the very past which was presided over by the 2 pagan gods on the writing-table. She noted that the wide block of books nearest Mr. Wendover's chair were all Greek and Latin, and straying round the room she found Homers and Horaces, Greek playwrights and historians, repeating themselves many times, in various quaint, costly editions. A scholar, evidently, perhaps pragmatical and priggish. Bessie's coolness about her cousin implied that he was not altogether agreeable. "Perhaps I should have liked him no better than the false Brian," she said to herself to-day, as she stood musing before the old brown books in the library, thinking of that more individual collection which she had been allowed to inspect on her last visit. She shuddered at the image of that other Brian, remembering but too vividly how she had last seen him, kneeling to her, claiming her as his own. God! Could he so claim her? Was she verily his to summon at his will? His by the law of heaven and earth, and only enjoying her liberty by his sufferance? The thought was horrible. She snatched a book from the shelf, anything to distract her mind. Happily, the book was Shakespeare, and she was soon lost in Lear's woes, wilder, deeper than any sorrow she had ever tasted. She read for an hour, the soft air fanning her, the sun shining upon her, the scent of roses and lilies breathing gently round her as she sat in the deep oak window-seat. Then the clock struck 3, and it was time to think of leaving this enchanted castle, where no prince or princess of fairy tale ever came. There was no need for haste. She might depart at her leisure, and dawdle as much as she pleased on her homeward way. All she wanted was to be seated neat and trim in a carefully arranged room, ready to pour out Aunt Betsy's afternoon tea, when the Cobbs returned from Romsey. She put Lear back in his place, and strolled slowly through the rooms, opening one into another, to the hall, where she stopped idly to look at her favourite picture, that portrait of Sir Tristram Wendover, which was attributed to Van Dyck, a noble portrait, and with much of Van Dyck's manner, whoever the painter. It occupied the place of honour in a richly carved panel above the wide chimney-piece, a trophy of arms arranged on each side. Ida stood gazing dreamily at that picture, the dark, earnest eyes, under strongly marked brows, the commanding features, somewhat ruggedly modelled, but fine in their general effect. A Rembrandt face, every line telling, a face in which manhood and intellect predominated over physical beauty. And yet, to Ida's fancy, the face was the finest she had ever seen. It was her ideal of the knightly countenance, the face of the man who has won many a hard fight over all comers, and has beaten the last and worst enemy, his own lower nature, leaving the lofty soul paramount over the world, the flesh, and the devil. So must Lancelot have looked, Ida thought, towards the close of life, when conscience had conquered passion. It was a face that showed the traces of sorrow lived down and temptations overcome. A face which must have been a living reproof to the butterfly sybarites of Charles II's court. Ida knew no more of Sir Tristram's history than that he had been a brave soldier and a faithful servant of the Stuarts in evil and good fortune, that he had married somewhat late in life, to become the father of only one son, from whom the present race of Wendovers were descended. Ida had tried in vain to discover any resemblance to this pictured face in the Colonel or his sister, but it was only to be supposed that the characteristics of the loyal knight had dwindled and vanished from the Wendover countenance with the passage of 2 centuries. "No, there is not one of them has that noble look," murmured Ida, thinking aloud as she turned to leave the hall. She found herself face to face with a man, who stood looking at her with friendly eyes, which in their earnest expression and grave dark brows curiously resembled the eyes of the picture. Her heart gave one leap, and then seemed to stand still. There could be only one man in the world with such a face as that, and in this house. Yes, it was a modified copy of the portrait. Younger, the features less rugged, the skin paler and less tawny, the expression less intense. Yet even here, despite the friendly smile, there was a gravity, a look of determination which verged upon severity. This time she was not deceived. This was that very Brian Wendover whom she had thought of in her foolish daydreams, the first romantic fancy of her girlhood, last year. And now, in the flush and glory of summer, he stood before her, smiling at her with eyes which seemed to invite her friendship. "I am glad you like my ancestor's portrait," he said. "I could not resist watching you for the last 5 minutes as you stood in rapt contemplation of the hero of our race, so unlike the manner of most visitors to the Abbey, who give Sir Tristram a casual glance and go on to the next feature in the housekeeper's catalogue." She stood with burning cheeks, looking downward, like a guilty thing, and for a moment or two could hardly speak. Then she said, faltering, "It's a very interesting portrait," after which brilliant remark she stood looking helplessly towards the open door, which she could not reach without passing the stranger. "I think I have the pleasure of speaking to Miss Palliser," he said. "Old Mrs. Rowles told me you were here. I am Brian Wendover." Ida made him a little curtsy, so flattering, so uncertain, as to have elicited the most severe reproof from Madame Rigolette could she have seen her pupil at this moment. "I hope you do not mind," she said hesitatingly. "Bessie and I have roamed about the Abbey often while you were away, and to-day I came alone and have been reading in the library for an hour or so."
"I am delighted that the old house should not be quite abandoned."
How different his tone in speaking of the Abbey from the false Brian's! There was a tenderness and pride of race in every word.
"And I hope that my return will not scare either you or Bessie away, that you will come here as often as you feel inclined. I am something of a recluse when I am at home."
"You are very kind," said Ida, moving a little way toward the door. "Have you been to the Knoll yet?"
"I have only just come from Winchester. I landed at Hull yesterday afternoon, and have been travelling ever since. But I am very anxious to see my aunts and cousins, especially Aunt Betsy. If you will allow me, I will walk back to Kingthorpe with you."
Ida looked miserable at the suggestion. I don't think Miss Wendover will be at home just yet," she said. "She has gone to the Grange, near Romsey, you know, to luncheon."
"But a luncheon doesn't last forever. What time do you expect her back?"
"Not till 5 at the earliest."
"And it is nearly 3:30. If you'll allow me to come with you, I can lounge in that dear old orchard till Aunt Betty comes home to give me some tea."
What could Ida say to this very simple proposition? To object would have been prudish in the last degree. Brian Wendover could not know what manifold and guilty reasons she had for shrinking away from any association with him. He could not know that for her there was something akin to terror in his name, that a sense of shame mingled with her every thought of him. For him she must needs be as other women, and it was her business to make him believe that he was to her as other men. "I shall be very happy," she said, and then, with a final effort, she added, "But are you not tired after your journey? Would it not be wiser to rest, and to go to the homestead a little later, at 7:30, when you are sure of finding Miss Wendover at home?"
"I'd rather risk it and go now. I am only tired of railway travelling, smoke and sulphur, dust and heat. A quiet walk across the common and through the wood will be absolute refreshment and repose." After this there was nothing to be said, and they went out into the carriage-way in front of the Abbey, side by side, and across the broad expanse of turf, on which the cedars flung their wide stretching shadows, and so by the park to the cornfields, where the corn waved green and tall, and to the open common, above which the skylarks were soaring and singing as if the whole world were wild with joy. They had not much to talk about, being such utter strangers to each other, and Brian Wendover naturally reserved and inclined to silence, but the little he did say was made agreeable by a voice of singular richness and melody, just such a voice as that deep and thrilling organ which Canon Moseley had described in the famous Provost of Oriel, and which was a marked characteristic of at least one of Bishop Copplestone's nephews, a voice which gives weight and significance to mere commonplace. Ida, not prone to shyness, was to-day as one stricken dumb. She could not think of this man walking by her side, so unconscious of evil, without unutterable humiliation. If he had been an altogether commonplace man, pompous, underbred, ridiculous in any way, the situation would have been a shade less tragic. But he came too near her ideal. This was the kind of man she had dreamed of, and she had accepted in his stead the first frivolous, foppish youth whom chance had presented to her under a borrowed name. Her own instinct, her own imagination, had told her the kind of man Brian of the Abbey must needs be, and, in her sordid craving for wealth and social status, she had allowed herself to be fobbed off with so poor a counterfeit. And now her very ideal, the dark-browed knight, with quiet dignity of manner and that deep, earnest voice, had come upon the scene, and she thought of her folly with a keener shame than had touched her yet. Brian walked at her side, saying very little, but not unobservant.
He knew a good deal about this Miss Palliser from Bessie's letters, which had given him a detailed account of her chosen friend. He knew that the damsel had carried on a clandestine flirtation with his cousin, and had been expelled from Malvero Manor in consequence. And these facts, albeit Bessie had pictured her friend as the innocent victim of tyranny and wrong, had not given him a favourable opinion of his cousin's chosen companion. A girl who would meet a lover on the sly, a girl who was ignominiously ejected from a boarding school, although clever and useful there, could not be a proper person for his cousin to know. He was sorry that Aunt Betsy's good nature had been stronger than her judgment, and that she had brought such a girl to Kingthorpe as a permanent residence. He had imagined her a flashy damsel, underbred, with a vulgar style of beauty, a superficial cleverness, and all those baser arts by which the needy sometimes ingratiate themselves into the favour of the rich. Nothing could be more different from his fancy picture than the girl by whose side he was walking, under that cloudless sky, where the larks were singing high up in the blue. What did he see as he gravely contemplated the lady by his side? A perfect profile, in which refinement was as distinctly marked as beauty of line, darkly fringed lids drooping over lovely eyes, which looked at him shyly, shrinkingly, with unaffected modesty, when compelled to look, a tall and beautifully modelled figure, set off by a simple white gown, glorious dark hair, crowned with the plainest of straw hats. There was nothing flashy or vulgar here, no trace of bad breeding in tone or manner. Was this a girl to carry on illicit flirtations, to be mean or underhand, to do anything meriting expulsion from a genteel boarding school? 1,000 times no. He began to think that Bessie was right, that Aunt Betsy's judgment, face to face with the actual facts, had been wiser than his own view of the case at a distance. And then, suddenly remembering upon what grounds he was arriving at this more liberal view, he began to feel scornful of himself, after the manner of your thinking man given to metaphysics. "Heaven help me, I'm as weak as the rest of my sex," he said to himself. "Because she is lovely, I'm ready to think she is good, ready to fall into the old trap which has snapped its wicked jaws upon so many victims. However, be she what she may, at the worst she is not vulgar. I'm glad of that for Bessie's sake." He tried to make a little conversation during the rest of the way, asking about different members of the Wendover family, and telling Ida some stray facts about his late wanderings. But she did not encourage him to talk. Her answers were faltering, her manner absent-minded. He began to think her stupid, and yet he had been told that she was a wonder of cleverness. "I dare say her talent all lies in her fingers' ends," he thought. "She plays Beethoven and works in crewels. That is a girl's idea of feminine genius. Perhaps she makes her own gowns, which is a higher flight, since it involves usefulness." It was 4 o'clock when they went in at the little orchard gate, and Miss Wendover could hardly be expected for an hour. What was Ida to do with her guest, unless he kept his word and stayed in the orchard? "Shall I send you out the newspapers or any refreshment?" she asked. There were rustic tables and chairs, a huge Japanese umbrella, every accommodation for lounging, in that prettiest bit of the spacious old orchard which adjoined the garden, and here Ida made this polite offer of refreshment for mind or body. "No, thank you. I'll stay here and smoke a cigarette. I can get on very well without newspapers, having lived so long beyond easy reach of them." She left him, but glancing back at the garden gate, she saw him take a book from his pocket and settle himself in one of the basket chairs, with a luxurious air, like a man perfectly content. This was a kind of thing quite new to her in her experience of the Wendovers, who were not a bookish race. She went into the house and made all her little preparations for afternoon tea, filling the vases with freshly cut flowers, drawing up blinds, arranging book tables, work baskets, curtains, all the details of the prettiest drawing-room in Kingthorpe,
but walking to and fro all the while like a creature in a dream. She had not half recovered from her surprise, her painful wonder at Brian Wendover's appearance, at his strange likeness to her ideal knight, strange to her, but not miraculous, since such hereditary faces are to be found after the lapse of centuries. When all her small duties had been performed, she went up to her room, bathed her face and brushed her hair, and put on a fresher gown, and then sat down to read, trying to lose herself in the thoughts of another mind, trying to forget this embarrassment, this sense of humiliation which had come upon her. She sat thus for half an hour or so, reading The Caxtons, one of her favourite novels, and felt a little more composed and philosophical when the rhythmical beat of Brimstone and Treacle's 8 iron shoes told her that Miss Wendover had returned. She ran to the gate to welcome this kind friend, looking so fresh and bright in her clean white gown that Aunt Betsy saw no sign of the past struggle. "Mr. Wendover is here," she said shyly, when Aunt Betsy had kissed her and given her some brief account of the day's adventures. The rest of the party had been deposited at the knoll. "Whom do you mean by Mr. Wendover, child?" "Mr. Wendover of the Abbey. He is reading in the orchard." "Of course. I never saw him without a book in his hand. So he has come back at last. I am very glad. He is a good fellow, a little too reserved and self-contained, too fond of brooding over some beautiful truism of Plato's, when he ought to be thinking of deep drainage and a new schoolhouse. But a good fellow for all that, and always ready with his cheque-book. Let us go and look for him." "You will find him in the orchard," said Ida. "I will go and hurry on the tea. You must want some tea after your dusty drive."
"Dusty!" exclaimed Miss Wendover. "We are positively smothered. Yes, I am dying for my tea, but I must see this nephew of mine first."
Ida went back to the drawing-room, where everything was perfectly ready, as she knew very well beforehand, but she shrank with a sickly dread from any further acquaintance with the master of Wendover Abbey. She hoped that he and his aunt might say all they had to say to each other in the orchard, and that he would go on to the knoll to pay his respects to the rest of his relations. In this she was disappointed. Scarcely had she seated herself before the tea-table when Aunt Betsy and her nephew entered through the open window.
"You two young people have contrived to get acquainted without my aid," said Miss Wendover cheerily. "So there's no necessity for any introduction. Now, Brian, sit down and make yourself comfortable. Give him some tea, Ida. I believe he is just civilized enough to like tea, in spite of his wanderings. On account of them, you might as well say, Aunt Betsy. I drank nothing but tea in Scandinavia. It was the easiest thing to get."
Ida's occupation at the table gave her an excuse for silence. She had only to attend to her cups and saucers, and to listen to Miss Wendover and her nephew, who had plenty to talk about. To hear that deep, full voice, with its perfect intonation, was in itself a pleasure. Pleasant also to discover that Brian Wendover, albeit a famous Balliol man and a Greek scholar after the Porsonian ideal, could still be warmly interested in simple things and lowly folk. She began to feel at ease in his presence. She began to perceive that here was a thoroughly noble nature, a mind so lofty and liberal that even had the man known of her pitiful, sordid story, he would have been more inclined to be compassionate than to condemn. Having recovered her favourite nephew after so long a severance, Aunt Betsy was in no wise disposed to let him go. She insisted upon his staying to dinner, and before the evening was over, Ida found herself quite at home with the dreaded master of the Abbey. At Miss Wendover's request she played for nearly an hour, and Brian listened with evident appreciation, sitting at his ease just outside the open window, among the roses and lilies of June, under a moonlit sky. It was a calm, peaceful, rational kind of evening, and Ida's mind was tranquilized by the time it was over, and when she went to her room, after a friendly parting with Miss Wendover's nephew, She told herself that she was not likely to be often troubled with his society. He was too much a lover of learned solitude to be likely to be interested in the small amusements and occupations of the family at the Knoll. Too much in the clouds to concern himself with Aunt Betsy's various endeavours to improve her poor neighbours in themselves and their surroundings. She did not long remain under this delusion. She was busy in the garden with basket and scissors, trimming away faded roses and cankered buds from the luxuriance of bush and standard, arch and trellis, at 11 o'clock next morning, when she heard the garden gate open, and beheld Mr. Wendover, Bessie, and Urania coming across the lawn. "We are going for a botanical prowl in the woods," said Bessie, "and we want you to come with us. You are always anxious to improve your mind, and here is a grand opportunity for you. Brian is a tremendous botanist, and Mr. Jardine is not an ignoramus in that line." "Oh, then Mr. Jardine is going to prowl too?" said Ida, smiling at her. "Yes, he is going to give himself a holiday for once in a way. Blanche is packing a basket. She and Eva are to have the car, but the rest of us are going to walk. Come along, Ida, just as you are. We are going to grovel and grub after club mosses and toadstools. Your oldest gown is too good." "Please wear a white gown, as you did yesterday," said Brian. "White has such a lovely effect amidst the lights and shadows of the wood." "Isn't it rather too violent a contrast?" argued Urania. "A faint sage green, or a pale grey, or even that too lovely terracotta red." "Flower pot colour!" screamed Bessie. "Horrid!" "I should like to go," faltered Ida, "but I have so much to do, an afternoon class. No, it is quite impossible. Thank you very much for thinking of me, all the same." "You utterly disagreeable thing!" exclaimed Bessie, and at this moment Miss Wendover came upon the scene, from the adjacent greenhouse, where she had been working diligently with sponge and water-pot. She heard the rights and wrongs of the case, and insisted that Ida should go. "Never mind the afternoon class, I'll take that. You work hard enough, child. You must have a holiday sometimes." "I had a holiday yesterday, Aunt Betsy, and really I had rather not go. The day is so very warm, and I have a slight headache already." "Go and lose it in the wood, where Rosalind lost her heartache. Nothing like a long ramble when one is a little out of sorts. Go and get rid of your basket, and get your sunshade. Where are you going for your botanizing?" "All over the world," said Bessie. "Just as fancy leads us. If you will promise to meet us anywhere, we'll be there." "So be it," replied Aunt Betsy. "Suppose we arrange a tea meeting. I will be ready for you by the Queen Beech, in Framley Wood, as the clock strikes 5, and we will all come home together. Now run away before the day gets old. Glad to see you unbending for once in a way, Urania." Miss Rylance had been curiously willing to unbend this morning, when Bessie ran in and surprised her at her morning practice with the wonderful tidings of Brian's return. She appeared delighted at the idea of a botanizing expedition, though she cared as little for botany as she did for Hebrew. But when a young lady of large aspirations is compelled to vegetate in a village, even after her presentation at court and introduction into society, she is naturally avid for the society of the one eligible man in the parish. "Mr. Jardine is coming with us," Bessie told her, as a further temptation. Urania gave her hand a little squeeze, and murmured, "Yes, darling, I'll come. Mr. Jardine is so nice. Will my frock do?" The frock was of the pre-Raphaelite or Bedford Parkian order, short-waisted, flowing, and flabby, colour the foliage of a lavender bush, relieved by a broad brick-dust sash. An amber necklace, a large limp leghorn hat with a sunflower in it, and a pair of long yellow gloves completed Urania's costume. "Your frock will be spoilt in the woods," said Bessie. But Urania did not mean to do much botanical work, and she was not afraid of spoiling her frock. They found Mr. Jardine waiting for them at the churchyard gate, and to him Bessie presented her cousin,
somewhat reversing the ceremonial order of things, since Brian Wendover was the patron of the living, and could have made John Jardine vicar on the arising of a vacancy. Brian and the curate walked on ahead with Miss Rylance, who seemed bent upon keeping them both in conversation, and Bessie fell back a little way with Ida. "You dearest darling!" she exclaimed, squeezing her arm rapturously. "What has happened, Bess? Why such unusual radiance? Do you suppose I am not glad of Brian's return? I thought you liked the other one best." "Well, yes. One is more at home with him, don't you see? This one was a double first, got the Ireland scholarship. Why Ireland, when it was at Oxford he got it. He is awfully learned, knows Greek plays by heart, just as that sweet Mr. Brandram, who came last winter to read for the new schoolhouse, knows Shakespeare. But I am very fond of him all the same. And oh, Ida, what a too heavenly thing it would be if he were to fall in love with you." "Bessie!" exclaimed Ida, with an indignant frown. "Don't look so angry. You should have heard how he spoke of you this morning at breakfast. Such praise. Approbation from St. Hubert what's-his-name is praise indeed, don't you know? There's Shakespeare for you," added Bessie, whose knowledge of polite literature had its limits. "Bessie, you contrived once, meaning no harm, of course, to give me great pain, to humiliate me to the very dust," said Ida seriously. "Let us have no more such fooling. Your cousin is your cousin, quite out of my sphere. However civil he may be to me, however kindly he may speak of me, he can never be any more to me than he is at this moment." "Very well," said Bess meekly. "I will be as silent as the grave. I don't think I said anything very offensive, but I apologize. Do you think you would very much mind kissing me, just as if nothing had happened?" Ida clasped the lovable damsel in her arms and kissed her warmly. And now Mr. Jardine turned back and joined them at the entrance to a wood supposed to be particularly rich in mosses, flowers, and fungi. Urania still absorbed the attention of Mr. Wendover, who strolled by her side and listened somewhat languidly to her disquisitions upon various phases of modern thought. "What a beautiful girl Bessie has discovered for her bosom friend," he said presently. "Miss Palliser, yes, she is quite too lovely, is she not?" said Urania, with that air of heartiness which every well-trained young woman assumes when she discusses a rival beauty. "But she has not the purity of the early Italian manner. It is a Carlo Dolci face, the beauty of the Florentine decadence. I was at school with her." "So I understood. Were you great friends?" "No," replied Miss Rylance decisively. "If we had been at school for as many years as it took to evolve man from the lowest of the vertebrata, we should have not been friends." "I understand. The thousandth part of an inch, unbridged, is as metaphysically impassable as the gulf which divides us from the farthest nebula. In your case there was no conveying medium, no sympathy to draw you together," said Brian, answering the young lady in her own coin. She glanced at him doubtfully, rather inclined to think he was laughing at her. If anyone could laugh at Miss Rylance. "She was frankly detestable," said Urania. "I endure her here for Bessie's sake, just as I would endure the ungraceful curves of a dachshund if Bess took it into her head to make a pet of one. But at school I could keep her at a distance." "What has she done to offend you?" "Done? Nothing. She exists. That is quite enough. Her whole nature, her moral being, is antagonistic to mine. What is your opinion of a young woman who declares in cold blood that she means to marry for money?" "Not a pleasant avowal from such lips, certainly," said Brian. "She may have been only joking. After events showed that she was in earnest." "How so? Has she married for money? I thought she was still Miss Palliser." "Oh, she is, but that is not her fault. She tried her hardest to secure a husband whom she supposed to be rich." And then Miss Rylance told how in frolic mood his penniless cousin had been palmed upon Miss Palliser as the owner of the Abbey,
how she had fallen readily into the trap, and had carried on a clandestine acquaintance which had resulted in her expulsion from the school where she had filled the subordinate position of pupil-teacher. I have heard most of this before from Bessie, but not the full particulars of the practical joke which put Brian Walford in my shoes," said Mr. Wendover. He felt more shocked, more wounded than there was need for him to feel, perhaps, but the girl's beauty had charmed him, and he was prepared to think her a goddess. "How do you know that Miss Palliser did not like my cousin for his own sake?" he speculated presently. "Brian Walford is a very nice fellow." "She did not like him well enough to marry him when she knew the truth," replied Urania. "I believe the poor fellow was passionately in love with her. She encouraged him, fooled him to the top of his bent, and then flung him over directly she found he was not the rich Mr. Wendover. He has never been to Kingthorpe since." "That would show how deeply he was wounded. The fooling was not all on her side," said Mr. Wendover. "She had a right to resent the trick that had been played upon her. I am surprised that Bessie could lend herself to such a mean attempt to put her friend at a disadvantage." "Oh, I'm sure Bessie meant only the most innocent fun. Her tremendous animal spirits carry her away sometimes, don't you know? And then again, she thinks her chosen friend perfection. She could not understand that Miss Palliser could really marry a man for the sake of his houses and lands. I knew her better." "And it was you who hatched the plot, I think," said Brian. Miss Rylance had not been prepared to admit as much. She intended Bessie to bear whatever blame there might be attached to this escapade in Mr. Wendover's mind, but it seemed from this remark of his that Bessie had betrayed her. "I may have thrown out the idea when your cousin suddenly appeared upon the scene. We were all in wild spirits that day, and really Miss Palliser had made herself very absurd by her romantic admiration of the Abbey." "Well, I hope this young ladylike conspiracy did no harm," said Brian. "But I have a hearty abhorrence of all practical jokes." They were in a deep, rutty lane by this time, a lane with banks rich in ferns and floral growth, and here came Blanche and Eva and the youngest boy, released from Latin grammar and Greek delectus, at an earlier hour than usual. The car was sent on to the wood, and Bessie and her two sisters produced their fern trowels and began digging and delving for rare specimens, real or imaginary, assisted by Mr. Jardine, who had more knowledge but less enthusiasm than the girls. "I can't think what you can want with more ferns," said Urania disdainfully. "Every corner at the Knoll has its fernery." "Oh, but one can't have too much of a good thing, and then there is the pleasure of looking for them. Aren't you going to hunt for anything?" "Thanks, no. It is a day for basking rather than work. Shall we go to the end of the lane? There is a lovely view from there, and sit and bask." "With all my heart," replied Mr. Wendover. "Come, Miss Palliser, of course you'll join the basking detachment." Urania would have liked to leave Ida out of the business, but she smiled sweetly at Mr. Wendover's speech, and they all three strolled to the end of the lane, which ascended all the way, till they found themselves upon a fine upland, with a lovely view of woodland and valley stretching away towards Alresford. Here in the warm June sunshine they seated themselves on a ferny bank to wait for the diggers and delvers below. It was verily weather in which to bask, and was quite the most rapturous enjoyment. The orchestral harmonies of summer insects made a low, drowsy music around them. There was just enough air to faintly stir the petals of the dog roses without blowing them from their frail stems. The dazzling light above, the cool verdure around, made a delicious contrast. Ida looked dreamily across the bold grassy downs, with here and there a patch of white, which shone like a jewel in the sun. It was very pleasant to sit here, very pleasant to listen to Brian Wendover's description of Norway and the Norwegians. A book of travels might have been ever so much better, perhaps, but there was a charm in these vivid pictures of recent experiences which no printed page could have conveyed. And then the talk was delightfully desultory, now touching upon literature, now upon art, now even descending to family reminiscences, stories of the time when Brian had been a Winchester boy, as his cousins now were, and his happy hunting grounds had been among these hills. Ida talked very little. She was disposed to be silent, but it had been otherwise she would have found slight opportunity for conversation. Miss Rylance, educated up to the standard of good professional society, was ready to give her opinions upon anything between heaven and earth, from the spectrum analysis of the sun's rays to the latest discovery in the habits of ants. She did not mean Ida to shine, and she so usurped the conversation that Miss Palliser's opinions and ideas remained a blank to Mr. Wendover. Yet a glance at Ida's face now and then told him that she was not unintelligent, and by the time that summer day was over, and they had all sat round the gipsy tea-kettle in the wood, with Aunt Betsy presiding over the feast, Mr. Wendover felt as if he knew a good deal about Miss Palliser. They had talked and walked and botanized together in the wood, in spite of Miss Rylance, and Urania felt somehow that the day had been a failure. She had made up her mind long ago that Mr. Wendover of the Abbey was just the one person in Hampshire whom she could allow herself to marry. Anyone else in that locality was impossible. Under these circumstances it was trying to behold Mr. Wendover laying himself, as it were, at the feet of a poor dependent and hanger-on of his family, merely because that person happened to be handsome. He could have no ulterior views. He was only revealing that innate shallowness and frivolity of the masculine mind which allows even the wisest man to be caught by a pair of fine eyes, a Grecian nose, and a brilliant complexion. Mr. Wendover was no doubt a great deal too wise to have any serious ideas about such a person as Ida Palliser, but he liked to talk to her. He liked to watch the sensitive colour come and go upon the perfect oval of her cheek, while the dark eye brightened or clouded with every change of feeling. And while he was yielding to these vulgar distractions, there was no chance of his falling in love with Urania Rylance. It was a crushing blow to Miss Rylance when a little conversation at tea-time showed that Mr. Wendover was not disposed to think Miss Palliser altogether a nobody, and that a young woman who earned a salary as a useful companion might belong to a better family than Miss Rylance could boast. "I have heard your name before to-day, Miss Palliser," said Brian. "Is your father any relation to Sir Vernon Palliser?" "Sir Vernon is my father's nephew." "Indeed. Then your father is the Captain Palliser of whom I've heard. Vernon and Peter Palliser talk sometimes. Your cousins are members of the Alpine Club and of the Travellers, and we have often met. Capital fellows, both of them." "I have never seen them," said Ida. "So much of my life has been spent at school. Sir Vernon and his brother went to see my father and stepmother last October, and made a very good impression, but that is all I know of them." A baronet for a first cousin, and she had never mentioned the fact at Mauleverer, where it would have scored high. What an unaccountable kind of girl, and quite wanting in human feeling, thought Urania, listening intently, though pretending to be interested in a vehement discussion between Blanche and Bessie as to whether a certain puffy excrescence was or was not a beefsteak fungus, and should or should not be cooked for dinner. "Do you know your cousin's Sussex property? Have you ever been at Wimperfield?" inquired Brian. "Never. I have heard my father say it is a lovely place, a little way beyond Petersfield." "Yes, I know every inch of the country round. It is charming." "It cannot be prettier than this," said Ida, with conviction. "I hardly agree with you there. It is a wilder and more varied landscape. Hampshire has nothing so picturesque on this side of the New Forest. If Sir Vernon and his brother are at Wimperfield this summer, we might make up a party and drive over to see the place. I know he would give us a hearty welcome." Ida was silent, but Aunt Betsy and her niece declared that it was a splendid idea of Brian's, and must certainly be carried out. "Fancy Brian introducing Ida to her cousin!" exclaimed Bessie. "Would it not be quite too deliciously absurd?" Sir Vernon Palliser, permit me to introduce you to your first cousin." And then Bessie, who was an incorrigible matchmaker where Ida was concerned, began to think what a happy thing it would be if Sir Vernon Palliser were to fall in love with his cousin, and incontinently propose to make her mistress of this delightful place near Petersfield. They all walked back to Kingthorpe together, and parted at the homestead gate. Miss Rylance, who hated woods, wild flowers, ferns, and toadstools, and all the accompaniments of rustic life, went back to her aesthetic drawing-room in a savage humour, albeit that fine training which comes of advanced civilization enabled her to part from her friends with endearing smiles. She expected her father that evening, and she was looking forward to the refreshment of hearing of that metropolis which suited her so much better than Hampshire hills and woods. Nay, there was even the possibility that he might bring someone down with him, as it was his custom to do now and then. But instead of Dr. Rylance, she found an orange-coloured envelope upon the hall table containing an apologetic message. "Sorry to disappoint you. Have been persuaded to go to first representation of new play at Lyceum with Lady Jinks and the Titmarshes. All London will be there. And I am buried alive in this loathsome hole where nobody cares a straw about me," cried Urania, banging her bedroom door, and flinging herself upon her luxurious sofa in as despairing an attitude as if it had been the straw pallet of a condemned cell. From the very beginning of things she had hated Ida Palliser with the jealous hatred of conscious inferiority. She who had made up her mind to go through life as a superior being, to be always on the top rung of the social ladder, found herself easily distanced by the penniless pupil-teacher. This had been bitter to bear even at Mauleverer, where that snobbish feeling which prevails among schoolgirls had allowed the fashionable physician's daughter a certain superiority over the penniless beauty. But here at Kingthorpe, where rustic ignorance was ready to worship beauty and talent for their own sakes, it was still harder for Urania to assert her superiority, while in the depths of her inner consciousness lurked the uncomfortable conviction that she was in many ways inferior to her rival. And now that she discovered Ida Palliser's near relationship to a baronet of old family, owner of a fine property within 30 miles of Kingthorpe, Urania began to feel that she must needs be distanced in the race. She might have held her own against the shabby half-pay captain's daughter, but Sir Vernon Palliser's first cousin was quite a different person. If Brian Wendover admired Ida, her lack of fortune was hardly likely to influence him, seeing that in a family she was his equal. Such a man might have shrunk from allying himself with a woman of obscure parentage and vulgar associations. But to a man of Brian Wendover's liberal mind and ample fortune, Ida Palliser would no doubt seem as suitable a match as a daughter of a duke. Miss Rylance had grown worldly wise since her introduction to London society, that particular and agreeable section of upper middle-class life which prides itself upon cleverness rather than wealth, and which spices its conversation with a good deal of smart personality. She had formed a more correct estimate of life in general, and her father's position in particular, and had acquired a keener sense of proportion than she had learnt at Mauleverer Manor. She had learnt that Dr. Rylance of Cavendish Square was not such a great man as she had supposed in the ignorant faith of her girlhood. She had discovered that his greatness was at best a kind of lapdog or tame cat distinction, that he was better known as the caressed and petted adviser of patrician dowagers and effeminate old gentlemen, of fashionable beauties and hysterical matrons, than as one of the lights of his profession. He was a clever specialist, who had made his fortune by 6 prescriptions as harmless as Morrison's pills, and who owed more to the grace of his manner and the excellence of his laundress and his tailor than to his original discoveries in the grandest science of the age. Other people made discoveries, and Dr. Rylance talked about them, and he was so quick in his absorption of every new idea,
so glib in his exposition of every new theory, that his patients swore by him as a man in the front rank of modern thought and scientific development. He was a clever man, and he had a large belief in the great healer nature, so he rarely did much harm, while his careful consideration of every word his patients said to him, his earnest countenance and thoughtful brow, taken in conjunction with his immaculate shirt-front and shapely white hand, rarely failed to make a favourable impression. He was a comfortable physician, lenient in the article of diet, exacting only moderate sacrifices from the high liver. His Hygeia was not a severe goddess, rather a friendly matron of the monthly nurse type, who adapted herself to circumstances. "We have been taking a pint of Cliquot every day at luncheon, and we don't feel that we could eat any luncheon without it." "Well, suppose we try about half the quantity, very dry, and make an effort to eat a cutlet or a little bit of plain roast mutton," Dr. Rylance would murmur tenderly to a stout middle-aged lady who had confessed that her appetite was inferior to her powers of absorption. Men who were drinking themselves to death in a gentlemanly manner always went to Dr. Rylance. He did not make their lives a burden to them by an impossible regime. He kept them alive as long as he could, and made departure as gradual and easy as possible. But his was no kill or cure system. He was not a man for heroic remedies. And now Urania had found that her father was not a great man. That he was praised and petted, and he made his nest in the purple and velvet of this world, but that he was not looked up to or pointed at as one of the beacon lights of the coastline of the age, and that he being so small a somebody, she his daughter was very little more than nobody. Knowing this, she had made up her mind that whenever Brian Wendover of the Abbey should appear upon the scene, she would do her utmost to make him her captive. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Wendover plans an excursion. The happy summer glided by, the season of roses and butterflies, strawberries and cream, haymaking, lawn tennis, picnics, gypsy teas, an idle, joyous life under blue skies. The Knoll family gave themselves up heart and soul to summer pleasures, simple joys which were at once innocent and inexpensive, and Ida Palliser found herself a sharer in all these holiday rambles. Conscience told her that she had no right to be there, that she was an impostor sailing under false colours. Conscience, speaking more loudly, told her that she had no right to accept Brian Wendover's quiet homage, no right to be so happy in his company day after day, for there were few of their summer joys in which he was not among them. Bessie was warm in her praises of him, full of wonder at his having developed into such a companionable being. "Norway has done him good," she said. "He used to be such a reserved creature, dawdling away day after day in his library, poring over Greek and Latin, and now he is almost as companionable as Brian Walford." "He'd have to live a good many years before he's up to B.W.," said Horace, who had walked across the hills for an afternoon at home and the chance of a tip. "B.W. knows every music hall in London, and can sing a topical song as well as men who get their £60 a week." "I wish you wouldn't put on that knowing air. What do you know of men who get £60 a week?" exclaimed Bessie contemptuously. "As much as you do, anyhow," answered her brother. Ida made many faint efforts to keep aloof from the summer revelries, but Miss Wendover insisted upon her enjoying herself with the others. She had been such a conscientious and devoted coadjutor in all Aunt Betsy's good works, she had been so thoroughly energetic and industrious,
never relaxing her efforts or growing weary of labour, that it seemed only right and fair that she should enjoy the summer holiday time, the blessed season when every day was full of temptations. "Enjoy yourself to your heart's content, my dear," said Aunt Betsy. "Our English summers are so short that if we do not make the most of the bright warm days while they are with us, we have to endure all the pangs of remorse through a rainy autumn and a cold winter." Not only did Miss Wendover give this generous advice, but she herself joined in many of their expeditions, and her presence was always a source of pleasure. She was so genial, so hearty, so thoroughly well informed, and yet so modest in the use of her knowledge, that the young people loved to have her with them. Her enjoyment of the free roving life was almost as keen as theirs, while her capacity for planning an agreeable day, and her foresight in the commissariat department, far exceeded that of youth. And so, June and July drifted by, and it was the beginning of August, and Ida felt as if she had known Mr. Wendover of the Abbey all her life. What did she know of him after 2 months of almost daily association? She knew that no unworthy thought ever found utterance upon his lips, that no vulgar instinct ever showed itself in his conduct, that he was essentially, to the very core of his heart, a gentleman, that without any high-flown affectation of chivalry he was as chivalrous as Bayard, that without any languid airs and graces of the modern aesthetic school he was a man of the highest and broadest culture, and that, o rara avis among modern scholars and young laymen, he was honestly and unaffectedly religious, a staunch Anglican of the school of Pusset, and not ashamed to confess his faith at all times and seasons. In this day, when the majority of young men affect to regard the services of their church as an intolerable bore, only endured as a concession to the weaklings of the inferior sex, it was pleasant to see the master of the Abbey a regular attendant at his parish church, an earnest and frequent worshipper at the altar at which his parents and progenitors had knelt before him. This much and a great deal more had Ida Palliser discovered of the man whom nearly a year ago her fancy had exalted into an ideal character. It was strange to find her most romantic visions realized. Strange, but a strangeness not without pain. He was full of kindness and friendliness for her whenever they met, but she told herself that his manner to her involved no more than kindly feelings and friendliness. To imagine anything beyond this was foolhardiness and vanity. And yet there were times when she felt that she had no right to be in his society, that every day she spent at Kingthorpe was an offence against honour and right feeling. One August afternoon Ida had, for once in a way, succeeded in making her domestic occupations an excuse for absenting herself from what Bessie called a barrow hunt on the downs. Brian Wendover, being a great authority upon this ancient form of sepulture, and discoursing eloquently on those widely different races whose funeral chambers are hidden under the long and the round barrow. The day, closely as Ida had been occupied, had seemed just a little dreary, certainly much duller than such days had been wont to seem before Brian's return to the Abbey. Yet she was glad to be alone. It was a relief even to be a trifle melancholy, rather than to enjoy that happiness which was always blended with a faint consciousness of wrong-doing. And now the slow day was nearly over. She had worked at the village girls' school in the morning. She had lectured upon domestic economy to a class of incipient housemaids and scullery maids after luncheon, and now at 5 o'clock she was sitting in a basket chair in the rose-wreathed veranda, working at the swallows and bulrushes upon that elaborate design which she had begun before Christmas for the adornment of Miss Wendover's piano. It was a deliciously drowsy afternoon, but Ida's active brain was not prone to slumber. She sat working diligently and thinking deeply, when a shadow came between her and the sunshine, and on looking up she saw Mr. Wendover standing before her. "How do you do? Have they all come home?" she asked, laying aside her work on the convenient basket table and preparing to welcome Aunt Betsy. "I have not been with them, at least not since the morning," answered Brian. "I left Bessie to hunt out her own barrows. She is so lazy-minded that as long as I do all the pointing she will never know the true barrow from the natural lumpiness of the soil. Besides, she is Aunt Betsy, a tower of strength in all things." "And Miss Rylance, I suppose?" "No, Miss Rylance thought there would be too much walking for her or for Pinette. I have been at the Abbey all day, getting up my arrears of correspondence. This fine weather has made me incorrigibly idle. After I had written about a score of letters, I thought myself entitled to a little rest and refreshment. So I strolled over here to tell you some news and to ask you for a cup of tea." "You shall have some tea directly," said Ida, going indoors to ring the bell, an act in which she was naturally anticipated by her guest. "What news can you possibly have that concerns me?" she asked, when they had come back to the veranda. "I know by your face that it is not bad news." "God forbid I should ever have to tell you that. I think it would hurt me more than you," said Brian, with an earnestness which brought the crimson glow into Ida's cheeks, and made her bend a little lower over the swallows in her crewel work. "No, this is pleasant news, I hope. I wrote to Vernon Palliser more than a month ago to propose that I should drive you and a lot of people over to luncheon. He was in Switzerland, as usual, and I had no answer to my letter till the second post to-day, when I received a most hearty invitation to bring my party immediately. But you shall hear your cousin's own words." Mr. Wendover produced the letter and read as follows: "I shall be delighted to make my cousin's acquaintance. She was in England when I last saw her father at his retreat near Dieppe. Bring her as soon as you can, and with as large a party as you like. The larger the better, and the sooner the better, as Peter and I will most likely be on the wing again for Scotland soon after the 12th. We shall come back for the partridges, which I hear are abundant. The road is rather intricate, so you had better bring your ordnance map, but pretty fair in dry weather like this, and you'll come through some lovely scenery. Telegraph your time, and Peter and I will be in the way to welcome you. What do you say about our going tomorrow? I waited to know what you would like before I telegraphed." "You are very good, but there are others to be consulted," replied Ida, with her head still bent over her work. Good manners demanded that she should look at him, but at this particular moment she felt it quite impossible to be mannerly. He had said nothing of a thrilling nature, yet his whole tone and expression, his air of deferential regard, stirred a new feeling in her mind, the conviction that he cared for her more than it was well for either of them that he should care. "You are the first person to be consulted," he said. "Would you like to go tomorrow?" "I will go whenever the others like," answered Ida, still intent upon the shading of her swallow's wing. "But I really think you had better leave me out of your party. I have wasted so much time roaming about, and there are so many things I want to finish before the summer is over." "That elaborate arrangement in swallows and rushes, for instance," said Brian, laughingly. "You are working at it as if for a wager." "Perhaps it is a wager. So many stitches in so many consecutive days, is that it?" "No, Miss Palliser, your swallows must wait. The party has been planned on your account, and to leave you at home would be like leaving Hamlet out of the play. Besides, I thought you would like to see your cousins and your ancestral halls." "I shall be very glad to see my cousins, for my father likes them very much. But I do not feel any thrilling interest in the ancestral halls." "And yet your father was born there." "Yes, that is a reason for being interested in Wimperfield. But my father has so seldom talked about his birthplace. He speaks a great deal more of India. That life in a strange, far-away land seems to have blotted out the memory of his childhood. He talks of Addiscombe sometimes, but hardly ever of Wimperfield." She laid aside her work as the youthful butler brought out the tea-table.
It was no new thing for her to pour out Mr. Wendover's tea, since it was his custom to drop in at his aunt's very often at this hour, when the day had not been given up to excursioning. But it was new for her to be alone with him at this social meal, and she found herself longing ardently for Aunt Betsy's return. She, who could have found so much to talk about had her mind been at ease, was curiously silent as she handed Mr. Wendover his tea, and offered the cake and fruit, which always accompanied the meal at the homestead. Her heart was beating much faster than it should have done, and she was considering whether it was worth while to place herself in the way of feeling the pain, the hidden shame, the sense of falsehood which oppressed her at this moment, whether it would not be better to run any risk, even the hazard of offending Betsy Wendover, the kindest friend she had in the world, rather than remain in her present position. One thing she could have done, which would have given her immediate extrication, and that which seemed the most natural thing to do. She could have told the truth, told Betsy Wendover all about her unlucky marriage. But she would rather have killed herself than do this one righteous thing, for she thought that if her marriage were once known to Brian's relations, she would be compelled to assume her natural position as his wife. So long as the marriage remained a secret to all the world, except those to whom it most concerned, they were free to ignore the tie. They could live their lives apart, and to the end of time it might be as if such a marriage had never been. Her husband being consentient to this lifelong separation, her lot might be fairly happy. She had never tried to penetrate the future. Perhaps today, for the first time, there had flashed into her mind the thought of what a bright and glorious future might have been hers had she not so forfeited her freedom. Voices, at least half a dozen, all talking at once, told her that the barrow hunt was winding homewards. Gleams of colour athwart the hedges told her that the hunters were in the lane, and in a minute or two Miss Wendover and her young kinfolk appeared, all more or less sunburnt and tousled by their tramp across the downs. "Found a splendid long barrow," said Bessie, "on a lovely point, one of the finest views in the country. What clever corpses they must have been to pick such a glorious spot. Long barrow, long-headed race, dolichocephalic skulls. Men of the Stone Age, eh?" she said, looking at Brian. "You see, I know my lesson, but it was very mean of you not to come with us all the same." "I wanted you to exercise your own acumen, to cultivate the antiquarian flair. Besides, I had a heap of letters to write." "You only found that out after we had started. You never have letters to write when Ida is with us," said Bessie, a remark which made two people blush. "To think that I had known that spot all my life and never suspected a burrow," she continued. "I thought it was only a convenient bank which Providence had thrown up ready for picnics." Ida had enough to do now in providing for the wants of half a dozen hungry people. Blanche of the short petticoats was at an age when girls are ogres, distinguished for nothing but the rapidity of their digestion and the length of their legs. There was a demand for jam, and the unsophisticated half-gallon loaf instead of the conventional thin bread and butter. "Eat as much as you like, dears," said Aunt Betsy, "but remember that your father will expect you to have some appetite at 7. "We won't disappoint him," said Bessie. 7 is an hour and a half from now. Blanche can do wonders in an hour and a half." Blanche's appetite was one of the stock family jokes, like Urania's tight boots, so there was a laugh, and the others went on eating. Brian Wendover told them about tomorrow's excursion. "I shall put 4 horses into the wagonette," he said. "I almost wish I had a drag to do honour to the occasion, but we must resign ourselves to a wagonette. You will go, of course, Aunt Betsy, and Bessie must come, and I suppose we ought to invite Miss Rylance. She has joined in most of our excursions, and it would be invidious to leave her out of this, and I dare say Bessie would think the whole thing flat without Mr. Jardine." "It's very kind of you to think of him, but I don't believe he'll be able to spare the day," said Bessie. "We'll ask him, at any rate, and then you can't say we've used you badly. That makes a party of 6. I'll go and telegraph to Sir Vernon."
Will there be lawn tennis after lunch?" asked Blanche, with a very long face.
"I shouldn't wonder if there were," answered Brian. "Does that mean you want to go?"
"I shall not have a creature to speak to at home, and I never go anywhere," said Blanche despairingly. Both statements were obvious untruths, but no doubt the damsel herself believed them.
"Have you a gown that covers your knees?" asked Aunt Betsy severely.
"My new frock is awfully long. It only came from the dressmaker's last week."
"Then you have hardly had time to grow out of it," said Brian. "Suppose we strain a point, Aunt Betsy, and take her. It will enable us to say we are 7. "We shall be a tremendous party," said Miss Wendover. "I hope Sir Vernon is a hospitable, easy-going man, and that your intimacy with him warrants such an intrusion." "I am taking him a cousin," answered Brian, stealing an admiring glance at Ida. "Surely that ought to secure our welcome."
"I hope his housekeeper has large ideas about luncheon," said Bessie, "or Blanche's appetite will throw her out in her calculations. If she is the sort of person who thinks a pair of ducklings and a dish of rissoles substantial fare for a large party, I pity her." "You're vastly witty," said Blanche, preparing her final slice of bread and jam. "One would think you lived upon roses and lilies, like the ascetics." "The poor child means aesthetes," explained Bessie. "Bother the pronunciation. But if people had seen you eating rabbit pie on the barrow, why, a wolf wouldn't have been in it," concluded Blanche, who acquired her flowers of speech from the Wintonians. "I'll go and dispatch my telegram," said Brian, taking up his hat. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 of The Golden Calf, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thicker than water. The weather was altogether favourable for the 30-mile drive. The wagonette, with its scratch team and a couple of smart grooms, was at the homestead gate at 10 o'clock, and after picking up Miss Wendover and her companion, went on to the Knoll for Bessie and Blanche, and then to Dr. Rylance's for Urania, who had accepted the invitation most graciously. Kingthorpe was unwontedly excited by this gorgeous apparition, and the inhabitants remained at garden gates and cottage doors while so much as a horse's tail was visible. Everybody was pleased to see the young squire driving four in hand. It had been supposed that as a bookish young man, given over to Greek and Latin, he must needs be a poor hand with horses. But this morning's exhibition gave rise to more hopeful views. "We shall see the squire setting up his coach and settling down at the Abbey," said one. "Ay, when he gets married," said another. "That's what'll settle he. I believes as him is sweet on that young woman at the homestead. Her be a clipper, her be." Over the hills and far away went the scratch team, a little fresh, but behaving beautifully. Aunt Betsy sat beside her nephew, and watched his coachmanship with a jealous eye, conscious that she could have kept the team better in hand herself, but still with moderate approval. The girls and the grooms were in the back of the vehicle, Bessie, Blanche, and Ida full of talk and merriment, Urania thoughtful. This day's entertainment was too much in Ida's honour to be pleasant to Miss Rylance, yet she could not deny herself the painful privilege of being there. She wanted to see what happened, how far Mr. Wendover was disposed to make an idiot of himself. She saw more than enough in the glances of the charioteer, when he turned to talk to the girls behind him, now to point out some feature in the landscape, now to ask some idle question, but always with looks that lingered upon one face, and that face was Ida Palliser's. It was a long cross-country drive, by rustic lanes and dubious roads, but Mr. Wendover took things easily. He had sent forth a second scratch team overnight to a village half-way, and here they changed horses, while he and his party spent half an hour pleasantly enough exploring an old grey church and humble graveyard, where the tombstones all bore record of unrenowned lives that had slowly rusted away in a pastoral solitude. Blanche, whose schoolroom appetite was wont to damp its keen edge upon bread and butter at this hour, felt it rather a hard thing that no one proposed a light refection at the lowly inn, but she bore her inward gnawings in silence, conscious of the dignity of a frock which almost reached her ankles, and desirous to prove that she was worthy to be the associate of grown-up. Half-way between this village inn and Wimperfield they met a couple of horsemen. These were no other than Sir Vernon and his brother Peter, who had come to meet their guests, and show them the nearest way, which from this point became especially intricate. Brian walked his team gently up a gentle hill, while Sir Vernon and his brother walked their horses beside him, and during this ascent all necessary introductions were duly made, everybody being properly presented except Blanche, who felt that she was being treated with contumely. "I am very glad to see you at last, cousin Ida," said Sir Vernon pleasantly. "I've been hearing of you all my life, but we seemed fated not to meet." He was a fine, broad-shouldered young fellow, with a frank, fresh-coloured countenance, auburn whiskers, and curly brown hair. His brother was after the same pattern, hair a little lighter, no whiskers, eyes rather a brighter blue. They were as much alike as brothers can be without being mistaken for each other. There was nothing romantic-looking about either of them, Bessie thought regretfully. She would have liked Sir Vernon to have resembled her favourite hero in fiction, the man she always put in confession books, and to have fallen desperately in love with Ida at first sight. And here he was, a most matter-of-fact looking young man, riding behind the wagonette in a provokingly matter-of-fact way. Yet perhaps there was a providence in this, for if Brian of the Abbey were in love with Ida, as Bessie shrewdly suspected, it would have been a terrible thing for him to have found a rival in a titled cousin. If Ida were ambitious, the title might have turned the scale. "And I have so set my heart upon having her for my cousin," thought Bessie. "The other Brian was a failure, but this Brian may win the prize." Mr. Jardine had not been able to leave his parish for a long day, so Bessie had plenty of leisure to speculate upon the possible loves of other people, instead of enjoying the blissfulness of her own love affair. Wimperfield was a mansion built in the Italian manner, which prevailed about a century ago, a style about as uninteresting as any order of domestic architecture, but which makes a house a good feature in a fine landscape. The Corinthian façade of Wimperfield stood boldly out against the verdant slopes of a hill, backed and sheltered on either side by woods. Behind that classic portico there was the usual prim range of windows, and there were the usual barrack-like rooms. The furniture was of the same heavy and substantial character, rich dark rosewood, amber satin hangings faded by a quarter of a century, Spanish mahogany in dining rooms and bedrooms, Gillow's fine workmanship everywhere, but the style dating back to the very infancy of that ancient house. The large, finely lighted hall, which looked like the vestibule of some learned institute, was adorned with 4 Carrara marble statues, placid gods and goddesses smirking at vacancy on pedestals of verde antico. The only pictures in the reception rooms were family portraits, and a few of those large Dutch landscapes, battle scenes, sea pieces, and fruit pieces, which cry aloud that they are furniture pictures, and have been bought to fit the panelling of the rooms. But for its noble situation this temple of English domestic life would have been utterly without charm. But the situation was superb, the gardens were in beautiful order, and the stables, as Aunt Betsy declared after personal inspection, were perfect. Sir Vernon did the honours of his house in a frank, friendly manner. He took his guests round the gardens and stables, showed Ida the old nursery in which his father and her father had spent their infancy, the gun-room in which their first guns were carefully preserved, the very rocking-horse on which they had ridden, and which now occupied a recess in an obscure lobby opening into the garden. "Peter and I didn't care to ride him," said Sir Vernon. "We had Shelties when we were 3-year-olds, but I know when I began Virgil I used to think the wooden horse that got into Troy was an exaggerated copy of this one." He showed his cousin the room in which her grandfather and grandmother died, an immense apartment, wherein stood, grim and tall, a gigantic mahogany four-poster draped with dark green velvet. "I can't fancy anybody doing anything else in such a room," said Ida, to whom the spacious chamber looked as gloomy as a charnel house. "I beg your pardon, I hope you don't sleep here." "No, my diggings are at the other end of the house, looking into the stable yard. I like to be able to put my head out of a window and order my horse. Saves time and trouble. We keep the rooms at this end for visitors." The gong boomed loud and long, much to the relief of poor Blanche, whose spirits had been slowly sinking, in unison with her inward cravings, and who had begun to think that the promised luncheon was a delusion and a snare which would end in the fashionable frivolity of afternoon tea. Sir Vernon offered his arm to Miss Wendover, and asked Brian to take Miss Palliser, while Peter was told off to Miss Rylance, leaving Bessie and the clinging Blanche like twin cherries on one stem. It was curious for Ida to find herself seated presently beside the wealthy cousin of whom she had heard as a far-off and almost mythical personage, of very little account in her life, since it was so improbable that any of his wealth would ever come her way. The luncheon was of the old-fashioned and ponderous order, excellent of its kind. The orchard houses had given up their finest peaches and nectarines, and their earliest grapes to do honour to the occasion. Miss Rylance contemplated the table decorations with mute scorn, which she hardly cared to disguise. No Venetian wine flasks, no languorous lilies swooning in Salviati goblets, no pottery of the new green and yellow school, but massive silver and heavy diamond-cut glass, gaudy Staffordshire china of too utterly quite the worst period of art. Everything essentially Philistine. Sir Vernon had placed his cousin on his left hand, and he talked to her a good deal during luncheon, asking questions as to her past life, which she answered with perfect candour. It was only when he spoke of her future that the fair brow clouded and the cheeks reddened with a painful glow. "I hope, now that the ice has been broken, that we are not going to be strangers any more," said Vernon, pleasantly. "To think that you should be such a near neighbour of mine, and that I should know nothing about it. You have been at Kingthorpe since last November, you say? How long are you going to stay there?" "For a good many Novembers, I hope," said Aunt Betsy. "Unless she gets tired of rural solitude, or unless a husband steals her away from me." "Ah, that is what all young ladies anticipate. They never are, but always to be blessed," replied Vernon, laughing. He was one of those open-hearted souls who always appreciate their own mild jokelets. Brian, who saw Ida's pained expression, made haste to change the conversation by an inquiry about Sir Vernon's plans for the autumn, which set that gentleman on a sporting tack, and spared Miss Palliser all further trouble. After luncheon they went to look at the hothouses, and dawdled away the time very agreeably until afternoon tea. Miss Rylance doing her best to improve the occasion with Peter, who was not educated up to the standard of metropolitan or South Kensingtonian young ladyhood, and who came out very badly under the process of development. For when talked to about Ruskin, he was at first altogether vacuous, but on being pushed, he believed there was a biggish swell of some such name among the Oxford dons, about whom he could not fairly be expected to know anything, as he and his brothers were Cantabs. While on being languidly asked his opinion of Swinburne's last tragedy, he grew cheerful, and said he had seen him play the king to Irving's Hamlet, and that it was a very fine performance, the actor in question being a good stayer. The thing was hopeless, and Miss Rylance felt she was wasting herself upon a dolt. After this she hardly took the trouble to suppress her yawns, yet if she had condescended to question Peter about his Alpine adventures, or to talk about his horses, guns, and dogs, she would have found him lively enough as a companion, but an education of musical at-homes and afternoon teas had tuned Miss Rylance's slender pipe to one particular strain, which did not suit everybody's dancing. She was heavy at heart,
feeling that the whole business of the day had conduced to Ida Palliser's glorification. To be the daughter of a man born in that substantial family mansion, scion of a respectable old county family, was in itself a distinction far beyond anything Miss Rylance could boast, her grandfather having been a chemist and druggist in an obscure market town, and her father the architect of his own fortunes. She had done her best to forget this fact hitherto, but it was brought home to her mind unpleasantly to-day, when she saw the articled pupil, whose 3 pairs of stockings had moved her to scornful wonder, strolling about her ancestral home by the side of her first cousin, and that first cousin a baronet of Charles II's creation. Sir Vernon and his brother were full of cordiality for their cousin, full of anticipations of future meetings, and of hopes that Captain Palliser would come to them in October for what they called a shy at the pheasants. Ida had good cause to remember that parting in front of the classic portico in the warm afternoon sunlight, the 2 brothers standing side by side, with frank, bright faces, looking up at their departing guests, all smiles and cheerful pleasure in this world's pleasantest things, a dandy Dinmont and a black and tan collie looking on at their master's knees, the beau ideal of young English manhood, frank, generous, outspoken, fearless, the men who can do and die when the need comes. Her eyes lingered affectionately on that picture as the wagonette drove away by the broad gravel sweep towards the avenue, and those 2 figures in the sunlight haunted her memory in the days to come. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ought she to stay? A week after the drive to Wimperfield, Miss Wendover received a very big box of peaches and grapes, enclosing a very brief letter from Vernon Palliser to his cousin Ida. My dear Ida, I venture to send Miss Wendover some of our fruit, he wrote, for I understood her to say she has not much glass and grows only flowers. Peter and I are just off to Scotland, where I suppose we shall do a little shooting, and I hope a good deal of yachting and fishing. I wish you and that nice plump little friend of yours, Bessie, I think you called her, were coming to us. Such a jolly life, bobbing about between the islands and the mainland, with the chance of an occasional storm. But I shall look forward to seeing you again in October, when I hope Miss Wendover will bring you over to stay for a week or 2. What splendid ideas she has about summering horses! Never met a more sensible woman. Always your affectionate cousin, Vernon Palliser. Aunt Betsy was pleased with the tribute of hothouse fruit, and even more gratified by that remark about summering horses. Your cousin is a fine thoroughbred young fellow, she said. If I had not been fully satisfied you came from a good stock, by my knowledge of your own organization, I should be sure of the fact now I have seen those 2 young men. They are all that Englishmen ought to be. Ida was silent, for to her mind there was one Englishman who more completely realized her ideal of manhood, one who was no less generous and outspoken than her kind young cousins, but whose intellectual gifts, whose highly cultivated mind and passionate love of all that is most beautiful in life, made him infinitely their superior. And now came, perhaps, the most bitter trial of a young life which had already seen more cloud than sunshine. The hour had come when Ida told herself that she must no longer dawdle along the flowery path of sin, no longer palter with fate. Stern duty must be obeyed. She must leave Kingthorpe. It was no longer a question of feeling, but a question of conscience, right against wrong, truth against falsehood, honour against dishonour. For she knew in her heart of hearts that Brian loved her, and that she gave him back his love, measure for measure. He had said nothing definite. She had contrived to ward off anything like a declaration,
but she had not been able to prevent his absorbing her society on all possible occasions, taking possession of her, as it were, as of one who belonged to him in the present and the future, deferring to her lightest wish as only a lover defers to his mistress, studying her preferences in everything, and hardly taking the trouble to hide his comparative indifference to the society of other people. It had come to this, and she knew that there must be no further delay. One evening, when she and Aunt Betsy had been dining alone, and had returned to the drawing-room, where it was Ida's custom at this hour to play her kind patroness to sleep, with all the dreamiest and most pensive melodies in her extensive repertoire, the girl suddenly faltered in her playing, wandered from one air into another, and with a touch so uncertain that Aunt Betsy, who was fast lapsing into dreamland, became broad awake again all at once, and wanted to know the reason why. "Is anything the matter? Are you ill, child?" she asked abruptly. Ida rose from the piano, where her tears had been dropping on the keys, and came out of the shadowy corner to the veranda, where Aunt Betsy sat among her roses, wrapped in a China crape shawl, one of the gifts of that Indian warrior, Colonel Wendover. August was nearly over, but the weather was still warm enough for sitting out of doors in the twilight. "What is the matter, Ida? What has happened?" repeated Miss Wendover, with her hand on the girl's shoulder as she bent to listen to her. Ida was kneeling by Aunt Betsy's side, her head leaning against the arm of her chair, her face hidden. "Nothing that you can help or cure, dearest friend," she answered in a broken voice. "You must know how good you have been to me. Yes, even you must know that, although it is your nature to make light of your goodness. I think you know I love you and am grateful. Tell me that you believe that before I say another word." "I do believe it. Your whole conduct since you have been with me has shown as much," answered Miss Wendover calmly. She saw that Ida was powerfully moved, and she wanted to tranquilize her. "What is the meaning of this preface?" "Only that I must ask you to let me leave you." "Leave me? Oh, you want a holiday, I suppose, but that is natural enough. We needn't be tragic about that. You want to go over to Dieppe to see your people?" "I want to go away from Kingthorpe forever." "Forever? Ah, now we really are tragic," said Miss Wendover, lightly, her broad, firm white hand tenderly smoothing the girl's hair and brow. "My dear child, what has gone amiss with you? Something has, I can see it. Have you and Miss Rylance quarrelled? I know she is a viper, but I did not think that she would play any of her viperish tricks with my property." "Miss Rylance has done nothing. I have quarrelled with nobody. I love and honour you and the whole house of Wendover with all my heart and mind. But there is a reason which I implore you to refrain from asking, why I ought never to have come into your house as I did come, why I ought to leave it, must leave it for ever." "This is very mysterious," said Aunt Betsy, thinking deeply. "I could understand a reason which might exist in a girl's romantic mind, a mistaken generosity or a mistaken pride, the outcome of late events, which might urge you to run away, like that always wrong-headed and misguided young person, the heroine of a novel. But what reason could there have been when you came to me last winter against your coming? No, that is more than I can comprehend." "You are not to comprehend. It is my secret, my burden, which I must bear. I want you to believe me, that is all. Only to believe me when I say that I love you dearly, and that I have been unspeakably happy in your house, and just quietly let me go and seek my fortune elsewhere, without saying anything to anybody until I am gone." "And a nice weeping and wailing there will be from Bessie and her brothers and sisters when you are gone!" exclaimed Miss Wendover. "A pleasant time I shall have of it with all of them, to say nothing of my own feelings. Do you think it is fair, Ida, to treat me like this? To make yourself pleasant to me, useful, necessary to me, to wind yourself into my heart, and then, all at once, with a sudden wrench, to pluck yourself out again and leave me to do without you? Do you call that fair play?"
"I know that it must seem like base ingratitude," answered Ida, calm now, with a despairing calmness. "But I cannot help myself. I am more proud than I can say that you should care for me, that my loving services have not been unwelcome. I know that you took me out of charity, and it is a delight to know that I have not been altogether a bad bargain. But I must go away." "I begin to see the light," said Miss Wendover, who had been thinking all this time. "It's your father's doing. He thinks you are not making a profitable use of your education and talents. He has ordered you to go where you will get a larger salary. But don't let his needs separate us, my dear. I love you better than a few pounds a quarter. I will give you 70 or even 80 pounds a year, if that will satisfy Captain Palliser." "No, no, dear Aunt Betsy. Thank God my father is not that kind of man. He knows how happy I have been. He is grateful to you for all your goodness to me, and more than content that I should be happy without being a burden to him." "Then why do you want to leave me?" asked Miss Wendover, with her hands on the girl's shoulders, her eyes reading the white, agonized face looking up at her in the thickening twilight. There was just enough light for her to see the look of intense pain in that pallid countenance. "Why do you want to go away?" she repeated. "What kind of reason can that be which you fear to tell me? It must be an unworthy reason, and yet I cannot believe that you could have such a reason. Is it on account of my nephew Brian? Have you found out what I have suspected for a long time? Have you discovered that he is in love with you? And do you fancy yourself an ineligible match for him because he is rich and you are poor? And do you think that you ought to run away in order to give him a chance of doing better for himself? If you have any such high-flown idea, abandon it. The Wendovers are not a mercenary tribe. We shall welcome Brian's bride, whoever she be, for her own sake, and not for her dowry." "It is no such reason. I cannot tell you. You must forgive me and let me go." "Then I forgive you, and you can go," replied Miss Wendover coldly. "I am deeply disappointed in you. If you cared for me as you say you do, you would trust me. Love without faith is an impossibility. However, I don't want to distress you. If you are to leave me, I will make your departure as pleasant as I can. When do you want to go?" "Immediately, as soon as you can spare me." "I cannot spare you at all. A few days or weeks more or less will make no difference to me. Do you want to go among strangers to be a governess? Or do you wish to go back to your people?" "I want to earn my own living. The harder I have to work, the better I shall like it. I would not mind even going into a school, though my experience of Maulevrier is hateful." "You shall not go into a school. I will send an advertisement to the Times." "Would it not be better for me to go to Winchester and apply at some agency for servants and governesses? When I advertised in the Times there was not a single answer." "You may have better luck this time," replied Miss Wendover in a business-like tone. She was too proud to show any further indications of sorrow, or even to reveal how deeply she was wounded. "I will do what I can to help you, though I do not deserve it," said Ida. "You know best about that. Yes," after some moments of silent thought, "it may not be too late even now. When I lunched with the Trevors at Romsey, the day of Brian's return, Mrs. Trevor's sister, Lady Micheldever, was in a state of anxiety about governesses. Her old governess was to be married in a few weeks, such an inestimable treasure that Lady Micheldever thought it would be impossible to replace her, so sweet, so ladylike, so accomplished. Now, if the situation is not yet filled, I think it would suit you exactly. They are people who would give you a liberal salary, and you would be able to help your father." "I should be glad of that. Do the Micheldevers live near here?" faltered Ida. "I want to go quite away." "They have property near here, but their place is close to Savern Lake Forest, and they spend their winters in Italy. Sir George has a weak chest, and all the children are delicate. If you go to them, nearly half your life will be spent abroad." "I should like that very much," said Ida. "Nothing so pleasant as variety of scenery and people,"
replied Miss Wendover, with a touch of irony in her voice. She began to think Ida cold-hearted and hypocritical. It was evident to her that this feverish longing for a change was mere selfish ambition, a desire to be better placed in the world. She had met with the same kind of feeling too often in her rustic protégés of the cook and housemaid class, who, when they had learnt all she could teach them, were eager to spread their wings and soar to the servants' halls of Mayfair and the society of powdered footmen. 9 o'clock, said Miss Wendover, wrapping her shawl round her, and rising to go into the drawing-room as the church clock chimed silver sweet across the elm tops and the misty meadows. "Too late for this evening's post, but I will write to Lady Micheldever to-night, and my letter will be ready for the midday mail tomorrow. I hope she has not found anybody yet." "You are too good," faltered Ida, as they went into the lamp-lit room. "I am only doing my duty," replied Miss Wendover. "Welcome the coming, speed the parting guest." "You will not tell Bessie or anyone till I am gone?" pleaded Ida earnestly. "Certainly not, if that is your wish." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After a storm comes a calm. While Ida Palliser was thus planning her escape from that earthly paradise where she was dangerously happy, Brian Wendover was thinking of her and dreaming of her, and building the whole fabric of his life on a happy future to be shared with her, cherishing the sweet certainty that she loved him, and that he had only to say the word which was to unite them forever. He had been in no haste to say that fateful word. Life was so sweet to him in its present stage. He was so confident of the future. He had closely and carefully studied the character of the woman he loved. In the beginning of their acquaintance, before his judgment had lost its balance, before affection had got the better of critical faculty, he had been in some wise impressed by what Urania had told him about Ida. The slanderer's malice was obvious, but the slander might have some element of truth. He watched Ida narrowly during the first month of their acquaintance, expecting to find the serpent trail somewhere, but no trace of the evil one had appeared. She was frank, straightforward, intelligent to a high degree, and with that eager thirst for knowledge which is generally accompanied by a profound humility. He could see in her no base worship of wealth for its own sake, no craving for splendor or fashionable pleasures. She found delight in all the simplest things, in rustic scenery, in hill and down and wood, in dogs and horses and birds and flowers, music and books. A girl who could be happy in such a life as Ida Palliser lived at Kingthorpe must be in a manner independent of fortune. Her pleasures were not those that cost money. "If she is the kind of girl Miss Rylance describes her, she will set her cap at me," he thought. "If she wants to be a mistress of Wendover Abbey, one mistake and one failure will not daunt her." But there was no such setting of caps. For a long time Ida treated Mr. Wendover of the Abbey with the perfect frankness of friendship. Then, as his love grew, showing itself by every delicate and unobtrusive token, there came a change, and a subtle one, in her conduct, and the lover told himself with triumphant heart that he was beloved. Her sweet shyness, her careful avoidance of every possible tête-à-tête, her evident embarrassment on those rare occasions when she found herself alone with him, surely these things meant love, and love only. There could be no other meaning. He was no coxcomb, ready to believe every woman in love with him. He had gone through the world very quietly, admiring many women, but never till now having found one who seemed to him worth the infinite anxieties and fevers and agues of love. And now he had found that pearl above price, the one woman predestinate
to be adored by him.
He was happily placed in life for a lover, since a lover should always be an orphan. Fathers and mothers are sore clogs upon the fiery wheel of love. He was rich, in every way his own master. His kindred were kindly, simple-minded people, who would give gracious welcome to any virtuous woman whom he might choose for his wife. There was no impediment to his happiness, provided always that Ida Palliser loved him, and he believed that she did love him. This sense of security had made him less eager to declare himself. He was content to wait for his opportunity.
And now summer was waning, though it was summer still. The days were no less lovely. Not a leaf had fallen in the woods. Red roses flushed the gardens with bloom. Yellow roses hung in luxuriant clusters on arches and walls. But the days were shortening. The sunsets were earlier, coming inconveniently before dinner was over at the Knoll, and the Wickhamists began to be weighed down by a sense of impending doom, in the direful necessity of going back to school. Bessie's birthday had come round again, that date so fatal to Ida Palliser, and there was much cheerfulness at the Knoll in honour of the occasion. This year the event was not to be signalized by a picnic. They had been picnicking all the summer, and it was felt that the zest of novelty would be wanting to that form of entertainment. So it was decided in family council that a friendly dinner at home, with a little impromptu dancing, and perhaps a charade or two afterwards, would be an agreeable substitute for the usual outdoor feast. Brian, Mr. Jardine, Dr. and Miss Rylance, Aunt Betsy and Ida Palliser were to be the only guests. But these with the family made a good-sized party. Blanche undertook to play as many waltzes as might be required of her, and also took it upon herself the arrangement and decoration of the dessert, which was to be something gorgeous. More boxes of peaches and grapes had been sent over from Wimperfield in the absence of Sir Vernon and his brother, who were still in Scotland. Bessie's anniversary was heralded somewhat inauspiciously by a tremendous gale which swept across the Hampshire Downs, after doing no small mischief in the Channel, and wrecking a good many fine old oaks and beeches in the New Forest. It was only the tale of a storm which had been blowing furiously in Scotland and the north of England, and no one as yet knew the extent of its destructive force. The morning after that night of howling winds was dull and blustery, with frequent gusts of rain.
"How lucky we didn't go in for a picnic,"
said Horatio, as the slanting drops lashed the windows at breakfast time.
"It may rain and blow as hard as it likes between now and 6 o'clock, for all we need care. A wet day will give us time to get up our charades, and for Blanche to thump at her waltzes. Be sure you give us the Blue Danube."
"The Blue Danube is out," said Blanche, tossing up her pointed chin.
"Out of what? Out of time?"
"Out of fashion."
"Hang fashion! What do I care for fashion?"
cried the Wickhamist.
"Fashion means other people's whims and fancies. People who are led by fashion have no ideas of their own. Byron is out of fashion, but he's my poet," added Horatio, as who should say, "and that ought to be a sufficient set-off against any lessening of his European renown."
"Think of the poor creatures at sea," murmured kind-hearted Mrs. Wendover, as a sharp gust shook the casement nearest to her.
"Very sad for them, poor beggars," said Reginald. "But it would have been sadder for us if we'd started for a picnic. Travellers by sea must expect bad weather. It's an important factor in the sum of their risk, and their minds are prepared for the contingency. But when one has planned a picnic party on the Downs, a wet day throws out all one's calculations."
The rain came and went in fitful showers. The wind blustered a little, and then died away in sobs, while the young Wendovers spent their morning noisily and excitedly, in laborious industries of the most frivolous kind, the end and aim of which was to make a gorgeous display in the evening.
Before luncheon the wind was at rest,
and the gardens were smiling in the sunlight under the hot blue sky of summer, and after luncheon the Wendover girls and boys were rushing all over the garden cutting flowers. "I only wish Dr. Rylance were not coming," said Blanche, stopping to pant and wipe her crimson countenance, when her 2 baskets were nearly full. "He'll impart his own peculiar starchiness to the whole business." "Oh, hang it, he'll give the thing a grown-up flavour anyhow," replied Reginald. "Besides, the man can talk, though he's deuced shallow, and that is more than anyone else can in these parts."
"Brian will be the hero of this evening's festivity, just as Brian Walford was of the last. Don't you remember how nice he looked?" said Blanche, as they went back to the house loaded with roses, heliotrope, geranium, and ferns. "Poor fellow," sighed Bessie, who was so sentimental that she could but suppose her favourite cousin a martyr to blighted love. "If Brian of the Abbey proposes to Ida, as I feel convinced he will, and if she accepts him, as she is sure to do, it will simply break Brian Walford's heart." "Not a little bit," said Reginald. "If he did spoon her last year, is that any reason, do you think, that he should care for her now? If she be not fair to me, what the deuce care I how fair she be? And do you suppose I am going to waste in despair, and all that kind of thing? Not if I know it." "Say what you like. I believe Brian Walford was deeply in love with Ida, and that he has never been here since that time, because he can't bear to see her, knowing she doesn't care for him."
"That's skittles!"
exclaimed the youthful skeptic, using a favourite expression of his father's to express incredulity.
"The reason Brian doesn't come to Kingthorpe is, that he has other fish to fry elsewhere. As if anybody would come to Kingthorpe who wasn't obliged."
"Brian used to come."
"Yes, when he was young and verdant, and I dare say my father used to tip him. He knows better now. He is enjoying himself in Paris, under the pretence of studying law and modern languages, dancing at the Jardin Bullier, and going on no end, I dare say. I know what Paris is."
"How can you?" exclaimed Bessie. "You were never there."
"I was never in the moon, but I'm pretty well acquainted with the geography of that planet. We have fellows in the upper sixth who think no more of going to Paris than you do of going to Winchester, and a nice life they lead there. Why, a man who thoroughly knows Paris can steep himself in dissipation for a £5 note."
Loud exclamations of horror concluded the conversation. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After a calm, a storm. The dinner party was a success. Bessie beamed radiantly, with her plump arms and shoulders set off by a white gown, and a good deal of rather incongruous trinketry in the way of birthday presents, every item of which she felt bound to wear, lest the givers should be wounded by her neglect. Thus, dear mother's amber necklace did not exactly accord with Mr. Jardine's neat gold and sapphire locket, while the family subscription gift of pink coral earrings hardly harmonized with either. Yet earrings, locket, and necklace were all displayed, and the round white arms were coiled from wrist to elbow with various monstrosities of the bangle breed. There was a flavour of happiness in the whole feast, which could not be dampened by any ceremonious stiffness on the part of Dr. Rylance and his daughter. The physician was all sweetness, all geniality, yet a very close observer might have perceived that his sentiments about Miss Palliser were of no friendly nature. He had tried that young lady, and he had found her wanting in that first principle of admiration and reverence for himself, the lack of which was an unpardonable fault. He had been willing to pardon her for her first rejection of him, telling himself that he had spoken too soon, that he had scared her by his unwise suddenness, that she was wild and wilful,
and wanted more gentling before she was brought to the lure. But after a prolonged period of gentle treatment, after such courtesies and flatteries as Dr. Rylance had never before lavished upon anybody under a countess, it galled him to find Ida Palliser growing always colder and more distant, and obviously anxious to avoid his distinguished company. Then came the appearance of Brian Wendover on the scene, and Dr. Rylance was keen enough to see that Mr. Wendover of the Abbey had acquired more influence over Miss Palliser in a week than he had been able to obtain in nearly a year's acquaintance. And then Dr. Rylance decided that this girl was incorrigible. She was beyond the pale. She was a kind of monster, a being of imperfect development, a blunder of nature, like the sloth and his fellow tardigrades, a psychological mystery, inasmuch as she did not care for him. So, having made up his mind to have done with her, Dr. Rylance found that the end of love is the beginning of hate. It happened, rather by lack of arrangement than by any special design, that Brian sat next to Ida. Dr. Rylance had taken Mrs. Wendover into dinner, but Brian was on his aunt's left hand, and Ida was on Brian's left. He talked to her all dinner time, leaving his aunt, who loved to get a hold of a medical man, to expatiate to her heart's content on all the small ailings and accidents which had affected her children during the last 6 months, down to that plague of warts which had lately afflicted Reginald, and which she would be glad to get charmed away by an old man in the village, who was a renowned wart charmer, if Dr. Rylance did not think that the warts might strike inward. "Our own medical man is a dear good creature, but so very matter-of-fact," Mrs. Wendover explained. "I don't like to ask him these scientific questions." Brian and Ida talked to each other all through the dinner, and although their conversation was of indifferent things, they talked as lovers talk, all unconsciously on Ida's part, who knew not how deeply she was sinning. It was to be, in all probability, their last meeting. She let herself be happy in spite of fate. What could it matter? In a few days she would have left Kingthorpe forever, never to see him again. Forever and never are very real words to the heart of youth, which has no faith in time and mutability. After dinner the young people all went straying out into the garden, in the lovely interval between day and darkness. There had been a glorious sunset, and red and golden lights shone over the low western sky, while above them was that tender opalescent green which heralds the mellow splendour of the moon. The atmosphere was exquisitely tranquil after last night's storm, not a breath stirring the shrubberies or the tall elms which divided the garden from adjacent paddocks. Ida scarcely could have told how it was that Brian and she found themselves alone. The boys and girls had all left the house together. A minute ago Bessie and Urania were close to them, Urania laying down the law about some distinction between the old Oxford High Church party and the modern ritualists, and Bessie very excited and angry, as became the intended wife of an Anglican priest. They were alone at the end of the long, straight gravel walk, and the garden around them lay wrapped in shadow and mystery. All the flowers that go to sleep had folded their petals for the night, and the harvest moon was rising over church tower and churchyard yews, trees and tower standing out black against the deep purple of that perfect sky. On this same night last year, Ida and the other Brian had been walking about this same garden, talking, laughing, full of fun and good spirits, possibly flirting, but in what a different mood and manner! To-night her heart was overcharged with feeling, her mind weighed down by the consciousness that all this sweet life, which she loved so well, was to come to a sudden end. All this tender love, given her so freely, was to be forfeited by her own act. Already, as she believed, She had forfeited Miss Wendover's affection. Soon all the rest of the family would think of her as Aunt Betsy thought, as a monster of ingratitude, and Urania Rylance would toss up her sharp chin and straighten her slim waist and say, "Did I not tell you so?" Close to where she was standing with Brian there was an old, old stone sundial, supposed to be almost as ancient as the burial places of the long-headed men of the Stone Age, and against this granite pillar Brian planted himself, as if prepared for a long conversation. The voices of the others were dying away in the distance, and they were evidently all hastening back to the house, which was something less than a quarter of a mile off. Brian and Ida had been silent for some moments which seemed minutes to Ida, who felt silence much more embarrassing than speech. She had nothing to say. She wanted to follow the others, but felt almost without power or motion. "I think I ought to go back," she faltered, looking helplessly towards the lighted windows at the end of the long walk. "There is going to be dancing. They will want us." "They can do without us, Ida," he said, laying his hand upon her arm. "But I cannot do without telling you my mind any longer. Why have you avoided me so? Why have you made it so difficult for me to speak to you of anything but trivialities, when you must know, you must have known what I was longing to say?" The passion in his lowered voice, that voice of deep and thrilling tone, which had a power over her that no other voice had ever possessed, the expression of his face as he looked at her in the moonlight, told her much more than his words. She put up her hands entreatingly to stop him. "For God's sake, not another word!" she cried. If you are going to say you care for me, ever so little even, not one more word. It is a sin. I am the most miserable, most guilty among women, even to be here, even to have heard so much." "What do you mean? What else should I say? What can I say except that I love you devotedly, with all my heart and mind? That I will have no other woman for my wife? You can't be surprised. Ida, don't pretend that you are surprised. I have never hidden my love. I have let you see that I was your slave all along. My darling, my beloved, why should you shrink from me? What can part us for an instant when I love you so dearly, and know, yes, dearest, I know that you love me? That is a question upon which no man ever deceived himself, unless he were a fool or a coxcomb. Am I a fool, Ida?" "No, no, no, for pity's sake say no more. You ought not to have spoken. I am going away from Kingthorpe to-morrow, perhaps forever. Yes, forever. How could I know, how could I think you would care for me? Let me go," she cried, struggling away from him as he clasped her hand, as he tried to draw her towards him. "It is hopeless, mad, wicked to talk to me of love. Some day you will know why, but not now. Be merciful to me. Forget that you have ever known me." "Ida! Ida!" shrieked shrill voices in the distance. White figures came flying down the broad gravel walk, ghost-like in the moonlight. It was a blessed relief. Ida broke from Brian and ran to meet Blanche and Bessie. "Ida, Ida, such fun, such a surprise!" shrieked Blanche, as the flying white figures came nearer, wavered, and stopped. "Only think of his coming on my birthday again!" exclaimed Bessie, "and at this late hour, just as if he had dropped from the moon." Who has come?" cried Ida, looking from one to the other with a scared white face. It seemed to her as if the moonlit garden was moving away in a thick white cloud. Spots of fire floated before her eyes, and then all the world went round like a fiery wheel. "Brian, the other Brian Walford. Isn't it sweet of him to come to-night?" said Bessie. Ida reeled forward and would have fallen but for the strong arm that caught her as she sank earthwards. The grip which would have held her and sustained her through all life's journeys had fate
so willed it. She had not quite lost consciousness, but all was hazy and dim. She felt herself supported in those strong arms, caressed and borne up on the other side by Bessie, and thus upheld she half walked and was half carried along the smooth gravel path to the house, whence sounds of music came faintly on her ear. She had almost recovered by the time they came to the threshold of the lighted drawing-room, but she had a curious sensation of having been away somewhere for ages, as if her soul had taken flight to some strange, dim world, and dwelt there for a space, and were slowly coming back to this workaday life. The drawing-room was cleared ready for dancing. Urania was sitting at the piano, playing the swing song, with dainty, mincing touch, ambling and tripping over the keys with the points of her carefully trained fingers. She had given up Beethoven and all the men of might, and had cultivated the nimny-pimny school, which is to music as sunflowers and blue china are to art. Brian Walford was standing in the middle of the big empty room, talking to his uncle the Colonel. Mrs. Wendover and her sister-in-law were sitting on a capacious old sofa in conversation with Dr. Rylance. "Oh, you have come at last," said Brian Walford, as Ida came slowly through the open window, pale as death and moving feebly. He went to meet her and took her by the hand. Then, turning to the Colonel, he said quietly and seriously, "Uncle Wendover, it is just a year to-night since this young lady and I met for the first time. From the hour I first saw her I loved her, and I had reason to hope that she returned my love. We were married at a little church near Mauleverer Manor on the 9th of October last. After our marriage my wife, finding that I was not quite so rich as she supposed me to be, fearful, I suppose, for the chances of our future, refused to live with me, told me that our marriage was to be as if it had never been, and left me, within 3 hours of our wedding, forever, as she intended." Ida was standing in the midst of them all, alone. She had taken her hand from her husband's. She stood before them, pale as a corpse, but erect, ready to face the worst. Brian of the Abbey, that Brian who would have given his life to save her this agony of humiliation, stood on the threshold of the window, watching her. Could it be that she was false as fair? She whom he had trusted and honoured? Urania had left off playing, and was watching the scene with a triumphant smile. She looked at Mr. Wendover of the Abbey with a look that meant, "Perhaps now you can believe what I told you about this girl." Aunt Betsy was the first to speak. "Ida," she said, standing up, "is there any truth in this statement?" "That question is not very complimentary to your nephew," said Brian Walford. "I am not thinking of my nephew. I am thinking of this girl whom I have loved and trusted." "I was unworthy of your love and your trust," answered Ida, looking at Miss Wendover with wide, despairing eyes. "It is quite true. I am his wife. But he has no right to claim me. It was agreed between us that we should part for ever, that our marriage was to be as if it had never been. It was our secret. Nobody was ever to know." "And pray, after having married him, why did you wish to cancel your marriage?" asked Colonel Wendover in a freezing voice. "You married him of your own free will, I suppose?" "Of my own free will, yes." "Then why repent all of a sudden?" She stood for a few moments silent, enduring such an agony of shame as all her sad experiences of life had not yet given her. The bitter, galling truth must be told, and in his hearing. He must be suffered to know how sordid and vile she had been. "Because I had been deceived," she faltered at last, her eyelids drooping over those piteous eyes. Brian of the Abbey had advanced into the room by this time. He was standing by his uncle's side, his hand upon his uncle's arm. He wanted, if it were possible, to save Ida from further questioning, to restrain his uncle's wrath.
"I married your nephew under a delusion," she said. "I believed that I was marrying wealth and station. I had been told that the Brian Wendover I knew, the man who had asked me to be his wife, was the owner of Wendover Abbey."
"I see," said the Colonel. "You wanted to marry Wendover Abbey."
Miss Rylance gave a little silvery laugh, the most highly cultivated thing in laughs. But the scowl she got from Brian of the Abbey checked her vivacity in a breath. "Oh, I know what a wretch I must seem to you all," said Ida, looking up at the Colonel with pleading eyes. "But you have never known what it is to be poor, a genteel pauper, to have your poverty flung into your face like a handful of mud at every hour of your life, to have the instincts, the needs of a lady, but to be poorer and lower in status than any servant, to see your schoolfellows grinning at your shabby boots, making witty speeches about your threadbare gown, to patch and mend and struggle, yet never to be decently clad, to have the desire to help others, but nothing to give. If any of you, if you, Miss Rylance, with that exquisite sneer of yours, you who invented the plot that wrecked me, if you had ever endured what I have borne, you would have been as ready as I was to thank Providence for having sent me a rich lover, and to accept him gratefully as my husband."
"Brian Walford,"
interrogated the Colonel, looking severely at his nephew,
"am I to understand that you married this girl without undeceiving her as to the children's, or rather, Miss Rylance's most ill-judged practical joke? That you stood before the altar in God's house, the temple of truth and holiness, and won her by a lie?" "I never lied to her," answered Brian Walford sulkily. "My cousin chose to have their joke, but there was no joke in my love for Ida. I loved her, and was ready to marry her, and take my chance of the future, as another young man in my position would have done. I never bragged about the Abbey, or told her that it belonged to me. She never asked me who I was." "Because she had been told a wicked, shameful falsehood, and believed it, poor darling!" cried Bessie, running to her friend and embracing her. "Oh, forgive me, dear, pray, pray do. It was all my fault. But as you have married him, darling, and it can't be helped, do try and be happy with him, for indeed, dear, he is very nice." Ida stood silent, with lowered eyelids. "My daughter is right, Miss Palliser, Mrs. Brian Walford," said the Colonel, in a less severe tone than he had employed before. "It is quite true that you have been hardly used. Any deception is bad, worst of all a cheat that is maintained as far as the steps of the altar. But, after all, in spite of your natural disappointment at finding you had married a poor man instead of a rich one, my nephew is the same man after marriage as he was before, the man you were willing to marry. And I cannot think so badly of you as to believe that you would marry a man you did not love, for the sake of his wealth and position. No, I cannot think that of you. I take it, therefore, that you liked my nephew for his own sake, and that it was only pique and natural indignation at having been duped which made you cast him off and agree to cancel your marriage. And I say that there is only one course open to you, as a good and honourable young woman, and that is to take your husband by the hand, as you took him in the house of God, for better for worse, and face the difficulties of life honestly and fearlessly. Heaven is always on the side of true-hearted young couples."
Ida lifted her drooping eyelids and looked, not at the Colonel, not at her husband, not at her staunch friend, Aunt Betsy, but at that other Brian, at him who this night only had declared his love. She looked at him with despair in her eyes, humbly beseeching him to stand between her and this loathed wedlock. But there was no sign in his sad countenance, no indication except of deepest sorrow, no ray of light to guide her on her path. The Colonel had spoken with such perfect common sense and justice, he had so clearly right on his side, that Brian Wendover, as a man of principle, could say nothing. Here was this woman he loved, and she was another man's wife, and that other man claimed her.
if the King of Terrors himself had stretched forth his bony hand and clasped her, she could not be more utterly lost to the man who loved her than she was by this pre-existing tie. Brian of the Abbey was not the man to woo his cousin's wife.
"Do, dearest, be happy," pleaded Bessie. "I'm sure father is right, and you are our cousin, our own flesh and blood now, as it were, and you know I always wanted you to belong to us, and we shall all be fonder of you than ever, and you and Mr. Jardine will be cousins later on," she whispered, as a conclusive argument, as if for the sake of so high a privilege a girl might fairly make some sacrifice of inclination. "Is it my duty to do as Colonel Wendover tells me?" asked Ida, looking round at them all with piteous appeal. "Is it really my duty?"
"In the sight of God, yes," said the Colonel and John Jardine.
"Yes, my dear, there can be no doubt of it," said the Colonel's wife and Aunt Betsy. Brian of the Abbey said not a word, and Dr. Rylance looked on in silence with a diabolical sneer.
What a fate for the girl who had refused a house in Cavendish Square, one of the prettiest victorias in London, and a matchless collection of old hawthorn blue.
"Then I will do my duty," said Ida, and then, before Brian Walford could take her in his arms or make any demonstration of delight, she threw herself upon Miss Betsy Wendover's broad bosom, sobbing hysterically, and crying, "Take me away, take me out of this house, for pity's sake." "I'll take her home with me. She will be calm and quiet and happy to-morrow," said Aunt Betsy. And then, as Brian Walford was following them, "Stay where you are, Brian," she said authoritatively. "She shall see no one but me till to-morrow. You will drive her crazy among you all if you are not careful." Miss Wendover took the girl away almost in her arms, and Brian Walford disappeared at the same time without further speech. "And now that the bride and bridegroom are gone, I suppose the wedding party can have their dance," sneered Urania, playing the first few bars of "Sweethearts." But Brian of the Abbey had vanished immediately after his cousin, and no one was disposed for dancing. So, after a good deal of talk, Bessie's birthday party broke up. "What a dismal failure it has been, though it began so well," said Bessie, as she and the other juveniles went upstairs to bed.
"What? Still you are not happy?" quoted Horatio. "Why, I thought you wanted Brian Walford to marry Ida Palliser."
"So I did once," sighed Bessie, "but I would rather she had married Brian of the Abbey, and I know he's head over ears in love with her."
"Ah, then he'll have to put his love in his pipe and smoke it. That kind of thing won't do out of a French novel," said Horatio, whose personal knowledge of French romancers was derived from the Philosophie sous les toits, as published with grammatical notes for the use of schools, but he liked to talk large. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Was this the motive? Brian Walford came back to the Knoll after the younger members of the family had gone to their rooms. "Where have you been all this time?" asked the Colonel, who was strolling on the broad gravel drive in front of the house, soothing his nerves with a cheroot after the agitations of the last hour. "You are to have your old room, I believe. I heard it was being got ready." "You are very kind. I walked half-way to the Abbey with my cousin. We had a smoke and a talk." "I should be glad of a little more talk with you. This business to-night is not at all pleasant, you know, Brian. It does not redound to anybody's credit." "I never supposed that it did. But it is not my fault that there should be this fuss. If my wife had been true to me, all would have gone well." "I don't think you had a right to expect things to go well when you had so cruelly deceived her. It was a base thing to do, Brian." "You ought not to say so much as that, sir, knowing so little of the circumstances. I did not deliberately deceive her." "That's skittles," said the Colonel, flinging away the end of his cigar. "It is the truth. The business began in sport. Bessie asked me to pretend to be my cousin, just for fun, to see if Ida would fall in love with me. Ida had a romantic idea about my cousin, it appears, that he was an altogether perfect being, and so on. Well, I was introduced to her as Brian of the Abbey, and though she may have been a little disappointed, no doubt she was, she accepted me as the perfect being. As for me, well, sir, you know what she is. How lovely, how winning. I was a gone coon from that moment. We kept up the fun, Bess and the boys and I, all that evening. I talked of the Abbey as if it were my property, swaggered a good deal, and so on. Then Bess, knowing that I often stayed up the river for weeks on end, asked me to go and see Ida, to make sure that old Pew was not ill-using her, that she was not going into a decline, and that sort of thing. So I went, saw Ida, always in the company of the German teacher, and took no pains to conceal my affection for her. But I said not another word about the Abbey. I never swaggered or put on the airs of a rich man. I only told her that I loved her, and that I hoped our lives would be spent together. I did not even suggest our marriage as a fact in the near future. I knew I was in no position to maintain a wife. You should have told her that plainly. As a man of honour, you were bound to undeceive her. I meant to do it, but I wanted her to be very fond of me first. Then came the row. Old Pew expelled her because she had been carrying on a clandestine flirtation with a young man. Her character was compromised, and, as a man of honour, I had no course but to propose immediate marriage. Her character was not compromised because Miss Pew chose to act like a vulgar old tyrant. The German governess, everybody in the school, knew that Miss Palliser was unjustly treated. There was no wound that needed to be salved by an imprudent marriage. But, in any case, before proposing such a marriage, it was your bound duty to tell her the truth about your circumstances, not to marry her to poverty without her full consent to the union. Then I did not do my bounded duty, Brian Walford answered sullenly. I believed in her disinterested affection. Why should she be more mercenary than I, who was willing to marry her without a sixpence in her pocket, without a second gown to her back? How could I suppose she was marrying me for the sake of a fine place and a fine fortune? I thought she was above such sordid considerations. You ought to have been sure of that before you married her. You ought to have trusted her fully, said the Colonel. However, having married her, why did you consent so tamely to let her go? Having let her go, why do you come here tonight to claim her? Why did I let her go? Well, she shrewd me so abominably when she found out my lowly position that my pride was roused, and I told her she might go where she pleased. Why did I come here tonight? Well, it was an impulse that brought me. I am passionately fond of her. I have lived without her for nearly a year, angry with her and with fate, but today was the anniversary of our first meeting. I knew from Bessie that my wife was here, happy, that there was even some hint of a flirtation between her and the real Brian. These last words were spoken with such intense bitterness, and I thought it was time I should claim my own. I think so, too, said Colonel Wendover severely. You should have claimed her long ago. Your whole conduct is faulty in the extreme. You will be a very lucky man if your married life turns out happy after such a bad beginning. Come, Colonel, we are both young, remonstrated Brian, with that careless lightness which seemed natural to him, as a man who could hardly take the gravest problems of life seriously. There is no reason why we should not shake down into a very happy couple by and by. And pray, how are you to live? Inquired the Colonel. You are taking this girl from a most comfortable home, a position in which she is valued and useful. What do you intend to give her in exchange for the homestead? A garret and a red herring? Oh, no, sir. I hope it will be a long time before we come to that. Though Beringer says that at 20 a man and the girl he loves may be happy in a garret, I think we shall do pretty well. My literary work widened a good deal while I was in Paris. I wrote for some of the London magazines, and the editors are good enough to think that I am rather a smart writer. I can earn something by my pen. I think enough to keep the pot boiling till briefs begin to come in. My cousin was generous enough to offer me an income just now, 400 or 500 a year, so long as I should require it. But I told him that I thought I could support my wife with my pen for the next few years. Your cousin is always generous, said the Colonel. Yes, he is an open-handed fellow. I suppose you know that he helped me while I was in Paris. I did not know, but I am not surprised. Very kind of him, wasn't it? The fact is, I was dipped rather deeply in my small way, tailor and hosier and so on, before I left London, and I could not have come back unless Brian had helped me to settle with them, or I should have had to go through the bankruptcy court, and I dare say some of you would have thought that a disgrace. Some of us! Exclaimed the Colonel. We should all have thought so. Do you suppose the Wendovers are in the habit of cheating their creditors? Oh, but it was not a question of cheating them, only of paying them a rather insignificant dividend. My only assets are my books and furniture, and unluckily some of those are still unpaid for. Assets? You have no assets. You are a spendthrift and a scamp, protested his uncle angrily. I am deeply sorry for your wife. Good night. If you want any supper after your journey, there are plenty of people to wait upon you. And with that the Colonel turned upon his heel and went into the house, leaving his nephew to follow at his leisure. Comme il est assommant, le patron, muttered Brian, strolling after his kinsman. Brian Walford was not ordinarily an early riser, but he was up betimes on the morning after Bessie's birthday, breakfasted with the family, and strolled across dewy fields to the homestead at a little after 9 o'clock. But although this was a late hour in Miss Wendover's household, his young wife was not prepared to receive him. It was Aunt Betsy who came to him, after he had waited for nearly a quarter of an hour, prowling restlessly about the drawing-room, looking at the books and china and water-colours. "I have come for Ida," he said abruptly, when he had shaken hands with his aunt. "There is a train leaves Winchester at 20 minutes past 11. She will be ready for that, I suppose." He was half prepared for reproaches from his aunt, and wholly prepared to set her at defiance. But if she were civil, he would be civil. He did not court a quarrel. "I don't know that she can be ready." "But she must. I have made up my mind to travel by that train. Why should there be any delay? Everybody's agreed that we are to begin our lives together, and we cannot begin too soon." "You need not be in such a hurry. You have contrived to live without her for nearly a year." "That is my business. I am not going to live without her any longer. Please tell her she must be ready by 10:30. "I will tell her so. I am heartily sorry for her. But she must submit to fate. What home have you prepared for her?" "At present, none. We can go to a hotel for a day or two, and then I shall take lodgings in South Kensington or thereabouts." "Have you any money?" "Yes, enough to carry on," answered Brian. Truthfulness was not his strong point, although he was a Wendover, and that race deemed itself free from the taint of falsehood. There may have been an injurious admixture of races on the maternal side, perhaps, albeit his mother personally was good and loyal. However this was, Brian Walford had, even in trifles, shown himself evasive and shifty. His aunt looked at him sharply. "Do not take her to discomfort or want," she said earnestly. "She has been very happy with me, poor girl, and although she deceived me, I cannot find it in my heart to be angry with her." "There is no fear of want," replied Brian. "We shall not be rich, but we shall get on pretty comfortably. Please tell her to make haste. The dog-cart will be round in half an hour. I'll walk about the garden till it comes." Miss Wendover sighed and left him, without another word. He went out into the sunlit garden, and walked up and down, smoking his favourite meerschaum, which was a kind of familiar spirit, always carried in his pocket, ready for every possible opportunity. He had arranged with one of his uncle's men to drive the dog-cart over to Winchester. His travelling bag was put in ready. He had taken leave of his kindred, not a very cordial leave-taking upon anybody's part, and on Bessie's despondent even to tears. He was not in a good humour with himself or with fate,
and yet he told himself that things had gone well with him, much better than he could reasonably have expected. Yet it was hard for a young man of considerable personal attractions and some talent to be treated like one of the monsters of classic legend, a damsel-devouring minotaur, when he came to claim his young wife. The dog-cart was at the gate for at least 10 minutes, and Brian had looked at his watch at least 10 times before Ida appeared at the glass door. He was pale with anxiety. There were reasons why it might be ruin to him to lose this morning train, and yet he did not want to betray too much eagerness, lest that should spoil his chances. Here she was at last, white as a corpse, and with red, swollen eyelids which indicated a night of weeping. Her appearance was far from flattering to her husband, yet she gave him a wan little smile and a civil good morning. "Here, Pluto, take your Proserpine," said Miss Wendover, trying to make light of the situation, though sore at heart. "I wish you would be content to keep her 6 months of the year and let me have her for the other 6. "It needn't be an eternal parting, Aunt Betsy," answered Brian with assumed cheeriness. "Ida can come to see you whenever you like, and Ida's husband, too, if you will have him. We are not starting for the Antipodes." "Be kind to her," said Miss Wendover gravely. "For my sake, if not for her own. It shall be the better for you when I am dead and gone, if you make her a happy woman." This promise from a lady who owned a snug little landed estate, and money in the funds, meant a good deal. Brian grasped his aunt's hand. "You know that I adore her," he said. "I shall be her slave." "Be a good husband, honest and true. She doesn't want a slave," replied Miss Wendover in her incisive way. Ida flung her arms round the generous friend's neck and kissed her with passionate fervour. "God bless you for your goodness to me. God bless you for forgiving me," she said. "He is a being of infinite love and pity, and he will not bless those who cannot pardon," answered Miss Wendover. "There, my dear, go and be happy with your young husband. He may not be such a very bad bargain, after all." That was, as it were, the old shoe thrown after the bride and bridegroom. In another minute the dog-cart was rattling along the lane, Brian driving, and the groom sitting behind with Ida's luggage, which was more important by one neat black trunk than it had been a year ago. Bessie and the younger children were standing on the patch of grass outside the Knoll gates, in garden hats and no gloves, waving affectionate adieu. Brian gave them no chance of any further leave-taking, driving towards the downs at a smart pace. "Do you remember my driving you to catch the earlier train a year ago this day?" he asked his pale companion by way of conversation. "Yes, perfectly." "Odd, isn't it? Exactly 1 year to-day." "Very odd." And this was about all their discourse till they were at Winchester Station. "London papers in yet?" asked Brian. "No, sir, you'll find them at Basingstoke." He took his wife into a first-class carriage, an extravagance which surprised her, knowing his precarious means. "I hope you are not travelling first class on my account," she said. "I am not accustomed to such luxury." "Oh, we can afford it to-day. I am not quite such a pauper as I was when I offered you those 2 sovereigns. If you would like to buy yourself a silk gown or a new bonnet, or anything in that line to-day, I can manage it." "No, thank you. I have everything I want," she answered with a faint shiver. The memory of that bygone day was too bitter. "What a wonderful wife! I thought that to be in want of a new bonnet was a woman's normal condition," said Brian, trying to be lively. He had bought Punch and other comic journals at the station, and spread them out before his wife as an intellectual feast. The breezy drive over the downs had revived her beauty a little. The eyelids had lost their red, swollen look, but she was still very pale, and there was a nervous quiver of the lips now and then, which betokened a tendency to hysteria. She sat at the open window, looking away towards those vanishing hills. A moment, and the tufted crest of St. Catherine's had gone, the low-lying meadows, the winding stream, the cathedral's stunted tower. It was all gone, like a dream. "Dreadful hole of a place," said Brian contemptuously.
A comfortable feathered old nest for rooks and parsons and ancient spinsters, but a dungeon for anybody else.
I think it is the dearest old city in the world.
Old enough and dear enough in all conscience, answered Brian. My uncle's tailor had the audacity to charge me 30 shillings for a waistcoat. But it's the most deadly lively place I know. All country towns are deadly lively. In fact, there are only 2 places fit for young people to live in, London and Paris.
I suppose you mean to live in London? asked Ida listlessly. She did not feel as if she were personally interested in the matter. If she were forced to live with a man she despised, the place of her habitation would matter very little.
I mean to oscillate between the 2, answered Brian. Were you ever in Paris?
Never.
I envy you. You have something left to live for, a new sensation, a new birth. We will go there in November.
He looked for a smile, an expression of pleasure, but there was none. His wife's face was still turned toward the landscape, her sad eyes still fixed on the vanishing hills, no longer those familiar hilltops around the cathedral city, but like them in character. Soon the last of those chalky ridges would vanish, and then would come the healthy tracts about Woking, and the fertile meads in the Thames valley. The train stopped for 5 minutes at Basingstoke, and Brian offered his wife tea, lemonade, anything which the refreshment room could produce, but she declined everything.
We 2 have not broken bread together since we were 1, he said, still struggling after liveliness. Let us eat something together, if it only be a Bath bun.
I am not hungry, thanks, she answered listlessly.
Papers, papers, shouted the small imp attached to the bookstall. Morning paper, Times, Standard, Telegraph, Daily News, Morning Post.
Brian drew up the window abruptly, as if he had seen a scorpion.
An elderly gentleman trotted up to the carriage, opened the door and came in, his arms full of newspapers. He settled himself in his corner, and looked about him with a benevolent air, as if courting friendly intercourse. Brian seated himself opposite his wife, looking black as thunder. Ida was indifferent to such petty details of life as unknown elderly gentlemen. Her mind was full of troubled thoughts about the friends she had left. Most of all that one friend, whose thrilling voice still sounded in her ears, the one voice which had the power to move her deepest feeling. And come what may, I have been blessed. That is a woman's first thought in any desperate case of this kind. The poet struck a note of universal truth in that immortal line. There is endless consolation in the knowledge that heart has answered to heart, that the fond, futile love to which fate forbids a happy issue has not been lavished on a dumb, irresponsive idol. If there has been madness, folly, it has not been one-sided foolishness. He too has loved. He too must suffer. Bind Eloisa with what vows, surround her with what walls you will, even in her despair there is one golden thought. Her Abelard has loved her, will love on till the end of life, since such a flame should be eternal as the stars. He had loved her. Pride and rapture were in this thought. She told herself that such pride, such delight was sinful, and that she must fight against and conquer this sin. She must shut Brian of the Abbey out of her mind for evermore. She must school herself to believe that he and she had never met, so train and subjugate herself that a few months hence she might be able to read the announcement of his marriage, should such a thing occur, without one guilty pang. And then she looked back and tried to recall her life before she had known him. What was it like? A blank? She felt like one who has received some injury to the brain, or endured severe illness which has blotted out all memory of the life which went before. She sat with her pale, fixed face turned toward the open window, her eyes gazing on the landscape with a vacant, far-away look, her husband watching her every now and then, furtively, anxiously. The elderly gentleman in the corner beamed at her occasionally through his spectacles. She was young, handsome, and looked unhappy. He was interested in her, in a benevolent, paternal spirit. He thought it likely that the young man was her brother, though there was no likeness between them,
and that she was being parted by family authority from some other young man who was less, and yet more, than a brother. He made up his little story about her, and then, by way of consolation, offered her his Times, which he had done with by this time. Brian turned quickly and stretched out his hand, as if to intercept the paper, but he was too late. Ida had taken it, and was staring absently at the leading articles. She read on listlessly, vaguely, for a little while, going over the words mechanically, reading how Sir Somebody Something, a leading light of the opposition, had been holding forth at an agricultural meeting, arguing that never since the date of Magna Carta had the national freedom been in such peril as it was at this hour. Never had any ministry so wantonly trifled with the rights of a great people, or so supinely submitted to the degradation of a once glorious country. Never, within the memory of man, or, he would go further and say, within the records of history, was our agricultural interest so wantonly neglected, our commercial predominance so supinely surrendered, our army so unprepared for action, and our influence in the affairs of Europe so audaciously set at naught. The right honourable gentleman gave the ministry another year to complete the ruin of their country. They might do it in 6 months, yes, he would venture to say, or even in 3 months, but he gave them at most a year. Favourable accidents, against which even the blind fatuity and garrulous pig-headedness of septuagenarian senility could not prevail, might prolong the struggle, but the day of doom was inevitable, unless, and so on, with a running commentary by the leader writer. Ida read without knowing what she was reading, till presently her eyes glanced idly to another part of the page, and were arrested by a short paragraph headed, "Fatal Storm in the Hebrides." Was it not in the Hebrides she had last heard of Sir Vernon's yacht, the Seamew? Among other accidents in the terrible gale on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, we regret to number the loss of the schooner yacht Seamew, which was capsized in a squall off the Isle of Skye, with the loss of the owner, Sir Vernon Palliser, his brother, Mr. P. Palliser, Captain Greenway, and 7 of the crew. 3 men and the cabin boy were saved by a fishing boat, the crew of which witnessed the sad catastrophe, but were too off to be of much help. And then followed a description of the accident, which had been caused by the violence of the storm, rather than by bad seamanship or carelessness on the part of the captain, who, with Sir Vernon and his brother, both skilled seamen, had the vessel well in hand a few minutes before she went down. Ida let the paper fall from her hand with a cry of horror. Vernon, poor Vernon, and Peter too, those good, kind-hearted young men, dead, both dead. She burst into tears, remembering the 2 frank, kind faces looking at her from the marbled portico in the afternoon sunlight, the warm welcome, the feeling of kindred, which had shown itself so thoroughly in their words and looks. And they were gone. They who a month ago were full of life and gladness. The cruel, inexorable sea had devoured their youth and strength and all the promises and hopes of their being. The elderly gentleman moved to the seat next hers, full of compassion. "Look at that," she said, as Brian picked up the paper. "My cousins, both of them." "I'm sorry you have found bad news in the paper," said the elderly stranger, looking at her sympathetically through his spectacles. "My 2 cousins, sir," she said. "They have both been drowned. Such fine, honest young fellows. It is too dreadful." "That wreck in the Hebrides? Yes, it is a sad thing, and Sir Vernon Palliser and his brother were your cousins? I am so sorry I showed you the paper, but I wonder you had not heard of this sooner. It was in the evening papers yesterday." "Then you must have known that my cousins were dead when you came to Kingthorpe last night," said Ida, looking up at her husband. Suddenly, in a flash of memory, came back those thoughtless words of hers spoke at La Fontaine, when her father talked of the possibility of inheriting a fortune and a baronetcy. She remembered how she had said in bitterness of spirit, "Of course they will live to the age of Methuselah. Who ever heard of luck coming our way?" And now this kind of luck, which meant sudden death for two amiable, open-handed young men, had come her way. How lightly she had spoken of those two young lives! How bitter had been her thoughts about the rich and happy! This thing had been known in London yesterday afternoon. It was this knowledge which had sent Brian Walford to Kingthorpe to claim his wife. She had suddenly become a wife worth claiming, the daughter of Sir Reginald Palliser of Wimperfield. "You knew this?" she repeated, looking at her husband with infinite scorn expressed in eye and lip. "No, upon my soul," he answered. "I left town early. It flashed upon me that it was Bessie's birthday, and you would be all assembled at the Knoll. There was just time for me to get there before the fun was over, don't you know." "And you had not seen the papers? And you did not know this?" added Ida, fixing him with her eyes. "No, upon my word, I had no idea." She knew that he was lying. "Then it was a very curious coincidence," she said freezingly. "How a coincidence?" "That after so long an absence you should happen to come to Kingthorpe on the day that made such a change in my father's fortunes." "I came because of Bethy's birthday, as I told you before." "Does this sad event make any difference to your father?" he asked innocently. "Are there not nearer relatives?" "None that I know of." The elderly gentleman, a little hard of hearing, as he called it, looked on and wondered at this somewhat eccentric young couple, who seemed, from those snatches of speech which reached him, to be on the verge of a quarrel. He felt very sorry for the lady, who was so handsome and so interesting. The young man was gentlemanlike and good-looking, but had not that frank, bright outlook which is the glory of a young Englishman. He was dressed a little too foppishly for the elder man's liking, and had the air of being over-careful of his person. And now the train had passed Sandown, was rushing on to Wimbledon and the London smoke. All the blue had gone out of the sky, all the beauty had gone from the earth, Ida thought, as small suburban villas followed each other in a monotonous sequence, some old and shabby, others new and smart, and then all that is ugliest in the great city surrounded them as they steamed slowly into Waterloo Station. A four-wheel cab took them to a hotel in the purlieu of Fleet Street, a big new hotel, but so shut in and surrounded by other buildings that Ida felt as if she could hardly breathe in it, she who had lived among gardens and green fields, and with all the winds of heaven blowing on her across the rolling downs from the forest and the sea. "What a hateful place London is!" she exclaimed. "Can anyone like to live in it?" "All sensible people like it better than any other bit of the world, bar Paris," answered Brian. "But it is not particularly pretty to look at. City life is an acquired taste." This was on the stairs, while they were following the waiter to the private sitting-room for which Mr. Walford had asked. It was a neat little room on the first floor, looking into a stony city square surrounded by business premises. The waiter, after the manner of his kind, was loath to leave without an order. Ida declined anything in the way of luncheon, so Brian ordered tea and toast, and the man departed with an air of resignation rather than alacrity, considering the order a poor one. When they were quite alone, Ida went up to her husband, laid her hand upon his arm, and looked up at him with earnest, imploring eyes. "Brian," she said, "I have come with you because I was told it was my duty to come. Told so by people who are wiser than I." "Of course it was your duty," Brian answered impatiently. "Nobody could doubt that. We have been fools to live asunder so long." "Do you think we may not be more foolish for trying our lives together, if we do not love each other, or trust each other?" "I love you. That's all I know about it. As for trusting, well, I think I have been too easy, have trusted you too far." "But I do not either love you or trust you," she said, lifting up her head and looking at him with kindling eyes and burning cheeks, ashamed for him and for herself. "I thought once that I could love you. I know now that I never can, and what is still worse, that I can never trust you. No, Brian, never. You told me a lie today." "How dare you say that?" I dare say what I know to be the truth, the bitter, shameful truth. You lied to me to-day in the railway carriage, when you told me that you did not know of my cousin's death last night, that you did not know of the change in my father's position. You are a nice young lady to accuse your husband of lying, he answered, scowling at her. I tell you I saw no evening papers. I left London at 5:30. But even if I had known, what does it matter? It makes no difference to my right over your life. You are my wife, and you belong to me. I was fool enough to let you go last October. You were in such a fury that you took me off my guard. I had no time to assert my rights. And then, vogue la galère has always been my motto. But the time came when I felt that I had been an ass to allow myself to be so treated, and I had made up my mind to claim you, and to stand no denial of my rights. This determination was some time ripening in my mind, and then came Bessie's birthday, the anniversary of our first meeting, the birthday of my love, and I said to myself that I would claim you on that day and no other. And that day and no other made my father a rich man. Poor Vernon, poor Peter, so brave, so frank, so true, to think that you should profit by their death. This she said with ineffable contempt, looking at him from head to foot, as if he were a creature of inferior mould. But perhaps you mistook the case. I am not an heiress, remember, even now. I have a little brother who will inherit everything. I have not forgotten your brother. I don't want you to be an heiress. I want you and your love. That you will never have, she cried passionately, and then she fell on her knees at his feet, she to whom he had knelt on their wedding day, and lifted her clasped hands with piteous entreaty. Brian Walford, be merciful to me. I do not love you. I never loved you, can never love you. In an evil hour I took the fatal step which gives you power over me, but for God's sake be generous, and forbear to use that power. No good can come of our union. No good but unspeakable evil, nothing but misery for me, nothing but bitterness for you. We shall quarrel. We shall hate each other. I'll risk that, he said. You are mine, and nothing shall make me give you up. Nothing, she cried, rising suddenly, and flaming out at him like a sibyl. Nothing? Not even the knowledge that I love another man? Not even that. Let the other man beware, whoever he is, and you beware how you keep to your duty as my wife. No, Ida, I will not let you go. I was a fool last year, and I was taken unawares. I am a wiser man now, and my decision is irrevocable. You are my wife, my goods, my chattel. God help you if you deny my claim. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taking life quietly. It was the second week in October, and the woods were changing their green liveries of summer for tawny and amber tints, so various and so harmonious in their delicate gradations that the eye of the artist was gladdened by their decay. The hawthorns in Wimperfield Park glowed in the distance like patches of crimson flame, and the undulating sweeps of bracken showed golden brown against the green sward, while the oaks, symbolic of all that is solid, ponderous, and constant in woodland nature, slow to bloom and slow to die, had hardly a faded leaf to mark the coming of winter. A fine domain, this Wimperfield Park, with its hill and vale, its oaks and beeches, and avenue of immemorial elms, to be owned by the man who 6 weeks ago had no better shelter than a lath and plaster villa in a French village, and who had found it a hard thing to pay the rent of that trumpery tenement. And yet Sir Reginald Palliser accepted the change in his circumstances as tranquilly as if it had been but a migration from the red room to the blue. He took good fortune with the same easy, indolent air with which he had endured evil fortune. He had the Horatian temperament, uneager to anticipate the future, content if the present were fairly comfortable, sighing for no palatial halls overarched with gold and ivory, no porphyry columns or marble terraces encroaching upon the sea. He was a man to whom it had been but a slight affliction to live in a small house, and to be deprived of all pomp and state, nay, even of the normal surroundings of genteel birth, so long as he had those things which were absolutely necessary to his own personal comfort. He was honestly sorry for the untimely fate of his young kinsman, but he slipped into his nephew's vacant place with an ease which filled his wife and daughter with wonder. To poor little Fanny Palliser, who had never known the sensation of a spare £5 note, nay, of even a sovereign which she might squander on the whim of the moment, this sudden possession of ample means was strange even to bewilderment. Not to have to cut and contrive any more, not to have to cook her husband's dinners, or to run about from morning till twilight, supplementing the labours of an incompetent maid-of-all-work, was to enter upon a new phase of life almost as surprising as if she, Fanny Palliser, had died and been buried, and been resolved back into the elements to be born again as a princess of the blood royal. She kept on repeating feebly that it was all like a dream. She had not been able to realize the change yet. To Reginald Palliser, the inheritance of Wimperfield was only a return to the home of his childhood. To his lonely-born little helpmate, it was the beginning of a new life. It was a new sensation to Fanny Palliser to live in large rooms, to walk about a house in which the long corridors, the wide staircase, the echoing stone hall, the plenitude of light and space, seemed to her to belong to a public institution rather than to a domestic dwelling, a new sensation, and not altogether a pleasant one. She was awe-stricken by the grandeur, the largeness and airiness of her new surroundings. There was not one of the sitting-rooms at Wimperfield in which, even after a month's residence, she could feel thoroughly at home. She envied Mrs. Moggs, the housekeeper, her parlour looking into the stable-yard, which seemed to Sir Reginald's wife the only really snug room within the four walls of that respectable mansion. Mrs. Moggs' old-fashioned grate and brass fender, little round table, tea-tray, and kettle singing on the hob, reminded Fanny Palliser of her own girlhood, when her mother's sitting-room had worn just such an air of humble comfort. Those white and gold drawing-rooms, with their amber satin curtains and Georgian furniture, had a scenic and altogether artificial appearance to the unaccustomed eyes of one born and reared amidst the narrow surroundings of poverty. And then, again, how terrible was that highly respectable old butler, who knew the ways of genteel folks so much better than his new mistress did, and who put her to shame in a quiet, unconscious way 100 times a day by his superior knowledge and experience. How often she had asked for things that were altogether wrong, how continually she exposed her ignorance both to Rogers the butler and to Moggs the housekeeper, and what a feeble creature she felt herself in the presence of Jane Dyson, her own maid, who had come to her fresh from the sainted presence of an archbishop's wife, and who was inclined to be slightly dictatorial in consequence, always quoting and referring to that paragon of women, her late mistress, whose only error in life had been the leaving it before Jane Dyson had saved enough to justify her retirement from service. Those highly educated retainers were a terror to poor little Fanny Palliser. There were times when she would have been glad to be impecunious again, and running after her faithful Lizette, who had every possible failing except that of being superior to her mistress. These Wimperfield servants were models, but they did not disguise their quiet contempt for a lady who was evidently a stranger in that sphere where powdered footmen and elaborate dinners are among the indispensables of existence. Only 6 weeks, and Sir Reginald and his family were established in the place that had been Sir Vernon's, and the old servants waited on their new lord, and all the mechanical routine of life went on smoothly as if there had been no change of masters. Ida found herself wondering which was the reality and which the dream, the past or the present. There had been a few days of excitement, hurry, and confusion at La Fontaine after the awful news of the wreck, and then Sir Reginald had come to London with his wife and boy, and had put up at the Grosvenor Hotel, while the lawyers settled the details of his inheritance. Sir Vernon had left no will. Everything went to the heir-in-law: pictures, plate, horses and carriages, and those wonderful cellars of old wine which had been slowly accumulated by Sir Reginald's father and grandfather. Reginald Palliser passed from the pittance of a half-pay captain, eked out by the desultory donations of his open-handed nephew, to the possession of a fine income and a perfectly appointed establishment. There was nothing for him to do, no trouble of furnishing or finding servants. He came into his kingdom, and everything was ready for him. Yet in this house where he was born, in which every stone was familiar to him, how little that was mortal was left of those vanished days of his youth. Among all these old servants there was only one who remembered the new master's boyhood, and that was a deaf old helper in the garden, a man who seemed past all labour except the sweeping up of dead leaves, being himself little better than a withered leaf. This man remembered wheeling the present baronet about the gardens in his barrow 40 years ago, his function even then being to collect the fallen leaves, and was a little offended with Sir Reginald for having forgotten the man and the fact. At the Grosvenor Hotel, calm even in the dawn of his altered fortunes, Brian Walford found his father-in-law, and told, with the pleasantest, most plausible air, the story of Ida's clandestine marriage, slurring over every detail that reflected on himself, and making very light of Ida's revulsion of feeling, which he represented as a girlish whim, rather than a woman's bitter anger against the husband who had allowed her to marry him under a delusion as to his social status. Sir Reginald was at first inclined to be angry. The whole thing was a mystification, absurd, discreditable. His daughter had grossly deceived him. It needed all the stepmother's gentle influence to soften the outraged father's feelings. But Lady Palliser said all that was kindly about Ida's youth and experience, her impulsive nature, and a man who has just dropped into £7,000 a year is hardly disposed to be inflexible. Sir Reginald was too generous even to question Brian closely as to his capability of supporting a wife. The man was a gentleman, young, good-looking, with winning manners, and a member of a family in which his daughter had found warm and generous friends. Ida's father could not be uncivil to a Wendover. "Well, my good fellow, it is altogether a foolish business," he said. "But what's done cannot be undone. I am sorry my daughter did not ask my leave before she plunged into matrimony, but I suppose I must forgive her, and her husband into the bargain. You have both acted like a pair of children, falling in love and marrying and quarrelling and making friends again, without rhyme or reason. But the best thing you can do is to bring your wife, my little Ida a wife. Good God, how old I am getting. Yes, you had better bring her to Wimperfield next week, and then we can get better acquainted with you, and I shall see what I can do for you both." This no doubt meant a handsome allowance. Brian Walford felt for the first time in his life that he had fallen on his feet. He hated the country, and Wimperfield would only be a shade better than Kingthorpe, but it was essential that he should please his easy-tempered father-in-law. "If you wanted me to live in the moon, I should have to go there," he said to himself. And then Lady Palliser went into an adjoining chamber and brought forth little Vernon to exhibit him, as a particular favour and privilege to Ida's husband, and Brian, who detested children, had to appear grateful and to address himself to the irksome task of making friends with the little man. This was not easy, for the boy, though frank and bright enough in a general way, did not take to his new connection, and it was only when Brian spoke of Ida that his young brother-in-law became friendly. "Where is she? Why haven't you brought her here? Take me to her directly, minute," said the child, whose English savoured rather of the lower than the upper strata of society. Brian snapped at the opportunity, and carried off the boy instanter in a hansom cab to the hotel near Fleet Street, where his young wife was pining in her second-floor sitting-room, like a wild woodland bird behind the bars of a cage. The young man thought the little fellow might be a harbinger of peace, nor was he mistaken, for Ida melted at the sight of him, and seemed quite happy when the three sat down to a dainty little luncheon, she waiting upon and petting her younger brother all the while. "This is a partridge, isn't it?" asked Vernie. "I like partridge. We always have nice dinners now, jellies and creams, and wine that goes fizz, and we all have the same as Pa. We didn't in France, you know," explained the boy, unconscious of any reason for suppressing facts in the presence of the waiter. "Mamma and I used to have any little bits. It didn't matter for us, you know. We could pinch. Mamma was used to it, and it was good for me, you know, because I'm often bilious, and it's better to go without rich things than to take Gregory's powder, isn't it?" "Decidedly," said Brian, who was not too old to remember that bugbear of Edinburgh pharmacopoeia. "And now we have dessert every day," continued Vernie. "Lovely dessert, almonds and raisins and pears and nuts and things, just like Christmas Day. I thought that kind of dessert was only meant for Christmas Day. And we have men to wait upon us dressed like clergymen, just like him," added the child, pointing to the waiter. "Oh, Vernie, it's so rude to point," murmured Ida. "Not for me. I can't be rude," replied the boy with conviction. "I'm a baronet's son. I shall be a baronet myself some day. Mamma told me I may do what I like." "No, pet. You must be a gentleman. If you were a king's son, you would have to be that." "Then I wouldn't. What's the use of being rich if you can't do what you like?" demanded Vernie, who already began to have ideas, and who was as sharp for his age as the chicken which begins to catch flies directly its head is out of the shell. "What's the good of being somebody if you have to behave just as well as if you were nobody?" said Brian. "Little Vernon has the feudal idea strongly developed, no doubt, in evolution from some long departed ancestor, who lived in the days when there were different laws for the knight and the villain. Now, how are we going to amuse this young gentleman? I have leave to keep him till 7:30, when we are all three to dine with Sir Reginald and Lady Palliser at the Grosvenor." Vernie, who was halfway through his second glass of sparkling Moselle, burst out laughing. "Lady Palliser!" he exclaimed. "It's so funny to hear Mamma called lady, because she isn't a lady, you know. She used to run about the house all day with her sleeves tucked up, and she used to cook. And Jane, our English servant, said no lady ever did that. Jane and Mamma used to quarrel," explained the infant, calmly. "Jane knew very little about what makes a lady or not a lady," said Ida, grieved to find a want of elevation in the little man's ideas. "Some of the truest and noblest ladies have worked hard all their lives." "But not with their sleeves tucked up," argued the boy. "No lady would do that. Papa told Mamma so one day, and he must know. He told her she was cook, slush, and bottle washer. Wasn't that funny? You worked hard too, didn't you, Ida?" interrogated Vernon. "Papa said you were a regular drudge at Miss Pugh's. He said it was a hard thing that such a handsome girl as you should be a drudge, but his poverty and not his will consented." "Vernie quotes Shakespeare!" exclaimed Brian, trying to take the thing lightly, but painfully conscious of the head waiter, who was deliberately removing crumbs with a silver scraper. It could not matter to anyone what the waiter, a waif from Whitechapel or the Dials most likely, knew or did not know of Mr. and Mrs. Wendover's family affairs. But there is an instinctive feeling that any humiliating details of life should be kept from these menials. They should be maintained in the delusion that the superior class which employs them has never known want or difficulty. Perhaps the maintenance of this great sham is not without its evil, as it is apt to make the waiter class rapacious and exacting, and ready to impute meanness to that superior order which has wallowed in wealth from the cradle. "Suppose we go to the Tower?" inquired Brian. "Perhaps Vernie has never seen the Tower." Neither Vernon nor Ida had seen that stony page of feudal history, and Vernon had to be informed what manner of building it was. His sole idea of a tower being Babel, which he had often tried to reproduce with his wooden bricks, with no happier result than was obtained in the original attempt. So another hansom was chartered, and they all went off to the Tower, Vernon sitting between them, perky and loquacious, and intensely curious about every object they passed on their way. Interested in the associations of the grim old citadel, amused and pleaded by little Vernon's prattle as he trotted about holding his sister's hand, Ida forgot to be unhappy upon that particular afternoon. The whole history of her marriage was a misery to her. The marriage itself was a mistake. But there are hours of respite in the saddest life, and she was brave enough to try and make the best of hers. Above all, she was too generous to wish her husband to be painfully conscious of the change in their relative positions, that he was now in a manner dependent upon her father. Her own proud nature, which would have profoundly felt the humiliation of such a position as that which Brian Walford now occupied, was moved to pity for those feelings of shame and degradation which he might or might not experience, and she was kinder to him on this account than she would have been otherwise. The dinner at the Grosvenor went off with as much appearance of goodwill and proper family feeling as if there had been no flaw in Ida's matrimonial bliss. Sir Reginald was full of kindness for his new son-in-law, as he would have been for any other human creature whom he had asked to dinner. Hospitality was a natural instinct of his being, and he invited Brian Wendover to take up his abode at Wimperfield as easily as he would have offered him a cigar. "There are no end of rooms. It is a regular barrack," he said. "You and Ida can be very comfortable without putting my little women or me out of the way." This had happened just 6 weeks ago, and now Ida and her half-brother were wandering among the ferny hollows and breezy heights of the park, or roving off to adjacent heaths and hills, and it seemed almost as if they had lived there all their lives. Vernon had been quick to make himself at home in the stately old house, rummaging and foraging in every room, routing out all manner of forgotten treasures, riding his father's old rocking-horse, exploring stables and lofts, saddle-rooms, and long-disused holes and corners, going up ladders, climbing walls, and endangering life and limbs in every possible way which infantine ingenuity could suggest. "Mamma, how could we live so long in that horrid little house in France?" he demanded one day, as he prowled about his mother's spacious morning-room in the autumn dusk, dragging fine old folios out of a bookshelf in his search for picture-books, while Lady Palliser and her stepdaughter sat at tea by the fire. The lady of the house gave a faint sigh. "I don't know, Vernie," she said. "I almost think I was happier there than I am here. It was a poor little place, but I felt it was my own house, and I never feel that here." "It will be my house when Papa's dead," replied Vernon cheerfully, seating himself on the ground in front of the broad bay window and turning over Gell's Pompeiani. "Everything will be mine." "Is that why you don't feel as if it's yours now?" "No, Vernie, that's not it. I hope it will be a great many years before your father is taken away." "But you don't think so," argued Vernon. "You told him the other day that if he did not walk more and take less champagne, he would soon kill himself." "But I didn't mean it, darling. I only spoke for his good. The doctor says he must take no champagne, or only the driest of the dry." "What a silly that doctor must be!" interrupted Vernon. "All wine is wet." "The doctor meant wine that is not sweet, dear." "Then he should have said so," remarked Vernon, sententiously. He had lived all his little life in grown-up society, and he had been allowed to hear everything and to talk about everything, whereby he had come to consider himself an oracle. "The doctor thinks your poor papa has a lymphatic temperament," suggested Ida. "Yes, dear, that's the name of his complaint," replied Lady Palliser, who was not scientific. "He has that particular disease," continued the little woman, breaking down again. "And he ought to diet himself and take regular exercise, and he won't diet himself, and he won't walk or ride, and I lay awake at nights thinking of him," she concluded piteously. "You can't lay awake," said the boy. "Ida says you can't. You can lay down your hat or your umbrella, but you can't lay. It's impossible." "But I tell you I do, Vernie. I lay awake night after night," protested Lady Palliser, not seeing the grammatical side of the question. "Oh, Vernie," as the folio plates gave an alarming crackle, "you are tearing that beautiful book which cost your grandfather so much money." "It's a nasty book," said Vernon. "All houses and posts and things. Show me some nice books, Ida, please do." Ida was sitting on the carpet beside him in the next minute, and together they went through a bulky quarto Shakespeare with awe-inspiring illustrations by Fuseli. She told him what the pictures meant, and this naturally compelled her to tell the stories of the plays, and in this manner she kept him amused till it was time to dress for dinner, and almost bedtime for the little man. The happiest hours of her life were those in which she devoted herself mentally and bodily to her young brother. If he had loved her in adversity a year ago, he loved her still better in prosperity, when she was able to do much more for his comfort and amusement. He was rarely out of her sight, the companion of all her rides and rambles, the exacting charge of her life. Brian Walford was not slow to perceive that the boy took precedence of him in all his wife's thoughts, that the boy's society was more agreeable to her than that of her husband, and his health and happiness of more importance. As a wife, she was amiable, submissive, dutiful, but it needed no hypersensitiveness on the husband's part to warn him that she gave him duty without love, submission without reverence or esteem. The consciousness of his wife's indifference made Mr. Wendover less agreeable than he had been during the brief courtship among the willows and rushes by the river. He was inclined to be captious, and did not conceal his jealousy of the boy from Ida, although he set a watch upon his tongue in the presence of Vernon's father and mother. After all, it was a rather pleasant thing to have free quarters at Wimperfield, to have hunters to ride, and covers to shoot over, which were almost as much his own as if they had belonged to him. Sir Reginald Palliser had a large way of conferring benefits, which was instinctive in a man of his open and careless temper. Having given Brian Wendover what he called the run of his teeth at Wimperfield, he had no idea of limiting the privileges of residence there. Even when the stud-groom grumbled at the laming of a fine horse by injudicious bucketing uphill and downhill in a lively run with the Petersfield Harriers, Sir Reginald made light of the injury, and sent Pepper Box into the straw yard to recover at his leisure. His own use of the stable was restricted to an occasional ride on an elderly brown cob, of aristocratic lineage and manners that would have been perfect but for the old gentleman-like habit of dropping asleep over his work. The new baronet was too lazy to hunt, too liberal to put down the hunting stable established by his predecessor. The horses were there. Let Ida and Brian ride them. Of those good things which the blind goddess had flung into his lap, nothing was too good for his daughter or his daughter's husband, in Sir Reginald's opinion. Happily for the domestic peace, Lady Palliser was able to get on harmoniously with her stepdaughter's husband, and was not disposed to grudge him the luxuries of Wimperfield. Brian Walford had been quick to take that good-hearted little woman's intellectual measure. He flattered her small vanities, and made her so pleased with herself that she was naturally pleased with him. His shallow and frivolous nature made him livelier company than a man of profounder thought and deeper feeling. He sang light and lively music from the comic operas of the day, nay, would even stoop to some popular strain from the music halls. He was clever at all-round games and drawing-room amusements. He enlivened conversations with puns, which ranged from the utterly execrable to the tolerably smart. He quoted all the plays and burlesques that had been acted in London during the last 5 years. He could imitate all the famous actors, and he was a past master of modern slang. There was not much society within an easy drive of Wimperfield, but the few jog-trot country people who dined, or lunched, or afternoon tea'd with the Pallisers were enlivened by Mr. Wendover's social gifts, and talked of him afterwards as a talented young man. So far, Mr. Wendover had taken the goods the gods provided with a placid acceptance, and had shown no avidity for independence. He was silent as to his professional prospects, although Sir Reginald had told him in the beginning of things that if he wanted to make his way at the bar, any money required for the smoothing of his path should be provided. "You are too good," Brian answered lightly.
But it isn't a question of money, it's a question of time. The bar is a horribly slow profession. A man has to eat his heart out waiting for briefs." "Yes, I have always heard as much," said Sir Reginald. "But will it do as well for you to eat your heart out down here as in the Temple? Will the briefs follow you to Wimperfield when the propitious time comes?" "I believe they are about as likely to find me here as anywhere else," answered Brian moodily. He was apt to turn somewhat sullen at any suggestion of hard work. "And in the meantime I am not wasting my time. I can go on writing for the magazines." That writing for the magazines was an unknown quantity. The young man occasionally shut himself in a little upstairs study on a wet day, smoked excessively, and was supposed to be writing laboriously, his intellect being fed and sustained by tobacco. Sometimes the result of the day was a fat package of manuscript dispatched to the post office. Sometimes there was no result except a few torn sheets of foolscap in the waste paper basket. Sometimes the manuscript came back to the writer after a considerable interval, and at other times Mr. Wendover informed his wife vaguely that "those fellows" had accepted his contribution. Whatever honorarium he received for his work was expended upon his menus plaisirs, or may be said rather to have dribbled from his waistcoat pocket in a series of trivial extravagances which won him a reputation for generosity among grooms and such small deer. To his wife he gave nothing. She was amply provided with money by her father, who would have lavished his newly acquired wealth upon her if she had been disposed to spend it, but she was not. Her desires were no more extravagant now than when she was receiving £10 a quarter from Miss Wendover. Sooth to say, the temptations to extravagance at Wimperfield were not manifold. Ida's only need for money was that she might give it to the poor, and that, according to Jeremy Taylor, is to send one's cash straight to heaven. The few old established inhabitants of the neighbourhood, mostly sons of the soil, who attended the village church, were very plain in their raiment, knowing that they occupied a position in the general regard which no finery of velvets or satin could modify. Did not everybody about Wimperfield know everybody else's income? How much or how little the various estates were encumbered, the poverty or richness of the soil, and the rent of every farm upon it? It was only when Lady Pontifex of Heron Court came down from town, bringing gowns and cloaks and bonnets from Regent Street or the Rue de la Paix, that a transitory flash of splendour lighted up the shadowy old nave with the glow of newly invented hues and the sheen of newly woven fabrics. But the natives only gazed and admired. There was nobody adventurous enough to imitate the audacities of a lady of fashion. Miss Emery of Petersfield was quite good enough for the landed gentry of this quiet region. She had the fashions direct from Paris in the gaily coloured engravings of Le Follet. And what could anyone want more fashionable than Paris fashions? True that Miss Emery's conscientious cutting and excellent workmanship imparted a certain heaviness to Parisian designs, but who would care to have a gown blown together, as it were, by girls who were not allowed to sit down at their work? The life at Wimperfield was a pleasant life, albeit exceedingly quiet. There were times when Brian Walford felt the dullness of this rustic existence somewhat oppressive. But if life indoors was monotonous and uneventful, he had a good deal of amusement out of doors, hunting, shooting, football, and an occasional steeplechase within a day's drive. And a good point was that nobody asked him to work hard. He could make a great show of industry with books and foolscap, and nobody pried too closely into the result. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lady Palliser studies the upper 10. Ida was not left long in ignorance as to the friendly feelings of those she had left behind at Kingthorpe. Bessie's first letter reached her within a few days of her arrival at Wimperfield, a loving letter, full of sorrowful expressions about the two good young fellows who were gone, yet not concealing the writer's pleasure at her friend's elevation.
"When are we to meet again, dearest?" asked Bessie, after she had given full expression to her feelings. "Are you to come to us, or are we to go to you? What is the etiquette of the situation? Father and Mother know nothing about the outside points of etiquette. Beyond the common rules of dinners and calls, calls and dinners, I believe they are in benighted ignorance. Shall we tell John Coachman to put 4 horses to the landau, with himself and the under gardener as postilions, and post over to Wimperfield, just as they pay visits in Miss Austen's novels? Perhaps now we have gone back to Chippendale furniture, we shall return to muslin frocks and the manners of Miss Austen's time. I'm sure I wish we could. Life seems to have been so much simpler in her day, and so much cheaper. Darling, I am longing to see you. Remember, you are my cousin now, my very own near relation. It was fate, you see, that made me so fond of you, from that first evening when you helped me so kindly with my German exercise." There was also a letter from Aunt Betsy, quite as affectionate, but in much fewer words and more to the purpose. "We shall drive over to see your father and mother as soon as we hear that they are disposed to receive visitors," said Miss Wendover in conclusion. "I wonder Miss Wendover did not say Sir Reginald and Lady Palliser," observed Ida's stepmother when she had read this letter. The little woman had been devoting herself very earnestly to the perusal of books of etiquette, the upper circles, what is what, the crème de la crème, and works of a corresponding order, and was now much more learned in the infinitesimals of polite life than was Sir Reginald or his daughter. She had a profound belief in the mysterious authors of these interesting volumes. "The crème de la crème must be right, you know, Ida," she said, when some dictum was disputed, "for the book was written by a countess." "A countess who wears a shoddy tourist suit and smokes shag and sleeps in a 2-pair back in Camden Town, most likely," said Sir Reginald, laughing. The new baronet utterly refused to be governed by the hard and fast rules of the crème de la crème. He daily did things which were absolute and awful heresies in the sight of that authority, and Lady Palliser was sorely exercised at her very first dinner party by seeing the country people of Wimperfield setting at naught the precepts of the anonymous countess at every stage of the evening. They did those things which they ought not to have done, and they left undone those things which they ought to have done, and, from the countess's point of view, were utterly without manners. But although Lady Palliser thought Miss Wendover's letter deficient in ceremony, she was not the less ready to welcome Ida's Kingthorpe friends, so a hearty invitation to dine and stay the night was sent to the Colonel and his wife, to Aunt Betsy, and as many of the junior members of the family as the biggest available carriage would hold. It was the beginning of November when this visit occurred, but the foliage was still green on the elm tree-tops, while many a lovely tint of yellow and brown still glowed on the woodland. The weather was balmy, sunshiny, the sky as blue as at midsummer, and Ida, with her face as radiant as the sunlight, stood in the porch ready to welcome her friends when the wagonette drove up. "Oh, but where are Blanche and Eva, and why did not the boys come?" she inquired, when she had shaken hands with the Colonel and had been kissed and embraced by Mrs. Wendover, Aunt Betsy, and Bessie. "Surely they are coming too." "No, dear, I think we are quite a strong enough party as it is," answered Mrs. Wendover. "Not half strong enough. You have no idea what a barrack Wimperfield is. But Bessie knows and ought to have told you. There are 22 bedrooms. It would have been a charity to have filled some of them. I am dreadfully disappointed." "Never mind, dear. You will see enough of them, depend upon it. But where is Brian?" "Oh, it's one of his harrier days. He left all sorts of apologies for not being at home to receive you. He will be home before dinner. Here is Mamma," as Lady Palliser came sailing out in a 40-guinea gown from Jay, all glitter of bugles and sheen of satin, putting Miss Wendover's homespun travelling dress to shame. There was a dinner gown with the luggage, but a gown which, in comparison with Lady Palliser's satin and jet, would be like the cloudy countenance of Luna on a November night, as compared with the glory of Sol on a midsummer morning.
But then, happily, Mrs. Wendover was not the kind of person to suffer at being worse dressed than her hostess. Lady Palliser sank in a low curtsy when Ida murmured a rather vague presentation, and again beheld the Countess's eternal laws violated by her guests. For the Colonel and his wife shook hands with a vigour which in the crème de la crème was stigmatized as barbarous vulgarity, while Aunt Betsy was so taken up with Ida that, after a smile and a nod, she actually turned her back upon the lady of the house. "My poor child, how horridly ill you are looking!" Miss Wendover exclaimed, holding Ida by both hands and looking searchingly into her face. "Prosperity has not agreed with you. I can see the traces of sleepless nights under your eyes." "It was such a shock," murmured Ida. "Yes, it was a terrible shock. Those fine, frank young fellows. It was ever so long before I could get the images of them out of my mind. And I could not help feeling very sorry for them, in spite of your good fortune." "Don't call it my good fortune," said Ida. "I am glad my father is better off, but I was happier when I was poor." "And yet you used to say such bitter things against poverty." "Yes, I was a worshipper of Mammon in those days, but now I have got inside the temple and have found out that he is a false god." "He is not a god, but a devil. The least erected spirit that fell from heaven. My poor Ida. And so you have found out that there are dust and ashes inside golden apples. Never mind. You will learn to enjoy the privileges and comforts of wealth better when you are better used to being rich. And in the meantime, tell me that you are happy in your married life, that you and Brian are getting on pleasantly together." "We never quarrel," said Ida, looking downward. "Oh, that is a bad sign. Tell me something better than that." "You told me that it was my duty to live with my husband. I am trying to do my duty," Ida answered gravely. There was no radiance upon her face now. All the happiness, the unselfish delight of welcoming her friends, had faded and left her pale and despondent. She threw off all gloomy thoughts presently, and was running about the house, showing her friends their rooms, giving directions to servants, making a good deal more fuss, and making more use of her own hands than the author of La Crème de la Crème would have tolerated. "A lady's hands," said that exalted personage, "are not for use but for adornment. Her first object should be to preserve their delicacy of form and colour, her second to be always bien gantée. She should never lift anything heavier than her teacup, and she should rather endure some inconvenience from cold while waiting the attendance of her footman, that she should so far derogate from feminine dignity as to put on a shovel of coals. The rule of her life should be to do nothing which her domestics or her dame de compagnie can do for her." "My dearest Ida," remonstrated Lady Palliser, remembering this classic passage, "what do you mean by carrying that bag? Are there no servants in the house?" "Half a dozen too many, mamma. But I like to do something with my own hands for those I love." Lady Palliser sighed, recalling the days when she had cooked her husband's breakfasts and dinners, and had been happier, so it seemed to her now, in performing that domestic duty than in giving orders to a housekeeper of whom she stood in awe. But Fanny Palliser had made up her mind that she ought to become a fine lady, in order to do credit to her husband's altered fortunes, and she was working assiduously with that intent. The guests had arrived in time for luncheon, and after luncheon Lady Palliser and the three elders went for a long drive in the landau to explore the best points in the surrounding scenery, while Ida and Bessie, with Vernon in their company, started for a long ramble in the park and woods. The boy ran about hither and thither, flitting from bank to bank, in quest of flowers or insects, curious about everything in nature, vivid as a flash in all his movements. Thus the two girls were left very much to themselves, and were able to talk as they liked, only occasionally giving their attention to some newly discovered wonder of Vernon's, a tadpole in the act of shedding his horny beak, or some gigantic development of the genus toadstool, which species was just then in full season. At first
there was a shadow of constraint upon Bessie's manner, and in one whose nature was so frank, the faintest touch of reserve is painfully obvious. For a little while all her talk was of Wimperfield and its beauties. "And to think that my dear old pet should be a leading member of our county families!" she exclaimed. "It is too delightful." "Indeed, Bess, I am nothing of the kind. I am a very insignificant person, nothing but my father's daughter. Brian and I are only here on sufferance." "Oh, that's nonsense, dear. I heard Sir Reginald tell my father that Wimperfield was to be your home and Brian's as long as ever you both like. As long as your father lives, in fact. Brian can have his chambers in town and work at his profession, but you are to live at Wimperfield." "That can hardly be," answered Ida gloomily. "When Brian goes to London I must go with him. It will be my duty, you know," with a shade of bitterness. "Well, then, this will be your country house, and that will be ever so much better, for after all, you know, however delightful the country may be, it is rather like being buried alive to live in it all the year round. I suppose Brian will soon begin to work at his profession, to read law books and wait for briefs, don't you know?" "I hope so," answered Ida coldly. "But I do not think your cousin is very fond of hard work." "Oh, but he must work. Manhood demands it. He cannot possibly go on sponging upon your father forever." "There is no question of sponging. Brian is welcome here, as you have heard. Lady Palliser likes him very much, and we all get on very well together." "But you would like your husband to work, wouldn't you, Ida?" "I should like him to be a man," answered Ida curtly. In all this time there had been no mention of that other Brian, the owner of Wendover Abbey. No word of congratulation had come to Ida from him upon the change in her fortunes, nor had her husband told her of any communication from his cousin. She concluded, therefore, that Brian the elder had made no sign. It might be that he had dismissed her from his mind as unworthy of further thought or care. He had discovered her falsehood, her worthlessness, and she was no longer the woman he had once loved and honoured. She had passed out of his life, like an evil dream which he had dreamed and forgotten. His voice had been silent when those other voices, the Colonel's and the curate's, had told her that it was her duty to fulfil the vow she had vowed before God's altar, to share her husband's fate for good or ill. Brian, her lover of a few minutes before, had held his peace. What had he thought of her in those bitter moments? Had there been one touch of pity mingled with his scorn? She could not tell. He had made no sign. From the moment of her friend's arrival, she had tremulously expected some mention of Mr. Wendover's name, but that name had not been spoken. The silence was a relief, and yet she yearned to know something more, whether he had spoken of her with friendly feeling, whether he thought of her with compassion. Not for worlds would she have questioned Bessie upon this subject, not even Bessie, whose childish love so invited confidence, before whose tender eyes she could never feel ashamed. After that little talk about Brian Walford, there followed a good deal of talk about Mr. Jardine. He was promised a living, not a big benefice by any means, but still an actual living and an actual vicarage, in the vicinity of Salisbury Plain, and he and Bessie were to be married early in the following year, as soon as there were enough spring flowers to decorate Kingthorpe Church, the Colonel had said. "It is to be in the time of daffodils, just before Lent," said Bess. "Easter comes late next year, you know." "I don't know, but no doubt you have found out all about it," Ida answered, laughing. "God bless you, dear, and make your wedded life one long honeymoon." "I have seen marriages like that," said Bess. "Father and mother, for instance. They are always spooning. Oh, Ida, doesn't it seem dreadfully soon to be married?" "There is plenty of time for reflection," answered Ida, with a sigh. Bessie remembered how sudden a thing matrimony had been in her friend's case. "Ah, darling, I know what you're thinking about," she said tenderly. "You married on the spur of the moment, and were just a little sorry afterwards. But I have been so fenced and guarded by parental wisdom that I could not do anything foolish,
if I tried ever so. And then John is far too wise to propose anything wild or romantic. Yet I think if he had come to me and said, 'There is a dog-cart at the gate. Let us drive over to Romsey Church and be married,' I should hardly have known how to say no. But, Ida, dear, tell me that your hasty marriage has turned out a happy one after all. Brian is so very nice. Confess now that you are happy with him." Bessie had intended scrupulously to avoid any such home question, but her feelings carried her away directly she began to talk of John Jardine. "I cannot tell you a lie. Bessie, no, my life is not a happy one. All colour and brightness, all youthfulness and fervour, went out of me when I left Kingthorpe. But it is an endurable life, and I make the best of it." "Brian is not unkind to you, I hope?" cried Bessie, prepared to be indignant. "No, he is not unkind. I have no complaint to make against him." "But surely he is nice," argued Bessie. "I have always thought him one of the nicest young men I know. He has very good manners, he knows a good deal, can talk of almost any subject, and he is full of life and spirits when he wants to be amusing." "I have no doubt he is a very agreeable person," answered Ida gloomily. "I have never disputed that, and yet our marriage was a mistake all the same." "But when you married him, surely then you must have cared for him just a little?" "I thought I did. It was the glamour of his imaginary wealth. It was the worship of the golden calf, exemplified in one of its vilest phases, a mercenary marriage." "Do not lower yourself too much, dearest," pleaded Bessie, hugging her friend's arm affectionately, as they tramped across the withered bracken. "You are too good to have been governed by any sordid feeling. The delusion must have gone deeper?" "It did. I married in a rhapsody of gratitude, thinking that I had found a modern Cophetua. Say no more about it, Bess, if you love me." "I will never say another word, dear," sighed Bess. "But I do wish you had been single when you met the other Brian, for I know he was more than half in love with you. And now he is going off to the other end of the world again, and goodness knows if he will ever come back." The upper tracts of heaven were beginning to grow grey. The sun was sinking in a bed of red and gold behind a clump of oaks on the edge of the horizon. The dark and delicate outline of leafless branches distinctly marked against that yellow light. Wimperfield Park was almost at its best upon such an afternoon as this, the turf soft and springy after autumnal rains, the atmosphere tranquil and balmy, and all animal creation, deer, oxen, rabbits, feathered game, and an innumerable army of rooks, full of life and motion. Ida was slow to reply to Bessie's news about her cousin. The two girls walked on in silence for a little way, Vernon running ever so far ahead of them to look for fallen nuts in a grove of fine old Spanish chestnuts, which stood boldly out on top of the hill. "Don't you feel sorry that he is going away?" asked Bessie at last. "Just as he had established himself among us, and began all kinds of improvement at the Abbey farm, and was even thinking of building new schools." "It is a pity," said Ida. "It is simply horrid. He is quite as bad as those Irish absentees who are continually getting murdered, or he would be as bad if he had not arranged with my father for the carrying on of all his plans while he is away." "That is very good of him." "Good, yes. But it will be a dreadful responsibility for poor father, and I daresay we shall all be worried about it. He will have builders on the brain till the work is finished. My poor John has promised to look after the schools, and he is so conscientious that he will wear himself to a shadow rather than neglect the smallest detail." "But are you not pleased that he can be of so much use?" "I am obliged to be pleased. I am going to be a clergyman's wife, and I must teach myself to look at everything from the parochial point of view. John and I will not belong to ourselves, but to our parish. Our own pleasure, our own health, our own interests, must be as nothing to us. We must only exist as machines for the maintenance of the proper church services and for the relief of the sick and poor." "If you think it is too hard a life, dear, there is time for you to draw back." "Oh, Ida, do you think I am like Lot's wife? regretting the false, frivolous world I am going to renounce? What life could be too hard shared with him? God bless you, dear. I believe your life will be a very happy one, said Ida earnestly, with a touch of melancholy. There was so much that was enviable in Bessie's fate. Then, after a pause, she said hesitatingly, "Do you know why your cousin is going to leave England?" "No, I know no reason except his natural restlessness. He is a member of the Geographical, you know, and attends all their meetings. The other day he went up to hear some old fellow prose about the regions north of Afghanistan, and he was so interested that he made arrangements at once for an exploration on his own account. And I dare say he will get killed by some savage tribe or die of fever." "He is not going alone, I hope?" "No, he has a friend almost as mad as himself, and they are going together. That will mean 2 for the savages to kill instead of 1, and I suppose they will have an interpreter and 2 or 3 servants, which will be a few more for the savages." "Let us hope they will not go into really dangerous places. There must be so much for a traveller to see in India, without running into any great risks," said Ida, affecting a cheerful tone. "But you know, English travellers love to run risks. It is their only idea of enjoyment. A man like Brian is told of some mountain or some settlement where no Englishman has ever set his foot before, and he says, 'That is the very place for me,' and the experiment naturally results in his getting murdered." They had finished their ramble, and were in front of the portico by this time. "Oh, Bessie," said Ida, with a stifled sob, "life is so full of sad changes. Do you remember that summer afternoon 3 months ago, when Vernon and Peter stood on those steps bidding us good-bye as we drove away with your cousin? And now those 2 are lying at the bottom of the sea, and he is going to the other end of the world." The Wendover visit was altogether a success. There was something so conciliating, so sympathetic, so entirely comfortable in Mrs. Wendover's nature and outward characteristics, that Lady Palliser felt almost immediately at her ease with her, and forgot her newly acquired manners, becoming a good deal more ladylike in consequence, since the strict and stern system of etiquette, formulated in the La Crème de la Crème, did not lie comfortably to the original formation of the little woman's disposition. To be free and easy, loquacious, fussy, and kind was Fanny Palliser's nature, and she became odious when she tried to restrain those simple impulses by the armour of formal manners. "I never had a lady friend I liked better than Mrs. Wendover," she told Ida in confidence on the second day of the visit. Fanny Palliser was not quite so much at ease with Aunt Betsy. She had an idea that the spinster was satirical, and was inwardly critical of her shortcomings. She was impressed by the wide extent of Aunt Betsy's information, most especially when that lady talked politics with Sir Reginald, and contrived to hem him into corners whence there was no logical thoroughfare. Aunt Betsy was liberal to the verge of radicalism, Sir Reginald a Tory of the good old pig-headed type, who looked upon all advanced movements as revolutionary, and thought that his own party had gone mad. "I don't like strong-minded women," Lady Palliser told Ida when the guests had left. "I have no doubt Miss Wendover is very kind-hearted and generous. I'm sure her kindness to you is wonderful, but she is not my idea of a lady. That brocade dinner gown was lovely and fitted her like a glove, but the way she put her elbows on the table when she talked to Sir Reginald at dessert, well, I never did." Brian Walford had made himself particularly agreeable during the brief visit of his kindred, agreeable to both sides of the house. It was his desire to stand well with both. He wanted his uncle and aunts to see that he was thought much of at Wimperfield, that he was a valued member of the household, respected and liked by his wife's family, that he had done well for himself by his marriage, and that whatever cloud had overshadowed the opening of his wedded life had vanished altogether from his horizon. People soon forgive and forget a little wrong-doing if the sinner comes comfortably out of his difficulties, and becomes a prosperous member of society. The Colonel and his wife, who had always liked Ida,
liked her all the better now that they saw her established in a stately home, the only daughter of a man of fortune and position. On the morning of her departure, Miss Wendover contrived to have a tête-à-tête with Sir Reginald, in the course of which she informed him that she meant to leave half her money to her niece Bessie, and the other half to her nephew, Brian Walford. "The land, of course, will go to Brian of the Abbey," she said. "We Wendovers can't afford to divide the soil. Our chances of doing good in the land depend upon our having a large interest in the neighbourhood." "Why, Miss Wendover, I thought you were a Radical," exclaimed Sir Reginald. "So I am in many of my ideas, but not for cutting up the land into little bits, to pass from hand to hand like a £10 note, until there should be not an estate left in England with a long family history, nor a rich man left in the rural districts to take care of the poor. England would be badly off without her squirearchy." Sir Reginald and Miss Wendover were thoroughly agreed upon this point. He thanked her for her generous intentions towards her nephew, and he told her that he meant to provide fairly for his daughter. "The entail expires in my person," he said. "I can do what I like for my girl. Of course the whole of the estate will go to Vernon. He is the last of his race, and I hope I may live to see him married, and the father of sons to inherit his name. It is a hard thing to think that a good old name must perish off the face of the land. However, I am free to make my will as I like, and I shall leave Ida 600 or 700 a year. She and Brian ought to get on very well with that and his profession. I should like to see him a little more energetic, a little fonder of hard work," pursued Sir Reginald with a sigh, conscious of having never felt a strong inclination that way on his own part. "But I suppose all young men are idle." "No, they are not," retorted Aunt Betsy sharply. "There are workers and idlers in all families, men born to honour or to dishonour, races apart, like the drones and the working bees. Look at my other nephew, for example, a man who has 7,000 a year, and not a creature to gainsay him if he chose to dissipate his days and nights on worldly pleasures. He is your true type of worker, a fine Greek scholar, a naturalist, a traveller, a thorough sportsman, where sport means courage, adventure, intelligence, endurance. Fortune made him a rich man, but he has made himself a man of mark in every circle in which he has ever lived, and I am proud to own him for my own flesh and blood. Nature gave Brian Walford many gifts, and what has he done for himself? Learnt to dress as foplings dress, and to think as foplings think." "He is a very nice young fellow," said Sir Reginald kindly. "We are all fond of him, only we think, for his own sake, it would be better if he took life more seriously." "He must be made to take life seriously," replied the spinster sternly. "Yes, he is very nice. That is the worst of it. If he were nasty, no one would tolerate him. I'm afraid his good qualities will be his ruin." And thus, promising good things, yet prophesying evil, Miss Wendover left Wimperfield. Ida was to go and stay with her later on at the homestead, when Brian Walford should be reading law in those new chambers which he often talked about. There were times when to hear him talk, people thought him a youth gnawed and consumed by ambition, only panting for the opportunity to work. 2 days after the Wendovers had gone back, Brian showed his wife a letter from his cousin, Brian of the Abbey. "I am leaving England for a longer period than usual, and going farther afield," wrote the master of Wendover Abbey. "So, before starting, I feel myself bound to do something definite for you. He has helped me with odd sums now and then, I suppose you know?" said Brian as Ida read this passage. "I did not know," she answered coldly. "But I am not surprised to hear that he has been generous to you." "No, he is your paragon, your preux chevalier, is he not?" sneered Brian. "Bessie told me as much." "She told you only the truth. No one who lives at Kingthorpe can help knowing that your cousin is a good man." She went on with the letter. "Now you are married, the claims upon you will be larger than they have been, and I know you will not care to be a pensioner upon your father-in-law's bounty. I have therefore arranged with my bankers that you should draw on me quarterly for £150 while I am away. This will help you to keep the wolf from the door while you are reading for the bar. I hope to find you a successful junior in the first stage of a prosperous journey to the bench when I come back. 600 a year, not half bad, is it, Ida? It is very good of him. I hope you will do as he suggests. How do you mean? Work hard at your profession. I shall work hard enough, answered Brian, turning sullen, unless you all badger me. I hate being badgered. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All our life is mixed with death. 4 years and more had gone, and there were changes at Wimperfield, changes at Kingthorpe. Death had come to the Georgian mansion among the wood-crowned hills. The easy-going master of that good old house had taken life a little too easily, had disregarded the warnings of wife and doctor, had dined and slept, and drunk his favourite wines, not immoderately, but with utter disregard of medical regime, had neither walked nor ridden, but had let life slip by him in a placid, plethoric self-indulgence, shunning all exertion, all pleasure even, if it were allied with activity of any kind. So, in an existence almost as sleepy as the spell-bound slumber in Beauty's enchanted palace, Ida's father had left the door of his mansion ajar to the fell visitor Death, and the fatal day had come suddenly, with no more warning than Sir Reginald heard Sunday after Sunday in church, or read any evening in his favourite Horace, as he turned the carmine-bordered leaves of one of Firmin Ditto's exquisite duodecimos, and mused pleasantly over the poet's perpetual variations upon the old theme, "Brother, we must all die." The guest came like a thief in the night, and snatched his prey, in the midst of the family circle, in the leisurely lamplit hour after dinner, with the sound of gay voices and light laughter in the air. The senseless body breathed and throbbed for another day and another light, and then all was over, and Ida and her stepmother knelt side by side, clasped in each other's arms, by the clay which both had fondly loved. They were alone in their sorrow. Brian was in London. Vernon was with Mr. and Mrs. Jardine at their parsonage on Salisbury Plain, being prepared for Eton. The two women grieved together in a mournful solitude for the first day on which the house was darkened, and the presence of death was palpable in their midst. Brian hurried down to Wimperfield directly the news reached him. He was agitated by the event, which had happened without any note of warning. He was not given to forecasting the future, and it had seemed to him that life at Wimperfield was to go on for ever in the same groove, immutable as the course of the planets, that he was always to have a luxurious home there, a fine stable, an indulgent father-in-law. He had been really fond of Sir Reginald, after his manner, and his sudden death shocked and grieved him. And then it gave a shade of uncertainty to his own future. He did not know how the estate might be left. How tied up and hedged round by executors and trustees, shutting him out of his present almost proprietorial enjoyment of the place. Some smug London lawyer, perhaps, would put his sleek paw upon everything during the boy's minority. Sir Reginald had never talked to Brian of his will. The smug town lawyer came down, but not to impound Wimperfield, only to read the late baronet's will, which was entirely in harmony with the dead man's easy and generous temper. He left his widow an annuity of £1,500, and the privilege of occupying Wimperfield until his son should come of age, and on leaving Wimperfield she was to receive the sum of £2,000, to enable her to furnish any house she might choose to rent for herself. To his daughter he left any 2 horses she might select from the existing stud, and £700 a year in the 3 per cents, the principal to be divided among her children, if of age at the date of her death, or to be held in trust for them if under age. In the event of Vernon dying unmarried, Ida was to inherit everything. In the event of his marrying but having no children, his widow was to take the same annuity as that bequeathed to Lady Palliser, and the estate was to go to Ida, with reversion to her eldest son, or, in the event of no son, to her eldest daughter, whose husband was to take the name of Palliser. In this manner had a short-lived man endeavoured to make his name live after him. Ida and her stepmother were left joint guardians of the boy, Vernon. To Brian Walford Wendover, Sir Reginald bequeathed only his favourite hunter, a leash of Chumber Spaniels, and £50 for a memorial ring. Mr. Wendover could not find fault with a will which left his wife £700 a year, but he felt that his position was diminished by his father-in-law's death, and he was morbidly jealous of the boy, who had absorbed so much of his wife's care and affection from the first hour of their coming to Wimperfield. "I suppose we are to turn out now," he said to Ida the night after the funeral, when the two were slowly and sadly pacing the terrace, in front of the drawing-room windows. It was the beginning of December, bleak, cheerless weather, and the woods looked black against a dull grey sky. There was only one feeble streak of pale yellow light in the west bonder, behind gaunt patriarchal oaks. "Your father's will is a very handsome will," continued Brian, "but it leaves no provision for our living on here, and I suppose we shall have to clear out." "Leave Wimperfield? Oh, no, I'm sure Lady Palliser has no idea of such a thing. Leave Wimperfield and Vernon? He has a double claim upon me now, my fatherless darling." "Of course, Vernon is your first thought," sneered Brian. "But wouldn't it be just as well to think of ways and means? Who is to keep up Wimperfield? Lady Palliser on her £1,500 a year, or you on your £700? "I can help Mamma. She can have all my income, except just enough to buy my clothes, and my father gave me gowns enough to last for the next 5 years. But I heard the lawyers say that the place would be kept up for Vernie. Lady Palliser would hardly have any occasion to spend her income, except in paying for actual personal expenses, her own servants, and so on." "Good for Lady Palliser, but that doesn't make our position any more secure, if she should want to get rid of us." "I'm sure she will want us to stay. You ought to know her better than to suggest such a thing. You must know her affectionate nature, and how fond she is of both of us." "I never presume to know anything of any woman. She seems to like us, but who can tell what may lurk under that seeming? She may marry again, and want to make a clean sweep of old associations." "Mamma, how can you think of such a horrid thing? No, she is true as steel. She has been a good and loyal wife to my father."
"That doesn't prevent her being good and loyal to a second husband. Nay, her very virtues, affectionateness, a soft, clinging nature, point to the probability of a second marriage. It is just such women who fall into the adventurer's trap. However, we won't quarrel about her, and so long as she is cordial and likes to have us here, Wimperfield can be our country house." This was a somewhat loose way of speaking, for Wimperfield had been Ida's only house during her married life. Brian had had his chambers in the Temple at a rent of £125 a year, his sitting-room furnished with none of that Spartan ruggedness which so well became George Warrington of Pump Court, but in the willow pattern and peacock feather style of art. The dingy old walls glorified by fine photographs of Jerome's Roman gladiators, Phryne before her judges, Socrates searching for Alcibiades at the house of Aspasia, and enlarged carbonized portraits of the reigning beauties in London society. But these chambers, though supposed to be devoted to the days of patient work and much consumption of midnight oil, had served chiefly as a basis for late breakfasts, club dinners, and theatre-going, while the midnight oil had been mostly associated with lobster salad at snug little suppers after the play. Ida had never been at these chambers, although she had been invited there frequently during the first few months of her husband's tenancy. As time went by, Mr. Wendover found it was more convenient that his town and country residences should be completely distinct, and it had gradually become an accepted fact at Wimperfield
that Temple Chambers were a kind of habitation which a man's wife could hardly visit without violating the first principles of legal etiquette. Brian Walford was speedily reassured as to his position at Wimperfield. Lady Palliser clung to her stepdaughter in her widowhood with a still warmer affection than she had shown during her husband's lifetime. Ida was her adviser, her strong rock, her resource in all difficulties and perplexities, social or domestic. Nor would she allow her stepdaughter or her stepdaughter's husband to share the expenses of housekeeping at Wimperfield. The allowance for the young baronet's maintenance during his minority was large enough to cover all expenses of the quiet household, likely to be even more quiet now that Sir Reginald Palliser, a man of particular social habits, was gone. Lady Palliser had never been able to feel thoroughly at home among the country people. Their language was not her language, nor their habits her habits. She could have got on ever so much better with them had they been less homely and free and easy in their ways. She had schooled herself in a politeness of line and rule, and had learnt good manners by rote. And to find all her theories continually ignored or traversed was a perplexity and a trouble to her. If the country people had only treated her with the rigid stiffness enjoined in a 3 and 6-penny manual, she could have met them upon equal ground. She could have remembered the social laws made and provided for her guidance as guest or hostess, how to enter and leave a room, in what attitude to stand or sit, with the fitting use of every item of table furniture, from the fish knife and fork to the salver of rosewater. But when she beheld the country people doing outrageous things with their legs, and altogether heterodox in their way of eating and drinking, when she heard them talk very much as the lady friends of her girlhood had talked over their wash-tubs or kitchen ranges, yet with an indescribable difference, and never by any chance realizing her own innate ideas of company manners, Lady Palliser felt herself more and more at sea in this new world of hers. Thus it was that she fell into the way of letting Ida manage everything for her, and of meekly accepting such friends as Ida brought round her, and making much of those mothers whose boys were of an age to be playfellows for her own beloved son. And now the master of the house, the central figure in the family picture, was gone, and the two women had to face life, for the most part, alone. Brian had grown fonder of London lately. He had held a few briefs during the last 12 months, and could plead business in the metropolitan law courts as a reason for being very little at Wimperfield out of the hunting season. The boy was with the Jardines at Hopsley Vicarage, except during the happy interval of holidays. He was always glad to come home, but he was generally tired of home before the holiday was over, and went back to the Jardines with a keen delight which made his mother's heart ache. Ida's character had ripened and strengthened in the years which were gone, years of quiet, submissive performance of duty. She had been a fond and obedient daughter, an almost adoring sister, a good and faithful wife. If she had not given her husband the love he had hoped to inspire, she had been more considerate, more sympathetic than many a wife who was married for love. She had never wounded him by hard words, had never exacted sacrifices from him, never pursued her own pleasure when it was at variance with his. She had long ago gauged his shallow nature. She knew but too well that he was a reed and not a rock, and that in all the trials of life she would have to stand alone. But if she sometimes inwardly scorned him, she never betrayed her scorn, either to him or to the world, after she had once made up her mind as to the nature of the bond between them, and the duties attached to that bond. With ripening years and growing wisdom, she had atoned nobly for the errors of impulse and reckless anger. Brian knew that she was good and loyal, but although he admired and respected her, he could not forgive her for that innate superiority which made him all the more conscious of his own shortcomings, for that growing strength of character which accentuated his own weakness. When the charm of novelty had departed, when the triumph of having won her in spite of herself was over, Brian Walford's love for his beautiful wife wore to a very thin thread. The tie was not broken, but it was sorely attenuated. He had never ceased to be jealous of the brother whom she loved so much more fondly than she had ever loved, or even pretended to love, her husband. But he had left off expressing that jealousy in open upbraiding. Once he had been in the habit of saying, "You will have a boy of your own some day, and then Master Verney will be nowhere." But that hoped-for son had never come, and Vernon was still all in all to his sister. Brian knew that it was so, and submitted to his lot in sullen acquiescence. After all, his marriage had brought him much that was good, had smoothed his pathway in life, and if by and by some such fatality as that which had cleared the way for Reginald Palliser should clear the way for Ida, his wife would be the owner of one of the finest estates in Sussex. He wished no evil to the young baronet. He bore no grudge against him for Ida's idiotic fondness. But the fact remained that the boy's death would make Brian Walford Wendover's wife a rich woman. It is not in the nature of a man living among sharp-witted lawyers and men about town to ignore a fact of this kind. His friends had talked to him about it after the publication of Sir Reginald Palliser's will. "A fine thing for you if that young gentleman was to go off the hooks," said they. But Brian protested that he had no desire for such promotion. He was fond of the boy, and was very well satisfied with his own position. "I dare say you do like the little beggar," answered his particular friend, who was loafing away the earlier half of the afternoon in Mr. Wendover's chambers, smoking Mr. Wendover's cigarette, and sipping Mr. Wendover's Apollinaris slightly coloured with brandy. A very modest form of entertainment, surely, and yet the cigarettes and the superfine cognac, which were always on tap in Elm Court, made no small appearance in the accounts of tobacconist and wine merchant. "You would be sorry if anything were to happen to him, no doubt, just as I shall be sorry when the governor bursts up, poor old fellow. But I know I want his money very badly, and I think you could spend a good deal more than your present income." Brian admitted with a light laugh that his capacity for expenditure was considerably in excess of his resources. "You know how quietly I live," he began. "Come see, come ça," muttered his friend. "And yet, even now, I am in debt, and have been ever since I first knew you, and would be if you had 50,000 a year." "Oh, that's inevitable," said Brian. "A man with an income of that kind must always be in debt. He can never know when he has come to the boundary line. When a man starts in life by believing he is enormously rich, and can have everything he wants, he is pretty sure to go to the dogs. That's the way the sons of millionaires so often drift towards the gutter." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fruits fail and love dies and time ranges. Brian found Wimperfield duller as a place of residence after Sir Reginald's death, or it may be that he found London gayer and his professional duties more absorbing. It was not often that his wife and mother-in-law were gratified by any public notification of his engagements, but now and then the name of Mr. Wendover appeared as junior counsel in some insignificant case, and Lady Palliser, who read the Times and Post, diligently apprised Ida of the fact. "You see, Brian is getting on quite nicely," she said approvingly. "And by, when he has plenty of work, you will have a small house in town, I suppose, somewhere about Belgravia, and only come to Wimperfield for your holidays." Fanny Palliser had never left off compassionating Ida for her frequent separation from her husband. She had never divined that Ida was happier in Brian's absence than when he was with her. The wife had so borne herself that her husband should not be put to shame by her indifference. She lived the larger half of her life apart from him, but Lady Palliser and her gossips believed that in doing so the young couple sacrificed inclination to prudence. So soon as they could afford to maintain a town house, they would have one. It was midsummer weather, and the rose garden at Wimperfield, the garden which had been Ida's own peculiar care for the last 4 years, the garden which she had improved and beautified with every art learned from that ardent rose worshipper, Aunt Betsy, was glorious with its first blooms. Sir Reginald Palliser had been dead a year and a half, but Ida still wore black gowns, and the widow had in no wise mitigated the severity of her weeds. The two women had lived peaceably and affectionately together ever since the baronet's death, leading a quiet but not unhappy life, the placid monotony of their existence agreeably varied by frequent intercourse with the family at Kingthorpe. The only changes at the Knoll were of a gentle domestic character. No cloud of trouble had darkened that happy household. Bessie had become a brisk, business-like little matron, dividing her cares between her yearling baby and her husband's parish, troubled, like Martha, about many things, but only in such a manner as women of her temperament like to be troubled. Reginald had begun his university career as an undergraduate of Balliol, and talked largely about Professor Jowett and Greek. Horatio was still a Wintonian. The Colonel had grown a little stouter, and his wife was too polite to cultivate a slimness which might have seemed a reproach to her husband's comfortable figure. Blanche was out, a development of her being which meant that she was occasionally invited to a friendly dinner party with her father and mother, that her clothes cost 3 times as much as they had cost while she was in, that she had ideas about blue china and sunflowers, lamented the shabbiness of the Knoll drawing-room and the general untidiness of the household, and that she abandoned herself to despondency whenever there was a long interval between one garden party and another. The child Eva had become exactly what Blanche had been 4 years ago. Urania was still Urania Rylance, just a shade more self-opinionated and more conscious of the inferiority of her fellow creatures. These innate instincts had been ripened and developed by several London seasons, and were now accompanied by a flavour of sourness which was meant for wit. She had not been without offers, but there had been no offer tempting enough to induce her to abandon her privileges as Dr. Rylance's daughter. She had an idea that her marriage would be the signal for Dr. Rylance to take unto himself a second wife, and she was disinclined to give that signal. The more anxious her father seemed to dispose of her in the marriage market, the more tenaciously she clung to the privileges of spinsterhood. "I hope you are not in a hurry to get rid of me, father," she said at breakfast one morning, when Dr. Rylance urged the claims of a cultured youth in the War Office. "No, my dear, I don't think I have shown any undue haste. This is your 5th London season." "I hope you do not call my intermittent glimpses of town a season," sneered Urania. "I have you here as often and as long as I can," answered her father, becoming suddenly stony of countenance. "And I take you out as much as I can. Mr. Fitzwilson has 700 a year. I could give you, say, 3, and surely with 1,000 a year 2 people might live in very good style, even in these pretentious days." "No doubt, but I don't care for Mr. Fitzwilson, and I care still less for the kind of style which may be maintained upon 1,000 a year," replied Urania with the air of a duchess. "That would mean a small house on the skirts of Regent's Park, or a flat in the Marylebone Road, I suppose, and no carriage." "Marry whom you please, my love, and when you please," said her father. "But remember that time is not standing still with any of us." There had been no change at the Abbey in the years which were gone since Brian Walford claimed his bride, except that the new schools had been built under Colonel Wendover's superintendence. The old house still resembled the palace of the Sleeping Beauty, except that trustworthy servants took care of it, and kept moths, spiders, mice, and all such small deer at a distance. The owner of the mansion was still absent, roaming about somewhere in northern India, as it was supposed, but his letters were few and far between. His kindred at Kingthorpe were accustomed to think of him as a wanderer in far-away places, and gave themselves very little anxiety about him. To have been anxious once would be to be anxious always, since a traveller's risks are manifold, and there is never a year when the eager spirit of some valiant explorer is not quenched in sudden death. Brian Wendover had been away so long that people had left off talking about him, and it seemed a natural condition for the Abbey to be tenantless, a capital place for picnics and afternoon teas. The Wendovers of the Knoll took all their visitors there as a matter of course, played tennis on the lawn between the goodly old cedars, and Blanche, who was of a much more enterprising disposition than her sister Bessie, had tried her hardest to induce Mrs. Wendover to give a ball in the old refectory. Ida and her husband were strolling about the rose garden in the quiet hour after luncheon, while Lady Palliser dozed over her knitting needles in her favourite chair by the long French window. Brian had come to Wimperfield somewhat unexpectedly, while the London season was still at its height, and all the law courts in full swing. He came home invalided and wanting rest and care, but he refused to consult the family doctor, a general practitioner born and bred in the adjacent village, clever, sagacious, homely in dress and manners, and, in the opinion of Lady Palliser, a tower of strength. She liked a fatherly doctor. "What is the use of seeing old Fosbrook when I have had the best advice in London?" Brian said, peevishly, when urged by his mother-in-law to take advice from the family doctor. "I know exactly what ails me. Nervous exhaustion, an overworked brain, that kind of thing. I suppose it is a natural consequence of modern civilization. Men's brains have to go at an express speed in order to keep pace with the average intelligence of the time." "If only you had a better appetite," sighed Lady Palliser, who had been distressed at seeing her son-in-law send away plate after plate, with its contents hardly touched. "I wouldn't mind having a bad appetite if I could sleep," said he. "It's insomnia that tells upon a fellow." Brian did not enter into the causes of this dire malady, which had begun with long nights given to dissipation, not to gross pleasures or vulgar companions, but to a semi-intellectual dissipation, wit, fun, copious talk about all things between heaven and earth, in the society of artists, actors, journalists, bohemians of all the arts. To the man who begins by doing without sleep, there sometimes comes a day when sleep will refuse to answer his bidding. He has acquired the habit of perpetual wakefulness. The sleep mechanism of the brain is out of gear. It will go for half an hour, perhaps, or for a few minutes, in spasmodic jerks, and then it stops all at once, as if the machinery had gone wrong. So it was with Brian. Those festive nights given over to the feast of reason and the flow of soul, not to riot or drunkenness, but to the half-unconscious consumption of much brandy and soda, nights in which the atmosphere seemed charged with wit and wisdom as with mental electricity, nights in which a young man, able to talk smartly upon any given topic, was carried away by the consciousness of his power, and thought himself a god. Brian was a member of all those joyous clubs, the night flowers of the club world, which unfold their petals in the small hours, when the playhouses are shut, and the lights have been extinguished in all sober households. There was no offence in any of these institutions, and they afforded a fine intellectual arena, afforded a splendid training for a literary youth. But to a man who loved them too well, they meant a shattered constitution. Brian had come to Wimperfield in the hope that quiet and country air would bring back sleep to his eyelids and steadiness to his nerves, but he had been there a week, and his hand was no steadier. His nights were no less wakeful. He fancied himself growing weaker day by day, and although the great authority in Harley Street had strictly forbidden any stimulant except one glass of stout with his mutton chop at luncheon, Brian, who was quite unable to eat the chop, found it impossible to lunch without plenty of dry sherry, or to dine without champagne, and after dinner, drank a good deal of that fine old port which had been laid down by Sir Vernon Palliser in '47. Ida was very kind and gentle to her husband at this time, seeing that he was really in need of her tenderness. She devoted herself to his amusement, walked with him, rode with him, drove with him, but although he was grateful, he was not happy. A terrible depression of mind, broken by flashes of hilarity, had taken possession of him. The London physician had told him frankly that his nerves were shattered, but that all would be well with him if he left off all stimulants, ate chops and steaks, and lived in the open air. But as yet he had been unable to cope with the most diminutive chop, or to exist for 3 hours without stimulants. Even those rides and drives with Ida seemed a weariness to him, and he would have escaped them if he could. This afternoon he paced the rose garden listlessly by Ida's side, smoking a cigarette. That cigarette which was rarely absent from his lips. "Are you sure your London doctor does not object to you smoking so much?" Ida asked presently, noting the languid uncertainty of the fingers which held the cigarette. "I'm not sure about anything. I told him I could not live without tobacco, and he said I might smoke 2 or 3 cigarettes in the course of the day." "Oh, Brian, you smoke—" "2 or 3 dozen. Not quite so bad as that, eh? But no doubt I do go considerably outside the medico's mark. I could no more exist by line and rule in that way than I could fly. Nope, if I am to die of tobacco and late hours, I am doomed." "But there is no such thing as being doomed. Every man is his own master. He can mould his life as he likes." "Can he? That depends upon the man. I am not going into the mystery of fate and free will. There is a question of temperament, hereditary instinct. If I cannot have intellectual society, new ideas, variety, I must die. I could not lead the life you live here. Not life, but stagnation." "I have the books I love, this dear park and all the lovely country around us, horses, dogs, and some very pleasant neighbours, and I try to do a little good in my generation." "All very well, but you are as much out of the world as if you were in the centre of Africa. I could not exist under such conditions. Better 50 years of Europe than a cycle of Cathay. This to me would be as bad as Cathay. But now I suppose you are going to be perfectly happy now that your brother is coming home." "Yes, I am always happy when I have him. He is more and more companionable every day of his life." Vernon was expected that afternoon. He was coming home for a summer holiday, just when summer was at her loveliest. He was not bound by public school rules, or obliged to wait for the stereotyped watering-place season. The Jardines were to bring him over this afternoon, and were to stay at Wimperfield for a couple of days. Ida glanced towards the avenue every now and then, expecting to catch a glimpse of the approaching carriage between the leafy elms. Brian strolled by her side with a listless air, smoking and murmuring a few words now and then for courtesy's sake. He had very little to say to his wife. She did not care for the things he cared for, or understand the kind of life he lived. She loved books, the books which are for all time. He was a mere skimmer of books and reviews, mostly reviews, and he cared only for new books, new ideas, new theories, new paradoxes. His cleverness was the cleverness of the daily press, the floating froth upon the sea of knowledge. He liked to talk to a man of his own stamp, with whom he could argue upon equal terms, but not to a woman who had steeped her mind in the wisdom and poetry of the past. He stifled a yawn every now and then, in that half-hour of waiting, longing to go back to the dining-room and refresh his parched lips with the contents of a siphon dashed with brandy. He had given his own orders to the butler, and the spirit-stand was always on the sideboard ready for his use. The butler had made a note of the brandy, which was dribbled away in this desultory form of refreshment, and had made up his own mind as to Mr. Wendover's habits, but it is a servant's duty to hold his peace upon such matters. At last there came the sound of wheels, and Ida flew round to the portico to receive her guests, Brian following at his leisure. The slender figure in the black gown reminded Brian of those old days by the river, the tranquil October afternoons, the clear light,
the placid water, a grey river under a grey sky, with a lovely line of yellow light behind the tufted willows. How happy he had been in those days, caring nothing for the future, bent on winning this girl at any price, laughing within himself at her delusion, trusting to his own merits as an ample set-off against his empty purse when he should stand revealed as the wrong Brian. Things had gone fairly enough with him since then. He had had plenty of pleasure, a good deal of money, though not half enough, and very little work. And yet he felt that his life was a failure, and he was languid and old before his time. An idle life had exhausted him sooner than other men are exhausted by a hard-working career. He knew of men at the bar who had lived hard and worked like galley slaves, and who yet retained all the fire and freshness of youth. The guests had alighted by the time Brian reached the portico, and Vernon was in his sister's arms. She held him away from her to show him to her husband, a thin, fair-haired boy of 11, in a grey Highland kilt and jacket, like a gillie, fresh rosy cheeks, bright blue eyes. "Hasn't he grown, Brian? Isn't he a darling?" she asked, hugging him again. "He is a jolly little fellow, and he shall go out shooting with me as soon as there is anything to shoot." "We can fish," said Vernon. "There's plenty of trout, but you don't look strong enough to throw a fly. My rod's ever so heavy," he added, with a flourish of his arm. That weakness and languor, which was obvious even to the boy, was still more apparent to Mr. and Mrs. Jardine. Bessie had not seen her cousin since Christmas, when he and Ida had spent a couple of days at Kingthorpe. "Oh, Brian!" she exclaimed. "Have you been ill? Nobody told me anything." "I have had no illness worth telling about, but I have not been in vigorous health. London life takes too much out of a man." "Then you should not live in London. You ought to be out all day, roaming about those pine-clad hills yonder. Hangers, I think you call them in these parts." "Yes," answered Ida. "We are very proud of our hangers. But Brian is not able to walk much, just yet." Bessie was full of concern for Brian after this. She devoted herself to him in the interval before dinner, and left Ida free to roam about the garden with Vernie. She remembered how he had always been her favourite cousin. She had been angry with him for allowing that foolish practical joke of hers to take so fixed and fatal a form. But now she saw him wan and broken-looking, she was prepared to forgive him everything. "You must take care of yourself, Brian," she said, when they were sitting side by side in one of the drawing-room windows, while Lady Palliser dispensed afternoon tea. "I am taking care of myself. I am here for that purpose, but it is dreary work." "What! Dreary work to live in this lovely place with such a sweet wife? But I know you never liked the country." "I frankly detest it." "And you miss the intellectual society to which you are accustomed in London. Literary men, poets, playwrights. How delightful it must be to know the men who write books." "They are not always the pleasantest people in the world. I never cared much for your deep thinker, the man who believes he is sent into the world to promulgate his own particular gospel. But the men who write for newspapers, critics, humorists, they are jolly fellows enough." "And you have glorious nights at your clubs, don't you? We had a friend of John's with us the other day, who had met you at some literary club near the Strand. Do you ever sing comic songs now?" "Sometimes, after midnight. One does not feel moved to that kind of thing till the small hours." "Ah," sighed Bessie.
"Our only idea of small hours is getting up at 4 to be ready for a 5 o'clock service. But I don't think the small hours agree with you, Brian. You are looking 10 years older than when you were at Kingthorpe last summer." "Better wear out than rust out," said Brian. After dinner, Vernie was eager for an exploration of the village, and Blackman's Hanger, the wild pine-clad hill which sheltered the village from north-east winds and the salt breath of a distant sea. Ida was ready to go with him, and the Jardines, always tremendous walkers, were equally anxious for a ramble,
but Brian was much too languid for evening walks. "I'll stay and smoke my smoke and talk to the mater," he said, always contriving to keep on pleasant terms with Lady Palliser. "I hate bats, owls, twilight, and all the Gray's elegy business." "But you stop such a time over your cigar," said the widow. "Last night I sat for an hour waiting tea for you. I like company over my cup of tea." "Tonight you shall have the advantage of intellectual society," said Brian. "I will come and dribble out my impressions of the last contemporary review which I dozed over between breakfast and luncheon." Brian stayed in the dining room, dimly lighted by 2 hanging moderator lamps, while the soft shades of evening were just beginning to steal over the landscape outside. He had his favourite pointer for company, the last Sir Vernon's favourite, a magnificent beast of almost human intelligence, and he had plenty of wine in the decanters before him, choice port and claret, which had been set on the table in honour of the Jardines, who had hardly touched it. He had his cigarette case and his own thoughts, which were idle as the smoke wreaths which went curling up to the ceiling, light as the ashes of his tobacco. Out of doors the evening was divine. Vernon was delighted to be frisking about upon his patrimonial soil. The 5 years he had lived at Wimperfield seemed the greater half of his life, seemed, indeed, almost to have absorbed and blotted out his former history. He remembered very little of the shabbier circumstances of his babyhood, and had all the feelings of a boy born in the purple, to whom it was natural to be proprietor of the landscape and to patronize the humbler dwellings on the soil. Blackman's Hanger was a rugged ridge of hill above the village of Wimperfield. They lingered here to listen to the nightingales and to admire the sunset, and then, when the glow above the western horizon was changing from golden to deepest crimson, they all went down into the village, where lights were beginning to glimmer faintly in some of the cottages. Wimperfield was a snug primitive settlement, consisting of about 25 habitations, not one of which had been built within the last century, a general shop, a bakery, and 3 public houses, a fact which shows that the brewing interests were well protected in this part of the world. One of the village taverns, a dingy old low-browed cottage, with a pile of outbuildings which served for stable, piggery, or anything else, and about half an acre of garden, stood a little way aloof from the village, and on the skirt of the copse that clothed the sloping steep below Blackman's Hanger. There was a piece of waste land in front of this inn, which served as the theatre for such itinerary exhibitors, cheapjacks, and bohemians of all kinds, who took quiet little Wimperfield in the course of their perambulations. Here tonight in the dusk there stood a covered cart of the pedlar order, and Vernon, who had been walking on in front with Mr. Jardine, rushed back to his sister to say that there was a Cheap Jack in front of the Royal Oak. "Oh, he has been there for a long time, ever since the beginning of the year," said Ida. "He is quite an institution." "What's an institution?" asked Vernon. "Something fixed and lasting, don't you know? I believe he does no end of good among the villagers, doctoring them and advising them, and helping them when they are ill or out of work. But he has a very churlish way with the gentry. Mr. Mason, our curate, says the man always reminds him of the Black Dwarf, except that he is not so ugly, not deformed in any way." "Then he can't be like the Black Dwarf," said Vernon, who knew almost all Sir Walter's novels, his sister having read Shakespeare, Scott, and Dickens to him for hours on end during the long winter evenings at Wimperfield. "Does he live in the cart always?" asked Bessie. "Not always. He has taken possession of that dilapidated cottage upon the Hanger, which used to be occupied by Lord Pontifex's gamekeeper, and I believe he oscillates between the cart and the cottage. I have hardly seen him, for he is such a morose personage that he always hides when any of the gentry approach his hut." "Sulks in his tent like Achilles," said Mr. Jardine. They were on the edge of the little patch of green by this time. The cart, painted a lively yellow, and with a little window on each side, stood in the middle of the green, backed by a clump of tall elms. There was a little crowd in front of the cart, and a man with a black beard and a red fez cap was discoursing in a deep, sonorous voice to the assembly, descanting, with seeming fluency, upon a picture which he held in his hand, his tawny, gypsy-like face only half shown by the flame of a flaring naphtha lamp, and his features rendered grotesque by the play of lights and shadows. The party from the park, however, had very little opportunity for seeing what manner of man he was, for no sooner did he catch sight of Mr. Jardine's tall hat over the circle of rustic heads, that he flung the engraving he had been exhibiting inside the cart, extinguished his lamp, wished his audience an abrupt good night, and shut the door of his dwelling upon the outside world. The rustics gave him a round of applause before they dispersed. The women and children moved towards the village. The men and lads lingered a little on the green, irresolute, and then slowly gravitated to the royal oak, touching their hats as they passed the gentlefolks. Mr. Jardine stopped one of the men midway. "A curious customer, that," he said, looking towards the cart. "Yes, sir, so he be, but rael right down clever." "Was he trying to sell you that picture?" "No, sir, him don't often sell things to we. Sometimes he do, knives and comforters and corduroy waistcoats and flannel shirts and the such like. And uncommon good they be, too, and uncommon cheap. He were giving we a bit of a lecture like, on lions and tigers and wry-nosed horses and such like beasts, and on they queer creatures what lived before the flood. Lord, there was one beast with a long neck and paddles for swimming with, as made we all ready to burst with laughing when he showed us the picture of his skeleton." "Does he often give you a lecture of that kind?" "Yes, sir, him do lecture we about all manner of things, flowers and ferns and insects, kindness to animals, instinct in dogs, Lord knows what, but he have a way of making it all go down much better'n a parson, and he always gives a good laugh at a we. And when there's any on us ill or out of work, then Cheap Jack be a real good friend and very ready with the brass." "But can he afford to help you? Is he so much better off than you are?" "Well, sir, you see him haven't got no missus nor young uns, and I fancy him's got a few pounds saved in that old stocking. Him don't drink, neither, not so much as a mug of beer." "Is he a native of these parts?" "Lor, no, sir. Turns a furriner. Why, his skin's as brown as a berry." "Is he a gypsy, do you think?" "I ain't so sure of that. But he can talk their patter, and when the gypsies come this way, him and them is as thick as thieves." "I see. Half a gypsy and half a foreigner, and altogether a rover, I suppose. Well, I'm glad he gives you a little instruction and amusement now and then, and I hope he'll find the way to keep you out of the public house," said Mr. Jardine. "Why, you see, parson, a man must have his mug of beer, but it's summat to the good if you don't sit down over it and make it 3 or 4 mugs of beer. There ain't been so much sitting down since Cheap Jack cornered among us." "Isn't that a desolate hovel up on the hill where he lives sometimes?" "It was uncommon deserlate till Cheap Jack took it in hand. There ain't an owl in the wood that would have liked to live in it. But Jack hammers a bit o' wood here, and a plank there, and a bit o' matting up again the walla, and put in a stove from Petersfield, and makes it as snug as a bird's nest. I've smoked many a pipe with him alongside that stove, and drank many a cup of coffee. That's Jack's drink. Not a drain o' beer or spirits ever goes inside o' he." "That accounts for the money in the stocking," said Bessie. The rustic shook his head dubiously. "He ain't got no chiller," he said. "It's them that makes the coin go." "I wish he'd come out again and go on lecturing," exclaimed Vernon, with an aggrieved air. "I do so want to hear him." "Oh, but him won't show the end of his nose now you're here, Sir Vernon," answered the rustic. "Him can't abide gentlefolks. Parson had tried his hardest to get round he, but Jack shuts the door in the parson's face. Him don't want nothing of 'em, and don't want their company." "A natural corollary," said Mr. Jardine, laughing. "But I'm afraid your friend is a desperate radical." "Well, I don't know, sir. Him don't speak hard again the Queen.
Him don't want to do away with soldiers and sailors like grocer down the street. And though Jack don't go to church, Jack reads his Bible and holds by his Bible. I fancy as some rich gentleman must have done he a great injury once upon a time, and that it turned him again the breed." "Very like the Black Dwarf," said Mr. Jardine to Ida. "I dare say I shall hear of your playing the part of Isabel Vere and interviewing this half-savage, half-Christian recluse. But do you mean to tell me that he has lived here 6 months, within 1.5 miles of your house, and you have never seen him?" "It's a fact. You had a specimen of his manners just now. Whenever I have passed his cottage, he has shut the door or the window in my face, if he happened to be standing at either. To Mr. Mason he has been absolutely rude." "It isn't every man who appreciates the privilege of being interviewed by a parson," said John Jardine. "Oh, Jack!" cried Bessie. "All your people love to see you at their doors." "Yes, they are a sociable lot. That comes from living on Salisbury Plain, far from the madding crowd." After this they went home, watching the golden summer moon rise above the pine-clad hangar as they went. They found Lady Palliser nodding in her armchair in front of the low tea-table, the teapot still intact. It was 10 o'clock, but Brian had not come in to talk to her after her tea. John Jardine went in quest of him, and found him in the dining-room, mooning over his wine. He murmured a vague excuse about feeling too tired to talk to anybody, and then bade Mr. Jardine good night, and went up to his room, not to sleep, but to fling the window wide open, and lean his elbows on the sill, and stare out into the exquisite summer night, the leafy wood, the moon-kissed crest of the hill, in a half-dreamy, half-hysterical state of mind. "I begin to think I am like Swift, and shall go first at top," he said to himself. "This quiet life is killing, and yet if I was to go back I should be worse. The nights in Elm Court, when I went home alone after a glorious evening, were devilish." End of chapter 24. Part 1 of Chapter 25 of The Golden Calf, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My seed was youth, my crop was endless care. Mr. and Mrs. Jardine went back to their Wiltshire parsonage after a 2 days' visit, and Ida had her boy all to herself. His education, from a classical and mathematical point of view, had only begun when he went to John Jardine, but the foundations of education, the development of thought and imagination, had begun long ago at La Fontaine, when Ida and he took their long wintry rambles together, and the girl talked to the child of all things in heaven and earth, imparting in the easiest way much of that information which she had acquired as pupil and teacher in the educational mill at Malvern. Beyond learning to read and to write, and the most elementary forms of arithmetic, this oral instruction was all the education which Vernie had received up to the time of his leaving home. But then, what a large range of information can be imparted by an intelligent woman who reads a great deal, and who reads with a student's deep love of knowledge. Vernon, without being a prodigy, like the infant Goethe, or that wondrous product of paternal scholarship, John Stuart Mill, knew more about things in general, from the course of the planets to the constitution of the glow-rooms in the hedges, than many full-grown undergraduates. Flowers and ferns, shells and minerals, had been his playthings. His sister had taught him the nature and attributes of all the animals and birds he loved, or slaughtered, and then his imagination had been fed upon Shakespeare and Scott, Dickens and Goldsmith. He had derived his first vivid impressions of history from Shakespeare and Scott, his knowledge of a wide range of life outside his own home from Dickens, and with that knowledge a quickened sympathy with the joys and sorrows of the humbler classes. All that Vernon knew of the struggles of the lower middle classes was derived from that great panorama of life which Charles Dickens painted for us. His own small experiences of village life had taught the boy very little, for he had only seen the rustic
from that outside and smoothly varnished aspect which the tiller of the soil presents to the squire. And now the boy had come home, after an absence of some months, and he wanted to absorb Ida from morning till night. She must walk and drive with him, read to him, play with him, be interested in his dogs, his guns, his fishing tackle, every detail of his busy young life. Ida was never happier than when thus occupied. The boy seemed to her the incarnate spirit of youth, and joy, and hope, and all those bright impulses which wear out in ourselves at so early a stage in our life's journey that we are very glad to taste them vicariously in the unspoiled ardour of childhood. To be with Vernon was to escape from the narrowness of her own fettered life, to forget its disappointments, its disillusions, its one deep, incurable regret for her own mad folly, which had bartered freedom for a sordid hope, folly as mad as Esau's when he sold his birthright, regret for him who loved her too late. Unhappily, even her unselfish delight in her brother's society was not unalloyed with pain. She never forgot her duty as a wife, nor failed in any act of attention to her husband. And yet Brian's morbid jealousy of the boy was but too evident. He rarely spoke of Vernon without a sneer when he and his wife were alone, although he was careful not to say anything uncivil before Lady Palliser. He scoffed at the little lad's position, as if it had been an offence in the child himself, called him the microscopic baronet. The baby Thane laughed with bitterest laughter at any little touch of arrogance which clouded the natural sweetness of the boy's character. Ida endured this morbid jealousy with a patience that was almost heroic. She saw that her husband was ill, and that this mysterious malady of his, which had at first seemed to her sheer hypochondriasis, was only too real. It was a malady which affected the mind more than the body. Brian's character had undergone a complete change since his illness. He, who had been of old so easy-tempered, so lively, was now so melancholy and irritable, at times garrulous to a degree that was painful to his hearers, keenly resentful of trifles, always fancying himself neglected or slighted. In vain did Lady Palliser and Ida urge the necessity of medical advice. Brian obstinately refused to see the local apothecary, and, as there was nothing tangible in his illness, and he was able to be about all day, to go out of doors and do pretty much as he pleased, there was no excuse for calling in the doctor without his permission. "If I felt I wanted advice, I would go up to town and see Mallison," he said. "But there is nothing amiss with me except a disappointed life. I begin to feel that I am a failure. Other fellows of my age have passed me in the race, and it is hard at 29 to feel oneself beaten." "But, Brian," his wife answered gently, "don't you think if your contemporaries have outstripped you, it is because they have tried harder than you? Remember what St. Paul says about the one who obtaineth the prize." "For heaven's sake, don't preach!" cried Brian irritably. "I tell you I tried hard enough. Tried, yes, slaved night after night, scribbling articles for those infernal magazines, to get my manuscript returned with thanks after nearly a 12-month detention, spelling over dry as dust briefs for a guinea fee, in order to post up some bloated Queen's Counsel who treated me as if I were dirt, and pretended not to know my name. I tell you, Ida, the bar is a sickening profession. Literature is worse. All the professions are played out. Europe is overcrowded with educated men. They swarm like aphids in a hot summer. Your single fly, the progenitor of a quintillion of living creatures. When I see the men in their wigs and gowns hurrying up and down the Temple courts, swarming on all the staircases, choking up the doors of the law courts, they remind me of the busy, hungry creatures on an ant heap. Every door is barred with gold, and opens but to golden keys. Every gate is thronged with suitors. All the markets overflow." He was walking up and down the room in an agitated way, angry, excited beyond the occasion. "But in your case, Brian, it seems to me that the path has been made so smooth. With such an independence as ours, it must be so easy to get on."
"I thank you for reminding me how much I owe your father," sneered her husband.
"I was not thinking especially of my father. You owe as much to your cousin."
"Yes, my cousin has been vastly generous, damnably generous. But if I had married any other woman, do you suppose he would have done as much? Of course, I know it was for your sake he gave me that income. Was he ever so liberal before, do you think? No, he dribbled out an occasional 100 or 2 when I was up a tree, but nothing more. It was for your sake his purse strings relaxed."
"You have no right to say that," Ida answered indignantly.
"I have a right to say what I think to my wife. I have not forgotten what you said to me at the hotel that day. You told me to my face that you loved another man. Do you think I was such a dullard as to not guess that man's name? You fell in love with Wendover of the Abbey before you saw him, and your innocent love for the shadow grew into guilty love for the man after you were my wife. I knew all about it, but I was not going to let you give me the slip. I have known all along that I am nothing to you, that you despise me, detest me, perhaps, and that knowledge has made me what I am, a broken, blighted man, a wreck at 29. "Oh, Brian, this is too cruel. Have I ever failed in my duty to you?" "Damn duty!" cried Brian savagely. "I wanted your love, not your duty. Love such as I thought you gave me in those autumn days by the river. Great God, how happy I was in those days! I hadn't a sixpence. I was up to my eyes in debt. But I thought you loved me, and that we were going to be happy in our garret till good fortune tumbled down the chimney."
"I don't think a garret would have suited you long, Brian, had I ever been so devoted. You are too much of a sybarite. I should have been happy with you. I should have thought myself in Eden.
Well, fate never meant me to be happy. I am a wretch, judged before I was born, foredoomed to misery in this world and the next. Yes, I begin to think Calvin was right. There are some creatures predestined to damnation. Before ever the stars spun into their places, when all the suns and moons and planets were rings of fiery gas revolving in space, my doom was already written in the book of fate."
It had been a common thing of late for Brian to ramble on in such despondent strains as these, half angry, half despairing. Ida was supremely patient with him, sometimes soothing him, sometimes arguing with him, yet hardly knowing how much of his talk arose from real gloom of the mind, or how much was sheer rhodomontade. The hours which she spent with him were intensely painful, and as the days went by he became more and more exacting, more and more resentful of her absence, and grudgingly jealous of Vernon. Another cause for pain was Ida's growing conviction that her husband's frequent doses of soda and brandy, and the champagne which he drank at dinner, and the port or burgundy which he took after dinner, had a great deal to do with his altered mental condition. Painful as it was to speak of such a thing, she took courage one morning, and told him plainly that she believed he was suffering from the effect of habitual, almost unconscious, intemperance. "You are taking soda and brandy all day long. You have brandy in your bedroom at night, Brian," she said. "I am sure you can have no idea how much you take in the course of the 24 hours."
"I have no idea that I am a drunkard, if that's what you mean," he answered, white with rage. And then he burst into a torrent of abuse, such language as she had never heard from mortal lips until that hour, and his wife fled, shuddering and terror-stricken, from the room. When next they met, he cowered before her with a craven air, and made no allusion to this scene. But after this she observed that he pretended to drink less, and had a crafty way of getting his glass refilled at dinner. He no longer kept a brandy bottle on the table beside his bed, as he had done heretofore, on the pretence that a little weak brandy and water helped him to sleep, nor did the soda-water bottles and spirit decanter adorn one of the tables in his study. But more than once his wife met him creeping into the dining-room with a stealthy air to supply himself at the sideboard, and when she went into his room at night to see if he slept, his fevered breath reeked of brandy.
It seemed to her later, as time went on, that even his garments exhaled spirituous odours. It was not long after this that he began to talk mysteriously of some trouble which menaced him, which gradually took the shape of a criminal prosecution overhanging him. He had been falsely accused of some awful crime, some nameless, unspeakable offence, hateful as the gates of hell. He was innocent, but his enemies were legion, and at any moment a detective might be sent to Wipperfield to arrest him. One evening in the summer twilight after dinner, he took it into his head that one of the footmen, a man whose face ought to have been thoroughly familiar to him, was a detective in disguise. He flew at this worthy young fellow in a furious rage, and the butler had hard work to prevent his doing poor John Thomas a mischief. But when the lamps were brought in, Brian perceived his mistake, and apologized to the footman for his violence. "You don't know what devils those detectives are," he said deprecatingly. "They can make themselves look like anybody. And if they once get hold of me, the case will be tried at Westminster Hall. It will take weeks to try, and all the bar will be engaged, and then it will have to go to the House of Lords. There has not been such a case within the last century. All Europe will ring with it." "Dear Brian, I am sure this is a delusion of yours," said Ida, trying to soothe him. "You cannot have done anything so wicked." "Done? No! I am as innocent as a baby. But the whole bar, the bench too, is in league against me. They'll make out their case, depend upon it. It's a case for a jury. That's what the Lord Chancellor said when I told him about it." After this, there could be no doubt that there was actual mental disturbance. Lady Palliser sent for the local medical man, who had very little difficulty in diagnosing the case. Sleeplessness, restless nights, tossing from side to side, an utter inability to keep still, horrible dreams, impaired vision, clouds floating before his eyes. These symptoms Mr. Fosbroke heard from the wife. The patient himself was obstinately silent about his sensations, declared that there was nothing the matter with him, and let the doctor know he considered his visit an impertinent intrusion. "I had a touch of brain fever early in the year," he said. "I had the best advice in London during my illness, and afterwards. I know exactly how to treat myself. The symptoms which alarm my wife are nothing but the natural reaction after a severe shock to the nervous system. The tonics I am taking will soon pull me up again. But as I am now under a special treatment by Dr. Mallison of Harley Street, you will understand that I don't care about further advice." "Undoubtedly," replied the medical man meekly. "But I believe it would be a satisfaction to Lady Palliser and to Mrs. Wendover both if you would do me the honour to consult me, and allow me to look after you while you are here. I could place myself under Dr. Mallison's instructions, if you like." "No, there is no necessity. I tell you I know exactly what is amiss, and how to manage my own health." Mr. Fosbroke argued the point, but in vain. Brian would not even allow him to feel his pulse. But the doctor knew very well what was amiss, and told Mrs. Wendover, with delicate circumlocution, that her husband was suffering from an imprudent use of stimulants for some time past. "That's what I feared," said Ida. "But it is too dreadful. It is the very last thing I expected. I thought nobody drank nowadays." "Very few people get drunk, my dear Mrs. Wendover," replied the doctor. "But unhappily, though there is very little drunkenness, there is a great deal of what is called pegging, an intermittent kind of tippling which goes on all day long, beginning very early and ending very late. A man whose occupation in life is head work begins to think he wants a stimulant, begins by having his brandy and soda at 12 o'clock perhaps, then finds he can't get on without it after 11, then takes it before breakfast, in lieu of breakfast, and goes on with brandy and soda at intervals till dinner time. At dinner he has no appetite, tries to create one with a bottle of dry champagne, eats very little, but dines on the champagne, feels an unaccountable depression of spirits later on in the evening, and takes more brandy, without soda this time, and so on, till after a period of sleeplessness he begins to have ugly dreams, then to see waking visions, hear imaginary voices, stumble upon the edge of an imaginary precipice. If he is an elderly man he gets shaky in the lower limbs, then his hands become habitually tremulous, especially in the early morning, when he is like a figure hung on wires, and so on and so on. And unless he pulls himself up by a great moral effort, the chances are that he will have a sharp attack of delirium tremens. You do not fear such an attack from my husband? Mr. Wendover is a young man, but he has evidently abused his constitution. There is no knowing what may happen if you don't take care of him. Alcohol is a cumulative poison, and that pegging I have told you of is diabolical. Nature throws off an overdose of alcohol, but the daily, hourly dose eats into the system. How am I to take care of him? Asked Ida despairingly. You must keep wine and spirits away from him, except in extreme moderation. What? Speak to the butler, tell him that my husband is a drunkard? You need not go quite so far as that, but it will be necessary to cut off the supplies somehow, and to substitute a nourishing diet for stimulants. Yes, if he could eat. But he has no appetite. He eats hardly anything. Unhappily, that is one of the symptoms of his disease, and the most difficult to overcome. But you must do your utmost to make him eat, and to prevent his getting brandy. A little light claret or Rhine wine may be allowed, nothing more. I will send you a sedative which you can give him at bedtime. I do not think he will take anything of that kind. He has set his face against accepting your advice. I believe if you were to take a decided tone, he would succumb. If not, you had better ask Dr. Mallison to come down and see him. It will be a costly visit, and money thrown away, as the case is perfectly simple, but I dare say you will not mind that. I should mind nothing if he could be cured. It is horrible to see such ruin of body and mind in one so young, Ida answered sadly. Well, you must see what influence you can exercise over him for his own good. I will call every other day and hear how you are getting on with him, and if you fail, we must summon Dr. Mallison. Ida spoke to the butler. It was a hard thing to do, and it seemed to her a kind of treachery against her husband, as if she were inflicting everlasting disgrace upon him in secret, like a midnight assassin who stabs his victim in the back. Her voice trembled, and her face was deadly pale as she spoke to the butler, an old servant who had been in the household from his boyhood. Rogers, I want you to be a little more careful in your arrangements about wine and spirits, she began, falteringly. Mr. Wendover is in a low state of health, suffering from a nervous complaint, in fact, and we fear that he is taking too much brandy. Will you kindly try to prevent it? It will be very difficult, ma'am. Mr. Wendover gives his orders, and he expects to be obeyed. But upon this one point you must not obey him. You can say that you have Lady Palliser's orders that no more brandy is to be brought up from the cellar. I shall tell her that I have told you this. Yes, ma'am. I was afraid too much brandy was being drunk, but it was not my place to mention it, said Rogers politely. He would have said the same, perhaps, had the house been on fire. Neither sherry nor champagne was served at dinner that day, and the claret which was offered Mr. Wendover was of a very thin quality. I'll take champagne, he said to the butler. There is not any upstairs, sir. Brian turned angrily upon the man, and Ida, pale but resolute, came to the rescue. We do not drink champagne at dinner when we are alone, Brian, she said. And I don't think it is quite fair to Verney's cellars that Moet should be served every day because you are here. Vernon's cellars! Ah, I forgot. We are all here on sufferance, and that I am drinking Vernon's wine. You may have as much of my champagne as you like, said Verney, getting very red. But I don't think it does you any good, for you are always so cross afterwards. Brian looked at the boy with a savage gleam in his eyes, and muttered something, but made no audible reply. I'll go back to my chambers tomorrow, he said. I can have a bottle of Moet there without being under an obligation to anybody. Give me some brandy and soda, he said to the butler. I can't drink this verjuice. There is no brandy, sir.
Oh, Sir Vernon's cognac is to be kept sacred too. I congratulate you, Vernon, upon having two such economical guardians. Your minority will be a period of considerable saving.
He made no further remonstrance, drank neither claret nor hock, ate hardly anything, but sat through the dinner in sullen silence, and went off to his room directly Lady Palliser had said grace, leaving the others to take their strawberries and cream alone. Vernon was what Rogers the butler called a mark on strawberries and cream. When Vernie had finished his strawberries, Ida went to her husband's study, but the door was locked, and when she asked to be admitted, Brian refused. "I'd rather be alone, thank you," he answered curtly. "I have an article to write for one of the legal papers. You can amuse yourself with the baronet. I know you are always glad to be free." "Come for a stroll in the park, Brian," she pleaded gently, pitying him with all her heart, more tenderly inclined to him in his decay and degradation than she had been in his prime of manhood, before these fatal habits began. "Do come with us, dear. We won't walk farther than you like. It's a lovely evening." "I hate a summer twilight," returned Brian. "It always gives me the horrors. A creepy time, when all sorts of loathsome creatures are abroad. Bats and owls and stag beetles, cockchafers and other abominations. Can't you leave me alone?" he went on angrily. "I tell you I have work to do." Ida left him upon this, without a word. What was she to do? This was her first experience of a mind diseased, and it seemed to her worse than any trouble that had ever touched her before. She had stood beside her father's deathbed, and the hair of her flesh had stood up at the awful moment of dissolution, when it was as if verily a spirit had passed before her face, calling her beloved from the known to the unknown. Yet in the awe and horror of death there had been holiness and comfort, a whisper of hope leading her thoughts to higher regions, a promise that this pitiful, inexplicable parting was not the end. This dissolution in the living man, this palpable progress of degradation, visible day by day and hour by hour, was worse than death. It meant the decay of a mind, the wreck of an immortal soul. What place could there be in heaven for the drunkard who had dribbled away his reason, his power to discriminate between right and wrong, by perpetual doses of brandy? What could be pleaded in extenuation of this gradual and deliberate suicide? Ida went slowly downstairs, her soul steeped in gloom, seeing no ray of light on the horizon, for with the most earnest desire to save her erring husband, she felt herself powerless to help him against himself. If he were denied the things he cared for at Wimperfield, there was little doubt that he would go back to his solitary chambers, where he was his own master. He was not so ill either in mind or body as to justify her in using actual restraint. At the moment she thought of telegraphing for Aunt Betsy, whose firm, manly mind might offer valuable aid in such a crisis, but she shrank from the idea of exposing her husband's degradation even to his aunt. She did not want the family at Kingthorpe to know how low he had fallen. Mr. and Mrs. Jardine had been impressed by the change in him, and Bessie had harped upon his lost good looks, habitual irritability, and deteriorated manners, but neither had hinted at an inkling of the cause, and Ida hoped the hideous truth had been unsuspected by either. She decided, therefore, during those few minutes of meditation which she spent in the portico waiting for Vernon, that she would rely on her own intelligence, and upon professional aid rather than upon any family intervention. If she could not, by her own strong hand, with the help of the London physician, lead her husband's footsteps out of this Tophet into which he had sunk himself, she would spare no trouble, withhold no sacrifice to effect his rescue, and she and her stepmother, the kindliness of women, would keep the secret between them. Vernon came bounding out of the hall, eager for the accustomed evening ramble. This evening walk with the boy had been Ida's happiest time of late, perhaps the only portion of her day in which she enjoyed the sense of freedom from ever-present anxiety, in which she had put away troubled thought. She had gone back to her duty meekly and resignedly, when this time of respite was over, but with a sense of unspeakable woe. Wimperfield, with its lighted windows, stone walls, and classical portico, had seemed to her only as a prison house, a whited sepulchre, fair without and loathsome within. Vernie was full of curiosity about that little scene at the dinner table. The boy had that quick perception of the minds and acts of others which is generally developed in a child who spends the greater part of his life with grown-up people, and he had been quite as conscious as his elders of the unpleasantness of the scene. "I hope Brian doesn't think I'm stingy about the wine," he said. "He might drink it all for anything I should care. I don't want it." "I know, darling, but you were quite right in what you said at dinner. The wine does Brian harm, and that's why Mamma and I don't want him to take any." "Has it always done him harm?" asked Vernon. "Always, that is, lately." "Then why did you let him take so much, a whole bottle, sometimes 2 bottles, all to himself at dinner? I heard Rogers tell Mrs. Moggs about it." "Rogers ought not to have given him so much." "Oh, but Rogers said it wasn't his place to make remarks, only he was very sorry for poor Mrs. Wendover. That's you know, not Mrs. Wendover at Kingthorpe." "Oh, Vernie, you were not listening." "Of course not. I wasn't listening on purpose. But I was in the lobby outside the housekeeper's room, waiting for some grease for my shooting boots. I always grease them myself, you know, for nobody else does it properly. And Rogers said the brandy Mr. Wendover had drunk in 3 weeks would make Mrs. Moggs' hair stand on end. But it couldn't, could it, when she wears a front? A front couldn't stand on end," said Vernon, exploding at his own little joke, which, like most of the witticisms of childhood, was founded on the physical deficiencies of age. "Look, Vernie, there is going to be a lovely sunset," said Ida, anxious to change the conversation. But Vernon's inquiring mind was not satisfied. "Is it wicked to drink champagne and brandy?" he asked. "Yes, dear, it is wicked to take anything which we know will do us harm. It would be wicked to take poison, and brandy is a kind of poison." "Except for poor people when they are ill. They always come to the vicarage for brandy when they are ill, and Mr. Jardine gives them a little." "Brandy is a medicine sometimes, but it is a poison if anyone takes too much of it, a poison that ruins body and soul. I hope Brian will not take any more, but we mustn't talk about it, darling, above all to strangers." "No, I shouldn't talk of it to anyone but you, because I like Brian. He used to go fishing with me, and to be so good-natured, and to tell me funny stories and do imitations of actors for me. But now he's so cross. Is that the brandy?" "I'm afraid it is." "Then I hate brandy." They were in the park by this time, wandering in the wildest part of the ground, where the bracken grew breast-high in great sweeps of feathery green. They came to a spot on the edge of a hill where 3 or 4 noble old elms had been felled, and where a couple of men in smock frocks were sawing coffin boards. "What are those broad planks wanted for?" the boy asked, "and why do you make them so short?" "They're not uncommon short, Sir Vernon," the man answered, touching his hat. "The shortest on 'em is 6 foot. Them be for coffins, Sir Vernon." "How horrid! I hope they won't be wanted for ages," said the boy. "Not much chance o' that, sir. There's allus some un a wantin' a whisket o' this make," answered the man with a grin, as Vernon and Ida went on, uncomfortably impressed by the idea of those 2 men sawing their coffin boards in the calm, bright evening, with every articulation of the branching fern standing sharply out against the yellow light, as on the margin of a golden sea. They rambled on, and presently Ida was repeating passages from those Shakespearean plays which had formed Vernon's first introduction to English history, and of which he had never tired. Ida knew all the great speeches, and indeed a good many of the more famous scenes, by heart, and Vernon liked to hear them over and over again, alternately detesting the Lancastrians and pitying the Yorkists, or hating York and compassionating Lancaster as the fortunes of war wavered. And then there was Richard II, more tenderly touched by Shakespeare than by Hume or Hallam, and Richard III, whose iniquities were made respectable by a kind of diabolical thoroughness, and that feebler villain John. Vernon was as familiar with them as if they had been flesh and blood acquaintances. "Cheap Jack knows Shakespeare as well as you do," said Vernon presently, when they had left the park by a wooden gate that opened into a patch of common land, which lay between the Wimperfield fence and Blackman's Hanger. "Who is Cheap Jack?" asked Ida absently. "The man you saw the night I came home, when Mr. Jardine was with us. Don't you remember? The man in the cart, the showman. Yes, I know, but I did not see him." "No, he hates the gentry, and women too, I think. But he likes Shakespeare." "I shouldn't have thought he would have known anything about Shakespeare." "Oh, but he does. Better than you even. When he was mending my fishing rod, you remember, don't you? I told you how clever he was at fishing rods." "Yes, I remember. It was the day you were out so long, quite alone, and I was dreadfully frightened about you." "Oh, but that was silly. Besides, I wasn't alone. I was with Jack all day. And if I had been alone, I can take care of myself. I shall be 12 next birthday. Nobody would try to steal me now," said Vernon, drawing himself up and swaggering a little. "What, not even good Mrs. Brown? Well, no, I think you are too clever to be stolen. Still, you must not go out again without Robert." Robert was a youth of 22, Sir Vernon's bodyguard and particular attendant, to whom the little baronet occasionally gave the go-by. "Besides, I don't think you ought to associate with such a person as this Cheap Jack, a vagabond stroller whose past life nobody knows." "Oh, but you don't know what kind of man Jack is. He's the cleverest man I ever knew. Cleverer than Mr. Jardine. He knows everything. Let's go up on the hanger." "No, dear, it's getting late. We must go home." "No, we needn't go home till we like. Nobody wants us. Mamma will be asleep over her knitting. How does she sleep? And she'll wake up surprised when we go home and say, 'Gracious, is it 10 o'clock? These summer evenings are so short.'" "But you ought to be in bed, Vernie." "No, I oughtn't. The thrushes haven't gone to bed yet. Hark at that one singing his evening hymn. Do come just a wee bit further." They were at the foot of the hanger by this time, and now began to climb the slope. The atmosphere was balmy with the breath of the pines, and there was an almost tropical warmth in the wood, languorous, inviting to repose. The crescent moon hung pale above the tops of the trees, pale above that rosy flush of evening which filled the western sky. "What makes you think Jack so clever?" inquired Ida, more for the sake of sustaining the conversation than from any personal interest in the subject. "Oh, because he knows everything. He told me all about Macbeth, the witches, don't you know, and the ghost, and Lady Macbeth, walking in her sleep, and then he made my flesh creep worse than you do when you talk about ghosts. And then he told me about Agamemnon, the same that's in Homer. I haven't begun Greek yet, but Mr. Jardine told me about him and what's her name? His wife. And then he told me about Africa and the black men, and about India and tiger hunts and snakes, and the great mountains where there are tribes of wild monkeys. I should so like to have a monkey, Ida. Can I have a monkey? And he told me about South America, just as if he had been there and seen it all." "He must be a genius," said Ida, smiling. "Can I have a monkey?" "If your mother doesn't object, and if we can get a nice one that won't bite you." "Oh, he wouldn't bite. I should be friends with him directly. When I am grown up I shall shoot tigers." "I shall not like Mr. Cheap Jack if he puts such ideas into your head." "Oh, but you must like him, Ida, for I mean to have him always for my friend, and when I come of age I shall go to the Rockies with him and shoot moose and things." "Oh, you unkind boy. Is that all the happiness I am to have when you are grown up? You can come too." "What, go about America with a Cheap Jack? What a dreadful fate for me." "He is not dreadful. He is a splendid fellow." "But if he hates women, he would make himself disagreeable." "Not to you. He would like you. I talked to him about you once, and he listened, and he seemed so pleased, and made me tell him a lot more." "Impertinent curiosity," said Ida, with a vexed air. "You are a very silly boy to talk about your relations to a man of that class." "He is not a man of that class," retorted Vernon angrily. "Besides, I didn't talk about my relations, as you call it. I only talked about you. When I told him about Mamma he didn't seem to listen. I could see that by his eyes, you know. But he made me go on talking about you, and asked me all kinds of questions." "He is a very impertinent person." "Hush! There he is, smoking outside his cottage," cried the boy, pointing to a figure sitting on a rude bench in front of that hovel which had once sheltered Lord Pontifex's underkeeper. Ida saw a tall, broad-shouldered figure with a tawny face and a long brown beard. The face was half hidden under a slouched felt hat. The figure was clad in clumsy corduroy. Ida was just near enough to see that the outline of the face was good when the man rose and went into his hut, shutting the door behind him. "Discourteous, to say the least of it," she exclaimed, laughing at Vernon's disconcerted look. "I'll make him open his door," said the boy, running towards the cottage. But Ida ran after him and stopped him midway. "Don't, my pet," she said. "Every man's house is his castle, even Cheap Jack's. Besides, I have really no wish to make your friend's acquaintance. Oh, Vernie," looking at her watch, "it's 9:15. We must go home as fast as ever we can." "He is a nasty, disagreeable thing," said Vernon. "I do so want you to see the inside of his cottage. He has no end of books, and the handsomest fox terrier you ever saw, and such a lot of pipes and black bearskins to put over his bed at night. Such a jolly, comfortable little den. I shall have one just like it in the park when I come of age." "You talk of doing so many things when you come of age." "Yes, and I mean to do them, every one, unless you and Mother let me do them sooner. It's a dreadful long time to wait till I'm 21. I don't think we are tyrants, or that we shall refuse you anything reasonable." "Not a cottage in the park?" "No, not even a cottage in the park."
End of part 1 of chapter 25. Part 2 of chapter 25 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My seed was youth, my crop was endless care. They walked back at a brisk pace by common and park, not loitering to look at anything, though the glades and hills and hollows were lovely in that dim half-light which is the darkness of summer. The moon hung like a silver lamp in mid-heaven, and all the multitude of stars were shining around and above her, while far away in unfathomable space shone the mysterious light which started on its earthway journey in the years that are gone forever. Lady Palliser was not calmly slumbering in front of the tea-table in the mellow light of a duplex lamp, after her wont. She was standing at the open window, watching for Ida's return. "Oh, my dear, I have been so frightened," she exclaimed, as Ida and Vernon appeared. "About what, dear mamma?" "About Brian. He has been going on so. Rogers came to tell me, and I went up to the corridor and asked him to unlock his door and let me in, but he wouldn't. Perhaps it was providential that he didn't unlock the door, for he might have killed me." "Oh, mamma, what nonsense!" exclaimed Ida. She hurried Vernon off to bed before his mother could say another word, and then went back to the widow, who was walking about the drawing-room in much perturbation. "Now, tell me everything," said Ida. "I do not want Vernon to be frightened." "No, indeed, poor pet. But oh, Ida, if he should try to kill Vernon!" "Dear mother, he has no idea of killing anyone. What can have put such dreadful notions in your head?" "The way he went on, Ida. I stopped outside his door ever so long, listening to him. He walked up and down like a madman, throwing things about, talking and muttering to himself all the time. I think he was packing his portmanteau." "There is nothing so dreadful in that, nothing to alarm you." "Oh, Ida, when a person is once out of their mind, there is no knowing what they may do." Ida did all in her power to soothe and reassure the frightened little woman, and having done this, she went straight to her husband's room. She knocked 2 or 3 times without receiving any answer. Then came a sullen refusal. "I don't want to be worried by anyone. You can go to your own room and leave me alone." But upon her assuming a tone of authority, he opened the door, grumbling all the while. The room was in frightful confusion. A couple of portmanteaus lay open on the floor.
Books, papers, clothes were scattered in every direction. There was nothing packed. Brian was in shirt-sleeves and slippers, and had been smoking furiously, for the room was full of tobacco. "Why don't you open your windows, Brian?" said his wife. "The atmosphere is horrible." She went over to one of the windows and flung open the sash. "That's a comfortable thing to do," he said, coming over to her, "to open my window on a snowy night." "Snowy, Brian? Why, it's summer, a lovely night." "Summer? Nonsense. Don't you see the snow? Why, it's falling thickly. Look at the flakes, like feathers. Look! Look!" He pointed out of the window into the clear moonlit air, and tried to catch imaginary snowflakes with his long, nervous fingers. "Brian, you must know that it is summer-time," Ida said firmly. "Look at the woods, those deep masses of shadow from the oaks and beeches, in all the beauty of their summer foliage." "Yes, it's odd, isn't it? Midsummer and a snowstorm." "What have you been doing with all those things?" "Packing. I must go to London early tomorrow. I have an appointment with the architect." "What architect?" "The man who is to plan the alterations for this house. I shall make great alterations, you know, now that the place is yours. I am going to build an underground riding school, like that at Welbeck." "The place mine? What are you dreaming of?" "Of course it's yours, now Vernon is dead. You were to inherit everything at his death. You could not have forgotten that." "Vernon dead? Why, Brian, he is snug and safe in his room a little way off. I have seen him within this half-hour." "You are a fool," he said. "He died nearly 3 months ago. You are the sole owner of this place, and I am going to make it the finest mansion in the county." He rambled on, talking rapidly, wildly, of all the improvements and alterations he intended making, with an assumption of a business-like air amidst all this lunacy, which made his distracted state so much more painful to contemplate. He talked of builders, specifications, estimates, and quantities, was full of self-importance, described picture galleries, music rooms, high art decorations which would have cost £100,000, and all with absolute belief in his own power to realize these splendid visions. Yet every now and then, in the very rush of his projects, there came a sudden cloud of fear. His jaw fell, he looked apprehensively behind him, became darkly brooding, muttered something about that hideous charge hanging over him, a conspiracy hatched by men who should have been his friends, the probability of a great trial in Westminster Hall, and then he ran on again about builders and architects, Whistler, Burne-Jones, and the marvellous mansion he was going to erect on the site of this present Wimperfield. He rambled on with this horrible garrulity for a time that seemed almost an eternity to his agonized wife, and only ceased at last from positive exhaustion. But when Ida talked to him with gentle firmness, reminding him that Vernon was still the owner of Wimperfield, and that she was never likely to be its mistress, he changed his tone, and appeared to be in some measure recalled to his right senses. "What? Have I been talking rot again?" he muttered, with a sheepish look. "Yes, of course, the boy is still owner of the place. The alterations must stand over. Get me some brandy and soda, Ida, my mouth is parched." Ida rose as if to obey him, and rang the bell. But when the servant came, she ordered soda water only. "Brandy and soda," Brian said. "Do you hear? Bring a bottle of brandy. I can't get through the night without a little now and then." Ida gave the man a look which he understood. He left the room in silence. "Brian," she said, when he was gone, "you must not have any more brandy. It is brandy which has done you harm, which has filled your brain with these horrible delusions. Mr. Fosbrook told me so. You affect to despise him, but he is a sensible man who has had large experience." "Large experience in an agricultural village, physicking a handful of rustics," cried Brian scornfully. "I know that he is clever, and I believe him," answered Ida. "My own common sense tells me that he is right. I see you the wreck and ruin of what you have been, and I know there is only one reason for this dreadful change." "It is your fault," he said sullenly. "I should be a different man if you had cared for me. I had nothing worth living for." Ida soothed him, and argued with him with inexhaustible patience, full of pity for his fallen state. She was firm in her refusal to order brandy for him, in spite of his angry protest that he was being treated like a child, in spite of his assertion that the London physician had ordered him to take brandy. She stayed with him for hours, during which he alternated between rambling garrulity and sullen despondency, till at last, worn out with the endeavour to control or soothe him, she withdrew to her own room, adjoining his, and left him, in the hope that, if left to himself, he would go to bed and sleep. Rest of any kind for herself was impossible. Weighed down with anxiety about her husband's condition, and stricken with remorse at the thought that it was perhaps his ill-starred marriage which had in some wise tended to bring about this ruin of a life. And yet things had gone well with him. Existence had been made very easy for him since his marriage, and only moral perversity would have so blighted a career which had lain open to all the possibilities of good fortune. The initial difficulty, poverty, which so many men have to overcome, had been conquered for Brian within the first year of his marriage. And now 6 years were gone, and he had done nothing except waste and ruin his mind and body. Ida left the door ajar between the 2 rooms, and lay down in her clothes, ready to go to her husband's assistance if he should need help of any kind. She had taken the key out of the door opening from his room into the corridor, so that he would have to pass through her own room in going out. She had done this from a vague fear that he might go roaming about the house in the dead of the night, scaring her stepmother or the boy by some mad violence. She made up her mind to telegraph for the London physician early next morning, and to obtain some skilled attendant to watch and protect her husband. She had heard of a man in such a condition throwing himself out of a window or cutting his throat, and she felt that every moment was a moment of fear, until proper means had been taken to protect Brian from his own madness. She listened while he paced the adjoining room, muttering to himself. Once she looked in and saw him sitting on the floor, hunting for some imaginary objects which he saw scattered around him. "How did I come to drop such a lot of silver?" he muttered. "What a devil of a nuisance not to be able to pick it up properly." She watched him groping about the carpet, pursuing imaginary objects, with eager, sensitive fingers, and muttering to himself angrily when they evaded him. By and by he flung himself upon his bed, but not to sleep, only to turn restlessly from side to side, over and over again, with a weary monotony which was even more wearisome to the watcher than to himself. 2 or 3 times he got up and hunted behind the bed curtains, evidently with the idea of some lurking foe, and then lay down again, apparently but half convinced that he was alone. Once he started up suddenly, just as he was dropping off to sleep, and complained of a flash of light which had almost blinded him. "Lightning!" he muttered. "I believe I am struck blind. Come here, Ida." She went to him and soothed him, and told him there had been no lightning. It was only his fancy. "Everything is my fancy," he said. "The world is built out of fancies. The universe is only an extension of the individual mind." And then he began to ramble on upon every metaphysical theory he had ever read about, from Plato and Aristotle to Leibniz and Kant, from Hegel to Bain, talking through the slow hours of that terrible night. At last, when the sun was high, he fell into what seemed a sound sleep, and then Ida, utterly worn with care and watching, changed her gown for a cashmere peignoir and lay down on her bed. She slept soundly for a blessed hour or more of respite and forgetfulness, then woke suddenly with an acute consciousness of trouble. Yet vaguely remembering the nature of that trouble, memory came back only too soon. She rose hurriedly and went to look at her patient. His room was empty. He had passed through her room and gone out into the corridor without awakening her. She rang her bell, and was answered by Lady Palliser's own maid, Jane Dyson, who came in a leisurely way with the morning cups of tea. It was now 7 o'clock. "Is Mr. Wendover downstairs in the dining room or library?" Ida asked, trying not to look too anxious. "I have not seen him, ma'am." "Inquire, please. I want to know where he is, and why he left his room so much earlier than usual." She had a dismal feeling that all the household must know what was amiss, that the shame and degradation of the case could hardly be deepened. "Yes, ma'am, I'll go and see." "Do, please, while I take my bath," said Ida. "You can come back to me in 10 minutes." The cold bath refreshed her, and she was dressing hurriedly when Jane Dyson returned to announce that Mr. Wendover and Sir Vernon had gone out fishing at 6:30. The under housemaid had seen them go, and had heard Mr. Wendover say that they would have a long day. "Go and ask her if she heard where they were going," said Ida, going on with her dressing, eager to be out of doors on her brother's track. That wild talk of Brian's last night, that horrible delusion about the boy's death, coupled with this early expedition, filled her with unspeakable fear. It was no new thing for Brian and the boy to go out fishing together. They had spent many a long day whipping distant trout streams in the summer that was gone. But this year Vernon had vainly endeavoured to tempt his old companion to join him in his wanderings with rod and line. Brian had refused all such invitations peevishly or sullenly, as if it were an offence to remind him how poor a creature he had become. And now, after a night of wakefulness and delirium, Brian, with his brain still wild and disordered, perhaps, had taken the boy out with him on some indefinite excursion, alone, the helpless child in the power of a maniac. Ida did not wait for the return of the maid, but ran downstairs as soon as she was dressed, and questioned Rogers, the butler. Rogers, as an old and valuable servant, took his ease of a morning, and only appeared upon the scene when underlings had made all things comfortable and ready to his hand. He therefore knew nothing of the mode and manner of Mr. Wendover and the boys' departure. Robert, Sir Vernon's bodyguard, groom, and general outdoor retainer, was fetched from his breakfast, and he was able to inform Mrs. Wendover how Sir Vernon had gone out to the stables at 6:20, with his fishing basket slung over his shoulder, to ask for some artificial flies which Robert had been making for him, and to say that he should not want the pony or Robert all the morning, as he was going out with Mr. Wendover. He had not mentioned his destination, but Robert knew that the water meadows on the other side of Blackman's Hanger were his favourite ground for such sport. He had been there with Robert many a day. His remotest point in this direction was 5 or 6 miles from home. The boy was able to walk 12 miles in a day without undue fatigue, resting a good deal, and taking his own time. But in a general way he rode his pony when he went out on any long excursion, and dismounted from time to time as the fancy took him. "I'm afraid he may overtire himself with Mr. Wendover," said Ida, anxious to give a good reason for her anxiety. "Get Cleopatra ready for me, and get a horse for yourself, and we'll ride after them. Mr. Wendover is an invalid, and ought not to have the trouble of a child upon his hands all day. If I can overtake them, I shall persuade them both to come back." "If they don't, they'll be likely to get caught," said Robert, exploring the clouds with the sagacious eyes of a rustic observer schooled by long experience to read signs and tokens in the heavens. "There'll be a storm, I'm afeard, before dinner time." Dinner time with Robert meant the hour of the sun's meridian, which he took to be the universal and legitimate dinner hour for all mankind, designed so to be from the creation. "How soon can you have the horses ready?" "In a quarter of an hour, ma'am." Ida flew upstairs, meeting her stepmother on the way. Lady Palliser had gone to her son's room as soon as she left her own, her custom always, and on missing the boy had made instant inquiries as to his whereabouts, and had already taken fright. "Oh, Ida, if that dreadful husband of yours should lure him into some lonely place and kill him! My boy, my beloved, my lovely boy!" "Dear mother, be reasonable. Brian would not hurt a hair of his head. Brian loves him," urged Ida soothingly, yet with a torturing pain at her heart, remembering Brian's delirious raving last night. "What will not a madman do? Who can tell what he will do?" cried Lady Palliser, wringing her hands. "Trust in God, mother. No harm will come to our boy. No harm shall come to him, except perhaps a wetting. Get warm clothes ready. I'm going to ride after him," said Ida, hurrying off to her room. In less than 10 minutes she had put on her habit and was in the stable yard, and 3 minutes afterwards Fanny Palliser, roaming up and down and round about her son's room like a perturbed spirit, heard the clatter of hoofs, and saw her stepdaughter ride out of the yard attended by Robert, the best and kindest of grooms, and devoted to his young master. Lady Palliser went downstairs, and again interrogated the housemaid who had witnessed Sir Vernon's departure. How had Mr. Wendover seemed? She asked. Good-tempered and pleasant and quiet? Very good-tempered and very pleasant, the girl told her, but not quiet. He talked and laughed a great deal, and seemed full of fun, but in a great hurry. The mother remembered how many a time her boy and Brian Wendover had been out together, and tried to put away fear. After all, Brian was a nice fellow. He had always made himself agreeable to her. It was only of late that he had become fitful and strange in his ways. She had seen such a case before in her own family, her own flesh and blood, her mother's only brother. That victim to his own vice had been elderly at the time she knew him, a chronic sufferer. She but too well remembered his tottering knees and restless, tremulous feet, those painful morning hours when he shook like an aspen leaf, those dreadful nights when he sat cowering over the fire, glancing askant over his shoulder every now and then, haunted by phantoms, hearing and replying to imaginary voices, striving with restless, shivering hands to rid himself of imaginary vermin. He had been mad enough at times, in all conscience, as mad as any lunatic in Bedlam, but he had never tried to injure anyone but himself. Once they found him with an open razor, possibly contemplating suicide, but he abandoned the idea meekly enough when surprised by his friends, and explained himself with one of those lies with which his tremulous tongue was ever so ready. Arguing with herself by the light of past experience, that, after all, this drink madness was a disease apart, seldom culminating in actual violence, Lady Palliser sat down before her silver urn, and made believe to breakfast, in solitary state, thinking as she poured out her tea how very little all these grand things upon the table could help or comfort one in the hour of trouble. Nay, in such times of misfortune, the little sitting-room of her childhood, the round table and shabby old chairs, the kettle on the hob and the cat upon the hearth, had seemed to possess an element of sympathy and comfort, entirely wanting in this spacious formal dining-room, with its perpetual repetition of straight lines and its chilling distances. Ida rode through the park, and across the common, and round the base of Blackman's Hanger, as fast as her clever mare could carry her with any degree of comfort to either. The clever mare was somewhat skittish from want of work, and inclined to show her cleverness by shying at every stray rabbit, or crocodile-shaped excrescence in the way of fallen timber, lying within her range of vision, but Ida was too anxious to be disconcerted by any such small surprises, and rode on without drawing rein to the banks of the trout stream which wound its silvery way through the valley on the other side of Blackman's Hanger. If they could have crossed the hill, the distance would have been lessened by at least 2/3, but the steep was much too sheer for any horse to mount, and Ida had to circumnavigate the wooded promontory. which narrowed and dwindled to a fuzzy ridge at the edge of the river. Once in the valley, her way was easy, with only here and there a low hedge for the mare to jump, just enough to put her in good spirits. But after riding for about 7 miles along the bank of the stream, Ida pulled up in despair, to ask Robert where next she must look for his master. It was evident this was the wrong scent. "They'd hardly have come further nor this within the time," Robert admitted, with a rueful look at the lather on Cleopatra's dark brown neck and shoulder. "And this is further nor ever I come with Sir Vernon. We must try somewheres else, ma'am." And so they turned, and at Robert's direction Ida rode off, this time at a walking pace, for another of Vernon's happy hunting grounds. A sudden ray of hope occurred to her as they returned by the base of Blackman's Hanger. What if Vernon should have taken Brian to Cheap Jack's cottage, to have introduced him to that gifted misanthrope, who, among his other accomplishments, had a talent for repairing fishing tackle? Moved by this hope, Ida dismounted, and gave Cleopatra's bridle to Robert, who was on his feet almost as soon as his mistress. "Let the mare rest for a little while, Robert," she said. "I am going up to the top of the hill to see the pedlar. Sir Vernon may have been with him this morning." "Not unlikely, ma'am. He be a rare favourite with Sir Vernon." "I hope he's a respectable person." "Oh, I think the chap's honest enough," answered the groom, with a patronizing air. "But he's a queer customer, a regular Peter the wild boy, he is." Ida, who had never heard of this gentleman, was not particularly enlightened by the comparison. She went lightly and quickly up the steep ascent, and along a furzy ridge which rose imperceptibly skywards, until she came to the fir plantation which sheltered the gamekeeper's cottage. The lattice stood wide open, and a man was leaning with folded arms on the sill as she came in sight, but in a flash the man had gone, and the lattice was closed. She ran on, nothing deterred by this discourtesy, and knocked at the door with the handle of her whip. "Is my brother, Sir Vernon Palliser, here?" she asked. "No," a gruff voice answered from within. "Please open the door. I want to ask your advice. The boy has wandered off on a fishing expedition. Have you seen anything of him this morning?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Do you think I should tell you a lie?" growled the sulky voice from within. "What a surly brute!" thought Ida. "How can Vernon like to make a companion of such a man?" She lingered, only half convinced, and nervously repeated her story, how Vernon had gone out with Mr. Wendover that morning before 7, and how she had been looking for them, and was afraid they would be caught in the storm which was evidently coming. "You'd better go home before you're half drowned yourself," growled the surly voice. "I'll look for the boy and send him home to you, if he's above ground." "Will you really look for him?" faltered Ida, in a rapture of gratitude. "You know his ways, and he is so fond of you. Pray find him and bring him home. You shall be liberally rewarded. We shall be deeply grateful," she added hastily, fearing she had offended by this suggestion of sordid recompense. "I'll do my best," grumbled the woman-hater. "When you've cleared off, I shan't stir till you're gone." "I am going this instant. My horse is at the bottom of the hanger. God bless you for your goodness to my brother." "God bless you," replied the voice in a deeper and less strident tone. Big drops were falling slowly and far apart from the lowering sky as Ida went down the hill, a steep and even dangerous descent for feet less accustomed to that kind of ground. "You'd better ride home as fast as you can, ma'am," said Robert, as he mounted Cleopatra's light burden. "The mare's had a good blow, and you can canter her all the way back." "I don't care about the storm for myself. Sir Vernon must be out in it." A low muttering peal of thunder rolled slowly along the valley as she settled herself into her saddle. "Sir Vernon won't hurt, ma'am. Besides, who knows if he ain't at home by this time?" There was comfort in this suggestion, but after a smart ride home, under a drenching shower diversified by thunder and lightning, Ida found Lady Palliser waiting for her in the portico. There had been no tidings of the boy. 2 of the gardeners had been dispatched in quest of him, each provided with a mackintosh and an umbrella, and now the mother, no longer apprehensive of homicidal mania on the part of Brian, was tortured by her fear of the fury of the elements, the pitiless rain which might give her boy rheumatic fever, lightnings which might strike him with blindness or death, rivers which might heave themselves above their banks to drown him, trees which might wrench themselves up from their roots on purpose to tumble on him. Lady Palliser always took the catastrophic view of nature when she thought of her boy. Luncheon was out of the question for either Ida or her stepmother. They went into the dining-room when the gong sounded, and each was affectionately anxious that the other should take some refreshment, but they could do nothing except watch the storm, the fine old trees bending to the tempest, the darkly lurid sky brooding over the earth. Thick sheets of rain, driven across the foreground, and almost shutting out the distant woods and hills. The two women stood silently watching that unfriendly sky, and listened for every footstep in the hall, in the fond hope of the boy's return. And when they tried to comfort each other with the idea that he was under cover somewhere, at some village inn, eating a homely meal of bread and cheese, happy and cheery as a bird, perhaps, while they were so miserable about him. "I have an idea that Cheap Jack will find them," said Ida by and by. "Vernon says he is such a clever fellow, and a rover like that would know every inch of the country." The day wore on. The storm rolled away towards other hills and woods, and a rent in the dun-coloured clouds showed the bright blue above them. Soon all the heaven was clear, and the wet grass was shining in the afternoon sunlight. One of the messengers now returned with the useless mackintosh. He had been able to hear nothing of Sir Vernon and his companion. He had been at Wimperfield village, and through 2 other villages, and had taken a circuitous way back by another meadow stream, where there might be a hope of trout, but he had seen no trace of the missing boy. The field labourers he had met had been able to give him no information. There was nothing to be done but to wait, and wait, and wait. Robert had mounted a fresh horse, and had gone off to scour the country, wondering not a little that there should be such a fuss about a day's fishing. 5 o'clock came, and afternoon tea, usually the pleasantest hour of the day, for in this summer-time the 5 o'clock tea-table was prepared in the rose garden in front of the drawing-room, under a Japanese umbrella, and in the shade of a screen of magnolia and Portugal laurel, mock orange and guelder rose, that had been growing for half a century. To-day, Lady Palliser and her stepdaughter took their tea in silent dejection. They had grown weary of comforting each other, weary of all hopeful speculations. It was on the stroke of 6. The boy and his companion had been away nearly 12 hours. They could do nothing but wait. Suddenly they heard voices. 2 or 3 voices talking excitedly and all together, and then a shrill, sweet cry in a voice they both knew so well. "He is alive!" cried Fanny Palliser, starting up and rushing towards the house. She had scarcely gone half a dozen steps when Rogers came out, crimson, puffing with excitement, leading Vernon by the arm. "Here he is, my lady, safe and sound," said Rogers. "But he has had a rare drenching. The sooner we put him to bed the better." "Yes, yes, he must go to bed this instant. Oh, thank God, my darling, my darling. Oh, you naughty boy, how could you give me such a fright? You have almost broken your poor mother's heart, and Ida's too." "Dear mother, dear Ida, I am so sorry, but I didn't go alone. I went with Brian. That wasn't naughty, was it?" the boy asked innocently. "Naughty to stay away so long, to go so far. Where have you been?" "Birds nesting in the woods. And I have got a honey buzzard's nest. 2 lovely eggs, worth 10 shillings apiece. The nest is built on the top of a crow's nest, don't you know. First we went fishing, but there were no fish. And then I asked Brian to let me do some bird's nesting, and we went into the woods. Oh, a long, long way, and I got very tired, and we had no lunch. Brian had something in a bottle. He bought it at an inn on the road. I think it was brandy. He swore because it was so bad, but he didn't give me any. And when the storm came on, we were on Headborough Hanger, and Brian and I lost each other, and I suppose he came straight home." "No, Brian has not come home." "Oh, dear," said the boy. "I hope he's not looking for me all this time." "Come, darling, you must go to bed. We must get off these wet clothes," said Ida, and Vernon's mother and sister carried him off to his room, where a fire was lighted, and blankets heated, and hot water bottles brought for the comfort of the young wanderer. The boy prattled on unweariedly all the time he was being undressed, telling his day's adventures, how Brian had been frightened because he thought there were some men following them who wanted to take Brian to prison. He did not see the men, but Brian saw them hiding behind trees and watching and following them secretly. "I was very tired," said the boy, with a piteous look, "and my feet ached, for Brian would go so fast, and I wanted to come home badly, but Brian said the men were after us and we must double upon them, and we went round and round and round till we lost ourselves, and then Brian told me to rest on the trunk of a tree while he went a little way further to see if the men were really gone, and I sat and waited till I got very cold, but he did not come back. And then I went to look for him, and I couldn't find him, and then I began to cry. I was not frightened, mother, but I was so tired." "My poor darling, how could Brian be so cruel?" sobbed the mother, hugging her boy, while Ida was preparing warm negus and chicken sandwiches for his refreshment. "He wasn't cruel," explained Vernon. "He was frightened about those men, ever so much more afraid than I was. But I never saw any men, Ida. How was it Brian could see them, and I couldn't?" "How did you find your way home at last, dearest?" asked Ida. "I didn't find it. I should be in the woods still if it was not for Jack. Jack found me, and carried me across the hanger on his back, and took me up to his cottage, and took off my clothes and dried them, and gave me some brandy in a teaspoon, and then wrapped me in a bearskin, and carried me all the way here." "How good of him," said Ida, "and how I should like to thank him for his kindness." "He doesn't want to be thanked. He hates girls," said Vernon, with perfect frankness. "He just gave me into Roger's arms and walked off. But I shall go and thank him tomorrow morning, and I shall take him my onyx breastpin, the one you gave me last Christmas, mother. You don't mind, do you?" "No, dear, you may give him anything you like. But I think you would rather have a sovereign or a nice warm overcoat for the winter. What would be the good of an onyx pin to him?" "What would be the good of it? Why, he would keep it for my sake, of course," answered Vernie, with a grand air. Vernon had no appetite for the chicken sandwiches, or inclination for Madeira negus. He took a few sips of the latter to please his womankind, but he could eat nothing. He had fasted all day, and now, in his overexcited state, he had no power to eat. Lady Palliser took fright at this, and sent off for the family doctor, that fatherly counsellor in whose wisdom she had such confidence. The boy was evidently feverish. His eyes were too bright, his cheeks flushed. He was restless, and unable to sleep off his fatigue in that placid slumber of childhood which brings healing with its rhythmical ebb and flow. The dinner gong sounded, and Brian was still missing, but at 8:30 he came in, and walked straight to the drawing-room, where Ida was sitting alone. Neither she nor her stepmother had sat down to dinner. Lady Palliser was in her boy's room, waiting for the doctor. "Oh, Brian, thank God you are safe," said his wife, as he came slowly into the room and sank into a chair. "What a scare you have given us all!" "Did you think I was drowned, or that I had cut my throat?" he asked sneeringly. "I don't think either event would have mattered much to anyone in this house." His manner was entirely different from what it had been last night. His words were cool and deliberate, his expression moody, but in no wise irrational. "You have no right to say that." "But people who say such things seldom mean what they say," replied Ida quietly. "Had you not better go to your room at once and change your clothes, or take a warm bath? It is a kind of suicide to wander about all day in wet clothes, as you have done." "Who told you I was wandering about all day?" Vernon told us." "Vernon!" he started, as if suddenly remembering the boy's existence, and then, in an agitated manner, asked, "Did he come home? Is he all right?" "He came home, thank God. At least, he was brought home. I doubt if he could have found his way back alone. I'm afraid he's going to be ill." "Nonsense. A little cold, perhaps. Nothing more. It was a diabolical day. I never saw such rain. A regular tropical downpour. But what is a shower of rain for a healthy boy?" "Not much, perhaps, if he is able to change his clothes directly afterwards. But to be wandering about for hours in wet clothes, without food, that is enough to kill a stronger boy than my brother." "It won't kill him, you may depend," said Brian, with a cynical laugh. "I should profit too much by his death, and I am not one of Fortune's favourites. He's tough enough." "Brian, you have no more heart than a stone." "Perhaps not. All the heart I had I gave to you, and you made a football of it. But why should a heart have been there in the way of a fair woman's foot, as the poet asks?" "Had you better not go to your room and take off your wet clothes?" repeated Ida. She had no inclination to argue or remonstrate with a man whose mind was so evidently askew, who had long ago passed the boundary line of principle and noble thought, and had become a mere creature of impulse, blown this way or that way by every gust of passion, so weak a sinner that her scornful anger was tempered by pity. "If you are anxious I should escape a severe cold, perhaps you will be liberal enough to allow me a little brandy," said Brian. Ida was doubtful how to reply. She had been told to withhold all stimulants, and yet this was an exceptional case. Happily, at this very moment, the door was opened, and Mr. Fosbroke, the family doctor, was announced. She ran to meet him. "Vernon has had a severe wetting, and we are afraid he is going to be ill," she said. "I'll take you upstairs at once. Mamma is with him." As soon as they were outside in the hall, she had told him about Brian's request, and asked his advice. "I think I would give him a small tumbler of grog after his wetting. To refuse would seem too severe. But take care he hasn't the control of the bottle." She ran back to her husband, told him she would take some brandy and water to his room for him by the time he had changed his clothes, and then she went with Mr. Fosbroke into Vernon's room, that bright, airy room overlooking the rose garden, which maternal and sisterly love had decorated with all possible prettinesses, and furnished with every appliance of comfort. Mr. Fosbroke examined the boy carefully, and seemed hardly to like the aspects of the case, though he maintained the customary professional cheeriness. The boy was feverish, very feverish, he admitted. Pulse a good deal too rapid, temperature high. One could never tell how these cases were going to turn. The boy had suffered unusual fatigue and deprivation, and for a child so reared the strain was severe. But in all probability a gentle febrifuge, which would throw him into a perspiration, and a good night's rest would be all that was needed, and he would be as well as ever tomorrow morning. "These small things get out of order so easily," said Mr. Fosbroke, smiling down at the flushed cheek on the pillow. "They are like those foolish little Geneva watches ladies are so fond of wearing. My old turnip never goes wrong. You must make haste and grow big, Vernon, and then mamma will not be so easily frightened about you." Vernon smiled faintly without opening his eyes. "You see, you have contrived between you to make him an exotic," said the doctor, "and you mustn't be surprised if he gives you a little trouble now and then. Orchids are beautiful flowers, but they are difficult to rear." "Oh, Mr. Fosbroke," said Lady Palliser, "how can you say so? Vernon is so hardy, riding his pony in all weathers." "Yes, but always provided with a mackintosh, always told to hurry home at the first drop of rain. Well, I dare say he will be ready for his pony tomorrow, if he takes my draught." Tomorrow came, but Vernon was not in a condition to ride his pony. The fever and prostration were worse than they had been overnight, and while Brian seemed to have taken no harm from his exposure to the storm, the boy had evidently suffered a shock to the system, from which she would be slow to recover. Tortured with anxiety about this idolized brother, Ida did not forget her duty to her husband. She did what she had resolved to do during the long watches of that agonizing night, in which she had seen Brian the victim of his own weak self-indulgence, to all intents and purposes a madman, yet unworthy of the compassion which lunacy inspires, since this madness was self-induced. She telegraphed to the London physician, whose advice her husband affected to value, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon she had the satisfaction of seeing a soberly clad, grey-haired gentleman alight from a Petersfield fly in front of the portico. This was Dr. Mallison, of Harley Street, a great authority in all nervous disorders, as thorough and as real a man as Dr. Rylance was artificial and shallow, yet a man whom some of Dr. Rylance's most profitable patients denounced as a brute. Dr. Mallison's plain and straightforward manner invited confidence, and Ida confided her fears and anxieties to him without scruple, telling him faithfully all that she had observed in her husband's conduct, before and after that one dreadful night, which she described shudderingly. "Yes, I remember his case. This seems to have been rather a sharp attack. He had one early in the spring, just before he came to me." "An attack like this one? An attack of—" "Delirium tremens. Not quite so bad as this last, from his own account, but then one can never quite trust a patient's account. And you say he is better now?" "Yes, he has been in his room all to-day, writing or reading. He seems dull and low-spirited, that is all." "No delusions to-day?" "Not that I have discovered, but I have only seen him now and then. My little brother is ill, and I have been in his room most of the time." "Poor soul! That is a bad job," said Dr. Mallison kindly. "Well, you must have an attendant for your husband. Can you get anybody here, do you think, or shall I send you a man from town?" "I shall be very grateful if you will send someone. It would be difficult to get anyone here." "I dare say it would. I'll get a person dispatched to you by the mail train, if I am back in time. Your husband must not be left to himself. This is a vital point. Still, so long as he is reasonable, and shows no signs of violence, it will not do to let him suppose that he is watched. That would aggravate matters. You must be diplomatic. Let the man pass as an extra servant, not a professional nurse. All invalids detest professional nurses." "Is this dreadful malady likely to pass away?" asked Ida, falteringly. It was unspeakably painful to her to discuss her husband's failing, and yet she wanted to learn all that could be known about it. "Undoubtedly. Remove the cause, and the effect will cease. But you have to do more than that. You have to restore the constitution to its normal state, to renew the tissues which intemperance has destroyed. In a word, to eliminate the poison, and then the craving for drink will cease, and your husband may begin life again, like Naaman after his 7th dip in the Jordan. At Mr. Wendover's age, such a habit ought not to be fatal. There is ample time for reform, but I give you fair warning that it is not an easy disease to cure. I'm not talking of the delirium tremens, which is a symptom rather than a disease, but of alcoholic poisoning. The craving for alcohol once established is an ugly weed to root out. If patience and care can cure him, he shall be cured," said Ida, with a steadfast look, which gave new nobility to her beautiful face in the observant eyes of the physician, a man keen to appreciate every gradation of the physical and the mental, and to tell to the nicest shade where sense left off and soul began. Here was a woman assuredly in whom soul predominated over sense. "I believe that, madam," he said kindly, "and you shall have my best assistance, depend upon it." "Why should a young man bring upon himself such an affliction as this?" Ida asked wonderingly. "Ours is counted as a sober era." "Why, indeed? After-dinner boozing and three-bottle men are a tradition of the dark ages, and yet there are dozens of young men in London, gifted young men, some of them, who are doing this thing every year. Half the untimely deaths you hear of might be traced home to the brandy bottle, if a man had only the curiosity to look into first causes. One man dies of congestion of the lungs. Yes, but he had burnt up his lungs first with perpetual alcohol. Another is victim to liver. Why, madame, a temperate man may work 30 years under an Indian sun, and hardly know that he has a liver. Another is said to have died of too much brain work. Yes, work done by a brain steeped in alcohol. Not a brain, but a preparation in spirits. They all do the same thing, pegging from breakfast to bedtime, and most of them would deny that they are drunkards. Do you think that if my husband drank, it was because he was not happy, because he had something on his mind? Much more likely that it was because he had nothing on his mind, my dear madam. These briefless barristers in the Temple, men with private means, not obliged to hunt for work, with a little fancy for literature, and a little taste for the drama, these idle youths, whose only idea of social intercourse is to be gossiping and drinking in one another's rooms all day long, living an undomestic life in chambers, without the public interests or athletic sports of a university, these are the chosen victims of alcohol. Of course, I don't pretend for a moment that they all drink, but where the tendency to drink exists, this is the kind of life to foster it. My husband was not obliged to live in chambers. He had a home here. Yea, but young men, unless they are sportsmen, hate the country, and then, once in the London vortex, a man can't easily escape. And now I suppose I had better go and see the patient. Does he know I have been sent for? No. Then perhaps we shall have a scene. He may be angry. I must risk that, said Ida firmly. He refused to be treated by our family doctor, and I felt that things could not go on any longer as they were going on. She led the way to Brian's room. He was lounging by the open window, smoking. His books and papers were scattered about the tables in reckless disorder. Dr. Mallison has come to see you, Brian, said Ida quietly, as the physician followed her into the room. You sent for him, then? Exclaimed Brian, starting up angrily. There was no alternative. You refused to be attended by Mr. Fosbroke. Fosbroke, a village apothecary, the parish doctor, who would have poisoned me. Yes, I should think so. How dare you send for anyone? How dare you treat me like a child? I dare do anything which I believe to be for your good, Ida answered unflinchingly. He quailed before her, and changed his tone in a moment. Well, if it gratifies you to spend your money upon physicians, how do you do, Dr. Mallison? Of course I am very glad to see you as a friend, but I want no doctoring. I'm afraid you do, said the physician. You have not done what I told you when I saw you in London. What was that? To give up all stimulants. Oh, that was impossible. It's just like asking a man to shut his mouth and breathe only through his nostrils when he has lived all his life with his mouth open. No man can change his habits all at once, at the fiat of a physician. But I have been very moderate ever since I saw you. And yet you have had another attack. Who told you that? Asked Brian, with an angry glance at his wife. Your own appearance tells me. Yes, and your pulse. You have been indulging in the old habits, nipping all day long, and you have been sleeping badly. Sleeping badly, muttered Brian moodily. I wish to heaven I could sleep anyhow. I have forgotten the sensation of being asleep. I don't know what it means. Just as I fancy myself dropping off, there comes a flash of light in my eyes, and I am broad awake again. The other night I thought it lighted perpetually. But my wife said there was no lightning. A case of shattered nerves, and all your own doing, said Dr. Mallison. You must leave off the brandy. Brandy has left me off, retorted Brian. My wife and her stepmother have gone in for strict economy. I am not allowed a spoonful of cognac, although I tell them It is the only thing that staves off racking neuralgic pains. You must endure neuralgia rather than go on poisoning yourself with brandy. For you, alcohol is rank poison. You are suffering now from the cumulative effect of all you have taken within the last 12 months. There are men who can drink with impunity, go on drinking hard through a long life, but you are not one of those. Drink for you means death. A man can die but once, grumbled Brian, and an early death is better than an aimless life. For shame, said the physician. If I had such a wife as you have, the aim of my life would be to make myself worthy of her, and to win distinction for her sake. Oh, there was a time when I thought the same, answered Brian, but that's over and done with. Ida left the doctor and his patient together, and walked up and down the corridor outside her husband's room, waiting to hear Dr. Mallison's final directions. He remained closeted with Brian for about a quarter of an hour. I have said all I could, and I have written a prescription which may do some good, he told Ida. This is a case for moral persuasion rather than medical treatment. If you can exercise a good influence over your husband and keep all stimulants away from him, he will recover. But his constitution has been undermined by bad habits, an indolent, unhealthy life, a life spent in hot rooms by artificial light. Get him out of doors as much as you can, without exposing him to bad weather or undue fatigue. He is very weak, and altogether out of gear, and you mustn't expect much improvement until he recovers tone and appetite. But if you can ward off any return of the delirium, that will be something gained. Indeed it will. The delirium was too terrible. Well, keep all drink away from him. Even if he seems to suffer for want of it? Yes. The old-fashioned idea was that stopping a man's drink suddenly would bring on an attack of delirium tremens, but we know better than that now. We know that the delirium is only a consequence of alcohol poisoning, and inevitable where that goes on. Ida went back to the drawing-room with the doctor. The tea-table was ready, and there were decanters and sandwiches on another table. Dr. Mallison took a cup of tea and a sandwich, while he gave Ida minute directions as to the treatment of the patient. And then he accepted the handsome cheque which had been written for him, with Mr. Fosbroke's advice as to amount, and took his departure, promising to send a skilled attendant within the next 12 hours. Ida felt happier after she had seen Dr. Mallison. There was very little that could be done for her husband. He had sown his wild oats, and that light scattering of seeds of folly had been pleasant enough, no doubt, in the time of sowing, and this was the unanticipated result, a bitter harvest of care and pain which had to be endured somehow. And now came for that household at Wimperfield a period of agonizing trouble and fear. The boy's illness developed into an acute attack of rheumatic fever, and for 3 dreadful days and nights his life trembled in the balance. Not once did Ida enter her husband's room during that awful period of fear. She could not steel herself to look upon the man whose sin, or whose folly, had brought this evil on her beloved one. My murdered boy, she kept repeating to herself. Even on her knees, when she tried to pray, humbly and meekly appealing to the fountain of mercy and grace, even then, while she knelt with bowed head and folded hands, those awful words flashed into her mind. Her murdered boy. If he were to die, who could doubt that his death would lie at Brian's door? Who could put away the dark suspicion that Brian had wantonly and with murderous intent exposed the delicate child to bad weather and long hours of fasting and fatigue?
End of Part 2 of Chapter 25.